Hello and happy Monday. I am alternate juror and thank you for joining me this morning. I see my usuals are here. Good morning, Gabby. And good morning, Stormy. Hope you guys all had a great weekend. I got a little bit of sun yesterday, just a touch mowing. I will only get tan on the front because I sit on the mower. I wish I could lay on the mower and get tan all over, but I get bored laying out, so I will only be tanned on the front. Anyway, so I digress. uh, we are going back into the Ethan Liming trial. This is in Ohio. It involves a bunch of young people making bad decisions and ending in the excuse me, the death of Ethan Liming, who was 17 at the time. Good morning, Chrissy. I'm going to grab a drink of water real quick. Good heavens. I apologize. All right. So the situation all started with a splatter ball pew pew. Apparently, this thing shoots gel balls that you soak in water, whatever. They're supposed to splat. It was a TikTok challenge. Apparently, at the time, the whole challenge was to do a drive-by style thing with this toy, take video of it because of while you as you hit your unsuspecting victims, and then post it up onto TikTok. Ethan and three of his friends were out riding around with these. I have, they either had two or three of these in the car at the time. I was kind of a little confused on who had what. They'd see um, the two defendants and their cousin. You got Tyler and DeShawn Stafford, and who are on trial, and their cousin. Don't remember his name at this time. He took a plea deal, got sentenced to two misdemeanors, or pled guilty to two misdemeanors, and got a 180-day suspended sentence. Anyway, two people in Ethan's car. You see them on video getting out of the car, running up to the basketball courts, and yes, thank you, Christy, Donovan. Firing these water gel balls at these people, unsuspecting people playing basketball. It didn't end well. There was an altercation. Ethan ends up getting punched, falls, hits the back of his head, passes away. And then, but the allegations are that the brothers continued to beat and stomp him. But then at the end of it, they all left. His friends left, the brothers and their cousin left, and the police came up on Ethan laying there alone. The defense attorney, there's two defense attorneys for the brothers. They're on trial at the same time. Mr. Sin, he's interesting to watch. He takes that toy and obviously it's not loaded. There's no gel balls in there, whatever, but he pulls the trigger on that thing in court and it is loud. And I think it was probably effective. It would have been if I was sitting there as to what that sounded like when they approached those guys on the basketball court in the dark and just came running out of the dark towards them with that firing at them. It's all awful. It ended awful. And it was just a series of bad choices for everyone. I will defend the people at the basketball court for a little bit because they're at the basketball court minding their own business. They were put into the situation. They didn't handle it the best they probably should have or could have. And now they're on trial. Two of them are anyway. They were not charged with unaliving. They were charged with Uh, we just call it man stuff here because you can't say words. So it's man, and then it's the word starts with an S and ends in an R. That's what the two brothers are charged with. And that pretty much, I think, sums up where we are. We are on day 3. We are going to hear from the medical examiner today, which should tell us more about Ethan's injuries, what the cause of his passing was. Was there a, a footprint on his chest like the state says there was? You know, what happened? The defense says it was one unlucky punch. The state says, okay, fine, but then they continued after he was down. So we'll see what he has to say. Then we're going to hear from the third person that was in the car, Mackay, I think is his name. And then there's 3 more witnesses. I think they're police officers. I didn't write them down, so I don't know. But I think they're law enforcement again. And then that will take us to the conclusion of the state's case today. So there's that. And I think that's all. Anybody have anything to add? As my computer's giving me messages I don't want. There we go. Judge is in. Everything's boosted, turned up, that good stuff. But as always, please let me know how the sound is going. Great. I'm glad. Thank you. Oh, I can't hit play. Alrighty. If we get time, I'll tell you about my weekend. I had weird conversations on Saturday and another weird one yesterday with people I don't know. And it was just a weird time. But let's get into this first.
At this time, the state is prepared to proceed with its next witness. I believe that is the medical examiner. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. With the court's permission, the state will have a to call our next witness, Dr. Robert Schott.
Very good.
All right, so medical examiners first.
Raise your right hand, doctor. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please take the witness stand.
I don't know. I was wondering that too.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Robert Schott, S-H-O-T-T.
And how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Doctor, where do you work?
I'm a forensic pathologist and the chief deputy medical examiner for the Summit County Medical Examiner's Office here in Akron, Ohio.
And can you tell the jury what exactly that means?
As a forensic pathologist, my job is to perform medical investigations into deaths that are typically unexpected or unnatural.
Okay, and how long have you been a pathologist?
I've been practicing as a forensic pathologist for 14 years.
Okay, and has that 14 years been entirely with Summit County?
No, the first 10 years of my employment were with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio, doing the same job.
Okay, and do you happen to teach or present information on forensic pathology?
I've had opportunities to teach medical students, pathology residents, and even some prosecutors at the Clark County Prosecutor's Office in Springfield, Ohio before.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what sort of education you obtained to enable you to become a pathologist with the Summit County ME's office?
Yes, after high school, I went to Columbus and spent 12 years at Ohio State. During the first 4 years, I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree in biology. The middle 4 years were at the OSU College of Medicine, where I obtained my medical degree. The final 4 years were at the OSU Medical Center, where I completed a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. Following that, I went to the coroner's office in Dayton, Ohio, where I completed a 1-year fellowship, which is specialized training in forensic pathology. And I have maintained my certification in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury, if you're able to do so, what the Summit County Medical Examiner's Office does or what services they provide?
So at the medical examiner's office, we are tasked with investigating deaths that appear to be non-natural or unexpected. We start by, the process starts when somebody dies in the community. They're pronounced dead by EMS or hospital staff. If the death meets certain criteria, they will report the death to our office. We have independent investigators associated with our office that will collect the background information about the circumstances of the case, any known medical history affecting the decedent, things like that. They triage the information for us, the pathologists. At that point, a decision is made whether or not to bring the body to our office to perform an autopsy, again, with the end goal of trying to determine why this person died.
Okay, and is an autopsy conducted, in relation to every death?
Not necessarily. It depends on the circumstances.
Okay. And did you indicate that you are a licensed physician?
I did not indicate that, but I am licensed in the state of Ohio.
Okay, do you have any other licensure?
No, I do not.
Okay, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
Board certification just means that after you've gone through your education, you jump through a few extra hoops, you take lengthy exams, you get people to co-sign for you that are also licensed and board certified physicians, just as extra steps to confirm that you are dedicated to doing the job as best as you can.
Okay, and do you have any idea how many autopsies you've performed?
Yes, I've performed about 3,600 forensic autopsies in my career.
3,600?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you do when you conduct an autopsy?
So an autopsy is a medical procedure. Like other doctors, it starts with a history followed by the physical exam. The history involves me reviewing the information that my investigators collected relating to the circumstances surrounding the death. I review that information prior to doing the autopsy itself, which involves an external examination, photographs, collection of evidence, collection of body fluids for toxicology testing, all that sort of stuff before we proceed to the internal exam itself, looking at the bones, the organs, the systems to try to figure out what exactly was the cause of death, what killed this person.
Okay, great, thank you. And so you indicated that there is a report of investigation that's provided to you.
Yes.
Can you explain what is entailed or if there's staff that collects information to create that report for you?
Can you repeat or rephrase that?
Yes, I'm sorry. That was a confusing wording there. Can you tell the jury how that information is collected or provided to you?
Okay, so we have investigators that staff the office 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They take the phone call from the medics or law enforcement or hospital staff. They get the background information. They may go to the scene and take their own photographs depending on where the death occurs. They collect information about the circumstances, the address, who's involved, who's the next of kin, family members, things like that, so we can get additional information as the process continues. They put that into a preliminary report, which is what I review prior to doing the autopsy. And then over the subsequent days and weeks, they will prepare a final report of investigation that details, just kind of crystallizes all that information into a narrative form.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to June 3rd of 2022. on or around that date?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall performing an autopsy for Ethan Liming?
yes, I did.
Okay, and in anticipation of performing that, do you know if a report of investigation was conducted by your office?
Yes, our investigators did collect information. The final report was written afterwards, but the original information was there before I performed the autopsy.
Okay, and so just so we're clear, a report of investigation was ultimately prepared
Yes,
relative to this autopsy,
yes, it was.
and you did have the opportunity to see it previously.
Yes,
If you were to see it today, would you recognize it?
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
You may.
This has previously been marked State's Exhibit 38, it's been provided to defense counsel, Your Honor. Doctor, if you could take a quick look at that and let me know if you do in fact recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize this.
Okay, and is that the report of investigation relative to the Ethan Liming investigation?
Yes, it is.
And so if I'm understanding correctly, that document was maybe not available to you at the time of autopsy,
Correct.
okay, but it was put together around that same time?
Yes, the information in this report was collected the night of June 2nd, 2022, overnight into June 3rd, with some follow-up information possibly included into this report as it became available to us.
Okay. And so around June 3rd, were you working in your capacity as a pathologist for Summit County, for the Summit County Medical Examiner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you perform the autopsy on Ethan Liming?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did you become aware that needed to be done?
When I usually before, if I'm on autopsy duty, I will call in from home in the morning and talk to the overnight investigators to see if there were any cases that came in overnight and to get some background information prior to even reviewing what they've put in the preliminary investigative report. And at that point, I was made aware that there was a death, a 17-year-old who was deceased after an altercation. That was when I first heard of it, and then I came into the office and read additional information in their preliminary report, getting that background information.
Okay, great. And did you then generate your own report of autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in anticipation of testimony today, did you have a chance to review that document?
Yes,
If you were to see it today, would you recognize it?
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness. This has previously been marked State's Exhibit 39. It's been
Should be interesting what he determines the cause of death was, whatever.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay, can you tell the jury what it is, please?
State's Exhibit 39 is a copy of my final report of autopsy that I prepared relating to the death of Ethan Liming.
Great, thank you.
So before they get into that, remember, nobody knows who threw the punch. If it was one punch that did it, that caused Ethan to be knocked out and to fall and hit the back of his head, and that being the cause of his passing, nobody knows who did that. So they can't or shouldn't, I don't know how they could pin it on one person if that is what happened. If it was any injuries after that, I don't know. They even still can't pin that on one of the defendants because it was dark. It was chaotic. Nobody knows who did it.
Okay, and is that report that I've just provided to you a fair and accurate copy of the original report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does your signature appear on that report?
Yes.
Are the documents that I've just provided you kept in the ordinary course of business at your office?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are they conducted at or soon after the time of autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and is it a regular practice for the pathologist at your office to make such reports?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, if you could please let the jury know how it is that you identify the deceased when you're performing an autopsy.
We use a variety of mechanisms to identify decedents when they come to our office. Sometimes it's based on family or friends that are there at the time of the death or at the time the decedent is pronounced when our investigators go there. Sometimes hospitals do the identification process. Sometimes we'll use fingerprints or dental records or DNA if we have to. But commonly it's we identify them based on family or friends that are at the scene.
Okay, and in this case, do you know how that was done?
Yeah, it was based on law enforcement and people at the scene of the death relayed the information to our investigators, and it was confirmed by next of kin conversations.
Okay, and who did you identify as being the deceased?
The deceased was identified as Ethan David Liming.
Okay, and were you able to determine an age for Ethan?
He was reported to us as being 17 years old.
Okay, and at some point in this process, do you make any efforts to determine things like height or weight?
Yes.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yes.
Okay, did you determine how tall Ethan was?
Yes, he was measured as being 5 feet 9 inches tall at our facility.
5 feet 9 inches tall?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how it is that you measure someone in the course of an autopsy?
Usually it's either a tape measure or we also have something made out of, it's basically a measuring tool made out of PVC that's got a tape measure attached to it that allows us to put one end at the feet, one end at the top of the head to get a measurement that I would say is accurate to within an inch, if not narrower.
Okay, great. And were you able to determine?
Sorry, I won't keep pausing this, but there goes the defense theory of being 6'1". What were they saying his weight was? 180 pounds. The medical examiner says he was 5'9". I would say his is maybe more accurate and that maybe they just fudged it a little bit for his athletic stats. Because that's where the defense keeps reading the stats, his height and weight from, is the athletic whatever he's looking at. It's something to do with football or whatever it was. But so that puts these guys back down to about the same size. He might have a couple inches on him, but not as much as what the defense was saying.
Determine how much Ethan weighed?
Yes, we weighed him at 172 pounds.
Wait, they got
And
pretty
can you
close.
tell the jury how it is that you take someone's weight in the course of an autopsy?
We have a scale in our office that is certified on an annual basis that the body is weighed on.
I'm sorry, you said 172 pounds?
Yes.
Okay. And then as part of the process, do you perform any sort of toxicology screens?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the findings were in this case?
In this case, the only drug of abuse or alcohol, the only thing that was found was a metabolite of marijuana, THC, the active component in marijuana. We do not quantify the amount of it, nor do we know when he was exposed to it or how much or how he was exposed. We just found a metabolite of THC in his, it was his blood or his urine. It was in a urine drug screen.
Okay, thank you. And in the course of an autopsy, are photographs taken?
Yes.
Do you personally take those or does somebody else?
I take those photographs.
And if you were to see them, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to introduce State's Exhibit number 40. It is the ME's PowerPoint. It's been provided to defense counsel, Your Honor.
No objection? No objection. You may proceed.
I heard all about the MJ Friday. There's lots to talk about it. Oh, well, there we go. Oh my gosh.
Okay, doctor, if I could call your attention to the screen there. Do you recognize that image?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
do.
Okay, and
Wow. Sorry.
can you let the jury know how it is that you create these PowerPoints?
I open a blank PowerPoint presentation.
My apologies for that. There will not be any more because they were going to show this video over anything that has to do with his autopsy photos. That will be the only one we should see. So I didn't think we were going to see any because we generally don't. And the camera went straight up there. Ugh, that was yucky. I don't want to see anymore. That was bad enough. So I apologize.
pull photographs from our case file over into it. I had text features explaining what's on the photographs or some of the background information from the course. The information I pull from my report, so it's all directly from the report, just distilled into the PowerPoint. I only use a small subset, 25% or fewer photos that were taken at the autopsy. Only a small portion of them actually make it into the PowerPoint, just documenting the most significant findings from the autopsy.
Okay, great. And do you do that same process every time, or do you change it up sometimes?
That's the general process I use for every court PowerPoint I prepare.
Great, thank you. Can you explain to the jury what's contained on slide number 1 and why you include that information?
The first slide is an overview slide. It's the name of the decedent. It's our medical examiner's case number, and our file system is in the year 2022 is the 1,908th case that was reported to our office that year. The date of death, June 2, 2022. The logos at the bottom corners are for the medical examiner's office itself, and then the overall county logo under whom we operate. We're a county level office. The photograph at the top is a cleaned up photograph. This is after we've taken our initial photographs, after we've taken our evidence, collected clothing, any property, washed the body, washed the dried blood off. And so this is the identification photograph of Ethan Liming that I took on the morning of June 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and doctor, if you could let the jury know the significance of slide number 2, please.
Slide number 2 is a summary of the findings, specifically the traumatic injuries that I identified during the autopsy of Ethan. Multiple blunt injuries. So on the head, he had some abrasions, which are scrapes. Contusions are bruises. Lacerations are cuts. So he's got those primarily around the left eye and then around the mouth and the lips. He's got an abraded laceration, so it's a cut on the back of his head that's surrounded by a round scraped area right on the bony prominence on the back of the head. I identified during the internal examination a couple hairline fractures extending down the back of the skull towards the neck, towards the base of the skull. He had a small amount of subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage that's bleeding inside the skull around the brain. There was an abrasion or a scrape on the left temple region. And then on the left forehead, I noticed in the photographs and during my examination, a couple small abrasions that looked sort of curved, sort of patterned, very superficial, very faint, but they looked like they had some linear pattern to them that I tried to capture in photographs as well.
Thank you. If you could let the jury know, please, the significance of, I think we're on slide number 3 now.
Yeah, slide 3 has the additional injuries that I documented during the course of the autopsy. On the torso, there's bruising on the right chest wall, some patterned bruises over there as well, some superficial scratches or scrapes on the lower back as well. The upper extremities, the arms, we've got a faint bruise on the left shoulder. On the right shoulder, there's a curved linear abrasion or scratch basically on the right shoulder. On the left, second and third, so MCP, and the one below that where it's PIP on the knuckles of the hand. So on the left hand, the second and third fingers, knuckles where the hand connects to the fingers themselves, that's the MCP or the metacarpophalangeal joint. There's bruising on those two knuckles. And then on the third through fifth, the proximal interphalangeal, so the next knuckle up on the third, fourth, and fifth fingers, there were some scrapes on these fingers on the left hand. The lower extremities on the legs, he's got scattered abrasions on the knees and the feet, just some superficial scratches and scrapes on the knees and feet as well.
Can you explain to the jury what's going on in the next slide, please?
All right, this slide is the first photograph. We take these in every case. First thing I do when I go back to examine the body, we open the body bag and I take a series of first photographs before we've made any changes whatsoever. So we have not removed clothing, we've not drawn any fluids for toxicology, we haven't washed the body or done anything. This is just open the body bag and take some photographs, document what we see. So the text at the bottom explains there's extensive blood on the face. That's from wounds that are on the left eyebrow and around the lips, the mouth, those lacerations that I described. Paper bags were placed on the hands at the scene to collect any evidence, any kind of traumatic death that appears to be related to possible like a fight or possibly homicide. We will preserve evidence at the scene by putting bags over the hands, and then at the autopsy we can take fingernail scrapings or clippings to check for DNA if the law enforcement agency desires to do that. We just do that to preserve evidence at the scene. So we haven't even cut the bags off the hands for this set of photographs. And then that yellow band around the right wrist is the identification band placed there at the scene by my investigator.
Great, thank you. Can you please tell us about the next slide?
Okay, so this slide, this is after we've collected all that evidence, removed clothing, and washed away the dried blood. So we're looking at the injuries surrounding the left eye and the left temple in these two photographs. So there are scrapes, there's bruising and swelling around that left eye. There's two small cuts over the eyebrow or just below the eyebrow above the left eye. That's very commonly seen in blunt force injuries to the face where the skin gets pushed up against the bone of that orbital ridge. It's a little sharper bone. You get cuts up there pretty easily with a head injury pretty commonly. So we do have some bruising, a little scrape below the eye on that left side. And then on the left temple, you have that kind of non-pattern. You can't really see any pattern to it, just that dark reddish purple abrasion or scraping of the skin. Again, that mottled abrasion as I describe it. The left forehead, I can't really see in here. It was a very faint pattern impression. Yeah, I can't see it at all here. It's two faint sort of curved lines. There's no real bruising or pattern to them on the skin or even under the surface of it when we reflect the scalp forward. And I did not identify any fractures in the nose, the facial bones, the skull, the front part of the skull, or around the eye. There were no fractures on the face.
Great, thank you. Can you please explain to the jury the significance of this slide?
Okay, this is back to one of the first photographs from earlier on in the autopsy. You can see some of the blood trickling towards the right side of the screen from those lacerations by the left eyebrow. So we're looking at kind of the left forehead here. You can kind of see these little curved patterns right in the middle of the screen, maybe 3 lines, 2 of them on the outside sort of curving away as you get up closer to the hairline with a faint, short one in the middle. I can't say exactly what that is or what it's from. It's a very faint pattern. It's not associated with bruising or fracture of the underlying skull, but it could be associated with an object that was in contact with the skin sometime around the time of death or afterwards. I can't say much beyond that.
Great, thank you. Your Honor, I'm sorry, are you able to turn on the marking tool for this witness?
I am.
There you go. And Doctor, if you could please maybe hit the clear button if you are able to do so. And then if you could touch the screen and mark the pattern injuries that you were referring to, just in case maybe it's not clear to the jury here.
All right. So these 2 green lines are just on the outside of the faint purple lines that you can see right between them. And then I'll try to circle shorter one in the middle. So there's faint but linear. I mean, they're continuous with themselves. This could be a pattern from something that was in contact with the skin. I don't have much to say beyond that.
Okay. So you can't say for sure what would have caused that pattern?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Could you please explain to the jury the significance of this slide here and why you included this information?
All right, this slide shows the injuries of the mouth and the nose and the lips that I identified during the autopsy. These are also blunt force injuries caused by something hard striking the face, striking the mouth region, the nose. There's blood in the nose, there's blood in the mouth, and it's coming from mostly these cuts on the lips, on the outside on the left side, but also on the inside of the lips across the front where the teeth are. Pretty commonly seen in blunt force injuries of the face when the lips are pushed up against the sharp edges of the teeth. So we've got some lacerations, there's some swelling, some bruising associated with that. There's blood in the nose, but again, the nose is not broken, the jaw is not broken, the mandible, the upper jaw is not fractured. The teeth all felt like they were intact at the time. So we've got some ugly looking cuts and bruises, but no deep or bony injury associated with them.
Great. And Doctor, if you could please, just so we're clear, can you mark where you believe the cuts are?
Yes. So on the left lower lip, there's a pretty good cut. And then on the inside of the lower lip, all across the, just kind of the tooth line there, we've got cuts on that lower lip. There's also some superficial abrasions and bruising on the upper lip right in the middle.
Great, thank you. So those dark spots there, that's not simply just dried blood or something on there?
No, there's dried blood in the right nostril and within the mouth itself, but the dark purple stuff within the skin, that's actually bruising, like internal bleeding in the lips due to, again, a blunt force injury.
Okay. Could you explain the significance of this information, please?
All right. On the back of the head, as I had said before, over the bony prominence, the occiput of the head, there's about a 1.5 inch abrasion or scrape. Towards the bottom of that, towards the neck side of that, there's a 1/2 inch laceration through the scalp. Again, this is a blunt force injury. This is caused by something striking the head or the head striking something hard enough to scrape the skin and also cut it by virtue of the skin being kind of crushed up between whatever object it was and the back of the skull itself. This is a pretty common injury when somebody falls backwards, striking their head on the ground.
Okay. And so you say that there is a laceration in there?
Yes.
Could you mark that, please, for the jury?
Yes. And the difference between the left picture and the right picture is, photographed before I've shaved the hair around it to better identify and document the injury. The one on the right is after I've shaved the hair away. But right towards the bottom part of that abrasion, that big scrape in the back of his head, there is one cut that's a 1/2 inch or so in length.
And the reddish area surrounding that cut, is that an injury as well?
Yes, that is scraping of the skin or abrasion.
Okay. Is that different from a bruise?
Yes.
And if that injury were not there, would that skin color normally be kind of the whitish color in the outer edges of the shaved area?
Yes, the whiter edges are what normal scalp skin looks like.
Okay, so that entire area there that is red is an injury?
Yes.
And when you see something like that, Doc, are you able to tell if that's from striking something one time or multiple times?
I can't really tell if it's one or multiple strikes.
Could you please explain this slide for us?
All right. On the right side of the chest wall over the rib cage, there was a sort of V-shaped or sort of oval-shaped patterned bruise. It was noted at the scene. We also noted it at the autopsy. I can't tell exactly what it is. The outside margins, and I'm going to draw on them, they do appear sort of like they're coming together towards the lower parts. On the right of the screen is his hips, and his legs would be at the right. His head is up at the top at the left side of these pictures. But there does appear to be a somewhat oval but pinched at the end area that contains these just scattered kind of mottled small bruises. I don't see a clear pattern in them. Sometimes we can see patterns like from tires if somebody gets run over, things like that. We look for bruises that have patterns that may give me a clue as to what caused the bruises. The bruises themselves on this do not have any clear pattern to them, but the overall shape, could it be the sole or the toe of a shoe? It's possible. It could be something else. It's hard to say. The edge of the rib cage is rounded, and that changes how striking objects make an appearance on the skin.
And did you indicate that you looked for broken bones within Ethan's chest area there?
Yes, during the internal examination, we do check for rib fractures. We check for injuries of the underlying, the lungs, the liver, the spleen, the heart, anything contained within the chest and abdominal cavities. And the only injury I found was some bruising of the muscle between the bones of the ribs on the right side. The ribs themselves were not fractured. The underlying organs were all intact and normal appearing.
Okay. Could you explain this slide to the jury, please?
Yes, we're looking at the back of the left hand here. There are some injuries. There's some faint bruises. Again, those metacarpophalangeal joints where it goes between the bones of the hand and the fingers. Over those knuckles, there's faint bruises on the second and third fingers, the MCPs. And then over the middle, it's called the PIP, the proximal interphalangeal joint, over the knuckles of the third, fourth, and fifth fingers, we've got abrasion, so scraping of the skin on the three fingers, and then bruising over the knuckles on two other fingers.
And again, that's Ethan's left hand.
Correct.
Okay. Did you find similar injuries to his right hand?
No, we photographed the right hand as well. I did not include the photograph in the presentation. There were no injuries, though, on that right hand.
And do you have the ability to know how he would have gotten these injuries?
No, these are, again, blunt force injuries. It's caused by, the hand hitting something or being hit by something that's hard enough to, crush some of the small blood vessels over the two knuckles and scrape the skin on three of the knuckles. But I can't say what exactly caused that injury. There's no pattern to them, nothing that tells me what caused these injuries.
And in this next slide here, can you please explain to the jury why you include that information?
Okay. As I detailed earlier, there are several other superficial injuries on the arms, the legs, the back that were noted. I don't know exactly when they happened or exactly how they happened, but these are just things that I noted and documented during the course of the autopsy. The top left photograph, there's a kind of curved scratch on the outside of the right shoulder. The top right photo shows a faint bruise on the outside of the left shoulder. The bottom left picture shows two sort of parallel curved abrasions on the right lower back, as well as some irregular abrasions over the central lower back and maybe a small bruise on the right hip. The bottom right picture shows some abrasions or scrapes, superficial scrapes on the top of the right foot and in the area where the foot bones get close to the toes, just superficial scrapes on that foot. So these are all superficial scrapes and bruises, but there's no deeper injury to the underlying bones or ribs or organs associated with any of these.
Great, thank you, doctor. And
All right, so keep in mind, remember where the car was parked when they got out and ran over and did what they did with those stupid toys. And then remember when they drove over to where Ethan was and they moved him, so we don't know what he hit because they moved him. There was quite a bit of distance actually in between that. So he, I think, was fighting back. There was a fight. So it does kind of make sense that he, if it was 2-on-1, would have the injuries he has. I'm sure they're working up to if he had something on his a footprint on his chest. So I don't know. My mind's just kind of working and looking back at what we heard on Friday and what we saw on Friday. That's a good point too, Chrissy. Absolutely. Because they could those could be from them moving and dragging him. Yeah. Be, because that was kind of their initial thing, right? He wasn't moved, he wasn't moved, he wasn't moved. Well, he was clearly moved and nobody has approached that again. Um, because they should have known he was moved. So it's well, good. I'm glad my mind's not the only one kind of spin it going here because there's a lot of information here, and then trying to piece it back together with what we saw Friday is it just yeah. I'm sure they'll bring it together for us. Maybe sometimes they don't.
Just so the jury is aware, can you explain the darker coloration in bottom left and what the meaning of that is?
Yes, the skin of the lower back and on the side, kind of you can see on this picture on the bottom left corner. That's not traumatic injury. That's just how the blood settles due to gravity after somebody has died. The blood settles towards the dependent part. So if he's laying on his back after he's deceased, that blood will settle towards his back. It's pale over the shoulders and over the buttocks because those are pressure points that keep the blood from settling in those areas. But that's normal finding that we see after death. It has nothing to do with the injuries or the cause of death.
Thank you. And can you explain to the jury why you included this slide in the presentation?
Yes, this slide is the summary of findings. Basically, it's going over everything I found and kind of the interpretation or what I made out of them, how I determined the cause of death. So the main ones were blunt force injuries of the face and the back of the head that resulted in what was likely a rapid arrhythmia of the heart due to trauma of the brain and the brain stem. This kind of pattern where you have an abrasion with a cut on the back of the head, we do see, it's in the textbooks, it's consistent with an unprotected fall from standing height. You can see it with older folks that fall on a concrete floor in their basement. Could be somebody who is knocked out in a fight and falls and hits their head on the pavement. Could be other causes as well. Possible pattern injuries on the left forehead and the right chest. They could be associated with a shoe or some other object, but I could not say for sure what caused those pattern injuries, but there were no underlying injuries of the ribs or the skull or the forehead deeper than just what was on the skin. The toxicology findings was just, again, that THC metabolite indicating that at some point Ethan had been exposed to marijuana. I don't know when or how that happened.
Okay. And can you please explain, just so the jury's aware, how the arrhythmia would be caused from the brainstem trauma?
So the brainstem is sort of the most basic part of the brain. It really controls our consciousness. It also sends through nerves that connect to the rest of the body. It does help control your heart rate, your rhythm, to make sure that your heart is beating in time with sufficient, rhythm to supply oxygen to the brain itself. The brainstem controls all that. So if you have an injury of the brainstem, that's the most vulnerable part of the brain and the one that's most likely to result in death if it's injured. I don't have direct injury to the rest of the brain. There's a little bit of bleeding around the brain, but not sufficient to cause death. The fractures on the back of the skull are they're linear. They're not depressed. They did not hit the brain itself. They did not fracture inward. They're just linear cracks basically in the skull. So the only mechanism of injury that I could find based on my education and experience that would explain why Ethan died was that the fall caused his head to hit the ground, leading to jarring of the brain and the brainstem, which led to an arrhythmia, which ultimately resulted in his death.
And do you have any idea how long it would take for someone to die once they suffer that sort of an injury?
It could be seconds to minutes. It's very variable.
Exactly. Yep. Leading right back to one punch.
Okay. Um,
Yep.
was there any reason to believe that brain matter had somehow leaked out at the scene?
No, I don't have any explanation for that. I don't think that's possible in this case.
Doctor, were you aware if there was any vomit or other bodily fluids found on Ethan when you examined him?
I think that was reported. I don't recall noting it in my report. It may show up in the photographs, but I did not. Sometimes we do see stomach contents that do come out during or after death, just as a result of pressure building up. After you've died, and you do have pressure build up in the abdomen sometimes, and the sphincter that prevents food from coming up loosens at the time of death. So it's not something that I typically would note as an extraordinary finding. So it may have been there. I don't recall.
Okay, and do you know if there was blood or vomit found, if that would be a voluntary or an involuntary thing?
Typically it's involuntary. And in my experience with the cases I see, it's typically an involuntary, just something that happens sometimes after death or at the time of death.
Okay, and were Ethan's injuries consistent with having been in some kind of a physical altercation?
Yes.
When someone falls down, do they have any sort of mechanism to protect themselves ordinarily?
Commonly, yes, people will sort of flex forward. If they're falling backwards, they'll flex forward. Sometimes they'll try to twist. Some of those are more voluntary movements. But if somebody is unconscious, they may not be able to make those movements, and they may just fall flat back.
Okay. And so were the injuries that you found consistent with someone who was not doing these voluntary movements to protect themselves?
Yes, they are consistent with an unprotected fall.
And Doctor, if you could please explain the difference between cause of death and manner of death for the jury.
Yes, the cause of death is the injury or the disease process that sets off the cascade of events within the body that ultimately result in death. It could be trauma, it could be cancer, it could be heart disease, liver disease, things like that. Those are all different causes of death. The manner of death is how we classify those causes as far as is this an accidental death? Is this a homicidal death? Is this a natural death? Is this a suicidal death where somebody injured themselves with the end goal of death? Or if we can't determine based on all the other investigation, the autopsy, the other testing, if we can't determine what the cause was or which category it fits into, we can also call them undetermined.
Okay, and in this case, what was the cause of Ethan's death?
The cause of death I determined for Ethan Liming was blunt force head injury.
And what was the manner of his death?
Based on the information from the investigation, I determined the manner of death to be homicide.
And the conclusions that you reached in this case, were they made with any reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Here comes Mr. Sin.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Welcome.
My name is John Sin, and I'm an attorney in this case. I'm asking some questions. If I ask anything that doesn't make sense to you, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
I apologize in advance. I don't have medical training, but I'm going to ask you some questions to try and clear some things up for myself, okay?
Sure.
You used some terms I want to define. One of the terms you use is blunt force. What does blunt force mean?
So blunt force, in terms of a blunt force injury, it's not something that's sharp or cuts cuts through the skin. It's not like a blade. It's just something that's hard or heavy enough to cause injury to the skin when it impacts. So typically we classify them as 3 different kinds of blunt force injuries: scrapes, cuts, or bruises, or in our terms, abrasions are scrapes, lacerations are cuts, and contusions are the bruises.
So, from my understanding, let's say that I have beams on my ceiling and they're low beams. I stand up and I crack my head on one and I just hit my head on the beam and it hurts. Would that be a blunt force injury?
Yes.
Okay. And you use some other terms, contusion and abrasions and lacerations. So I want to talk about those. If I stand up and I hit my head on the beam and I get a goose egg on my head. Is there a term for that goose egg?
Yeah, goose egg, like a swelling caused by bruising. We would call that a hematoma.
Okay, a hematoma. All right. Let's say that I hit my head and I reach up there and I've got a little bit of sticky stuff on my hand and a little bit of blood. I hit my head. What do we call that?
Well, the injury that bleeds is typically a laceration or a cut. You can bleed a little from a scrape or an abrasion as well.
Okay. So there would be an abrasion or a scrape caused by blunt force trauma?
Yes.
Is there a way to signify a degree of seriousness with blunt force trauma? Do you say something like super heavy blunt force trauma versus light blunt force trauma? Or is it all about the causation and what it causes?
It's more about the downstream effects of what happens as a result of that cut or abrasion. We measure them to see their size, but that doesn't necessarily indicate the depth or the severity of the underlying injury.
You use words like superficial. What is superficial?
Usually means like shallow, just on the surface of the skin, typically in my usage.
Is there an opposite word for superficial that is in your vernacular?
I could use deep for a deeper cut or deeper scratch that may be more likely to bleed.
So when you're talking about superficial, you're talking specifically kind of in the medical term about the depth or the significance of the scratch or abrasion or laceration, right?
Yes.
You don't use it like some of us do, like, oh, that person's so superficial or something like that. It's talking about a cut.
Correct.
Some of the other terms you used specific to Ethan, what's rigor mortis and what's livor mortis?
So rigor mortis or rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles and the joints following death. It takes some time to set in after you die, and then it sticks around for a couple days, and then eventually that stiffness goes away and we become loose again. That's rigor mortis. Livor mortis or livor mortis is the settling of the blood due to gravity, like we saw in that one picture on the bottom left in the PowerPoint. That's just settling of blood due to gravity. That starts immediately as soon as the heart stops beating and gets darker over time, and eventually it will fix. So you can get a rough estimate of the time of death based on looking at the stiffness of the body and the settling of the blood.
You said that rigor mortis was absent, so Ethan didn't have rigor mortis stiffening yet. But livor mortis was present in a posterior distribution and was blanching with light pressure. And I think that's the big purple bruise-looking thing you see, right?
Just to clarify, what you're referring to is the report of investigation.
Oh, sorry. That's not yours, that's your investigator.
That's my investigator at the scene, which was shortly after the time of death. My assessment is on page 4 of my report the following day.
So shortly, based on, you reviewed this report of investigation, right?
Yes.
So what I'm looking at though is your investigator saying that when he was out there, even on the scene, Ethan's blood is already pooling to the posterior distribution, which means it's starting to go towards gravity, right?
Yeah.
The are pumping, gravity's pulling it, and that causes blanching.
That causes the blood to pool, but early on you can, basically like pinching your own finger, it will turn white. You can blanch, you can push the blood out of that, and then the blood will flow back into those vessels due to gravity. After a period of time, 6-12 hours, the red blood cells in those vessels start to die because they're not getting oxygen. At that point, the hemoglobin comes out of the red blood cells and chemically binds to the surrounding tissue, and you can no longer blanch it. So you can push as hard as you want, and it will stay that darker red purple color. So at the scene, it was still blanching when our investigator pushed at it.
So from my position as a layman, your blood carries oxygen and your heart pumps it, and there's a pressure that pushes it through your circulatory system, and that's just carrying all this oxygen that's trying to keep us, alive, and it keeps our skin looking one way. In my case, it's peachy and red type thing. But when that blood pressure is no longer there, and the heart's no longer pumping that blood, all that fluid starts to settle, and folks start discoloring to some degree.
Yes.
Okay. Ethan's listed in your report as being 5'9", 172, and that's from a medical professional. But we've got him a 6'1" on his driver's license and 6'1" on his football stats. Is there a medical explanation for that? As in, maybe people are taller when they're in control of their bodies and standing in a certain posture? Or is he just 5'9" and it was wrong on his license?
We tend to measure you may have a little more height if you're standing as upright as possible. I would not expect a 4-inch discrepancy between our measurement and actual standing height. I would tend to trust ours, again, within an inch or so. So possibly it was 5'10", but we tend to stretch out the legs and try and get as accurate as we can with our measurements.
Okay. There were injuries documented on Ethan's body, correct?
Yes.
And I guess I want to go over those injuries because I think the jury's going to want to know not only what killed Ethan, but what hit Ethan, how many times Ethan was struck, where he was struck, what you can say medically and what you can't. Did you count? Well, let me take you through your report if I could, okay? I'm going to try and see if I can get it up on the board for you. Go back to the original. Sorry. Okay. So that's the summary. 1 second, doctor. Can you see what I'm doing here? How am I getting over here? Okay, I'll start here, I guess. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. So, 17-year-old man with multiple blunt injuries. And now we're talking about his head. Ethan's got abrasions, contusions, and lacerations around his left eye and mouth and lips. Can you tell how many different strikes, or I don't want to say blunt force instances he has, because I'm not sure if that's what you're saying, but did it have to be blunt force that caused abrasions, contusions, and lacerations?
Yes, those are blunt force injuries.
Can you tell how many different blunt force impacts Ethan had on his head?
I can't say the exact number. There's at least one significant one to the region of the left eye and at least one significant one to the mouth and possibly the nose as well. There could be more, but I can't say that for sure.
Okay. So he's got a significant injury to his eye in the sense that it looks like a punch in the eye.
Yes.
It also looks like a punch in the mouth, right?
That could explain, yes.
But then you've got abrasion, laceration. We'll talk about lacerations and stuff. But the two significant injuries look like two punches, one to the mouth and one to the eye. I'm just going to cut to I want to talk more about those, but can we assume that one of those is the cause of the punch that put Ethan down? I mean, if the evidence kind of says Ethan locked up after being struck and fell back and hit his head, can you tell whether it was the punch in the eye or the punch in the mouth that got him?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Neither one of those punches was, neither one of them caused any type of fracturing, right?
Correct. Not directly correct.
Okay. So Ethan doesn't have a broken eye socket.
Correct.
He doesn't have some of the injuries you see when someone gets punched in the eye. A lot of things can happen. It can just swell up and bruise, or you can break bones.
Yeah, you can possibly get orbital fractures from being struck in the eye.
And that would probably be consistent with either how hard someone got hit or how delicate their structure is.
That can offer clues, yes.
Ethan didn't have any damage to his eye or his eye socket, no fractures to his eye or eye socket. He had bruising and injury that way.
Correct.
Okay. Same with his mouth. His lip was busted. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was lacerated, yes.
But his teeth aren't knocked out or loose. His jaw's not fractured or anything like that.
Correct.
An abrasion on his left temple. Abrasion, what does that mean to you?
An abrasion is a scraping of the skin caused by contact with something that's hard, not sharp, enough to scrape off some of the outer layer of the skin.
So if you look at what I'm looking at abrasions, contusions, the first thing we wrote. I'm going to skip 2 and 3, abraded laceration, back of the head, hairline fracture. Oh no, I'm going to go to those. Abrasion, contusion, laceration on left eyes, mouth, and lips. Did those cause Ethan's death?
Directly, no, those would be unlikely to cause death.
Okay. All the way to the bottom, a possible pattern impression on left forehead. That causes death?
Not directly, no.
Okay. And an abrasion on left temple, did that cause his death?
No.
What causes death, now we're going to have to move to the back of the head, I'm assuming. And those 3 in the middle where you say abraded laceration on the back of his head, what does that mean?
It's a scrape with a cut in the middle of it. So it's got a cut and a scrape, 2 different types of blunt force injury, possibly from the same impact on the back of the head.
That's probably the first area that hit the cement the hardest and split his head right there.
Yes.
Hairline fractures through posterior skull base. Is that spreading out from the laceration and just kind of like an aqueous crack type thing?
Yeah, I'd say they would radiate from that same impact point, radiating downward.
And a subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage, what does that mean?
That's some bleeding around the brain, usually associated with a sudden jarring of the head or an impact to the head.
Now your brain is encased in fluid, is that right?
There's a thin layer of cerebrospinal fluid between the brain and the skull.
And is it supposed to have? Is your brain supposed to move it all in your head?
When you're younger, there's a little bit of shifting room for it. The older you get, your brain does shrink a little, and you have more room for it to move around. But in a 17-year-old, there's not a whole lot of room, space between the brain and the skull.
So you fall down, you hit your head on the back, and you split the bone right there. But that in and of itself doesn't cause your death. The hairline fractures don't cause your death. What's the mechanism of death regarding the subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage? It sounds like the brain hit the back of the head and broke.
So there's not significant bleeding internally. There wasn't enough bleeding around the brain to explain his death. And same with the skull fractures. They were narrow. They were not, displaced significantly into the brain. So the injuries themselves are not fatal, but they indicate a rapid, significant change in force to the brain itself and to the brain stem as the head moves around and on the neck due to the forces that were hard enough to fracture the skull and cause some bleeding around the brain. So I have clues to the brain injury that ultimately resulted in his death, but I don't have direct evidence of the axons or the neurons themselves that were stretched or damaged due to that force that caused the death.
based on your training in the forensic sciences, you folks you're an investigator. I mean, you investigate the cause of death, right?
Yes.
So when you put science behind it, you'd be able to tell the difference between someone who died, say, from standing up too fast and hitting their head on something, as opposed to, well, somebody probably wouldn't die from that, would they? Stand up and hit their head on something. They have to hit it off the arm.
Yeah, that would not be a common cause of death, no.
Okay. This injury is textbook for falling from several feet straight back, right?
Yes, something like this would be reported, and yes, it is consistent with that.
And the amount of height that you fall is consequential. That you don't have the same injuries when your head's 6 inches off the ground as opposed to 6 feet.
Correct.
Just like anything else, you drop it and, okay. Can you explain, well, I'll just tell you, we had some testimony that Ethan just kind of locked up for this. What would cause someone just to lock up? And I know boxers talking about, like, you know, punch in the chin or punch him on the button or whatever boxers say, but what happened here if someone just locks up after getting hit?
The locking up can be sign of a brain injury. Different levels of the brain, depending on how they're injured, can result in different kind of posturing or, you know, defensing response or, you know, different kind of posing, depending on the level of brain injury. But if somebody locks up while they're still on their feet, that would indicate they've had a pretty significant jarring of the brain while they're still on their feet.
But those in themselves can be recoverable, right?
Yes.
I mean, anytime we see a boxing match where someone gets knocked out cold and they just fall back like that, and then they take some 20 seconds to get up, that's the kind of injury you're talking about. They locked up and hit the mat.
Yes.
So that in and of itself doesn't cause death. It's the fact that you lock up, you better hope you're on something soft and not something hard.
Yes, that would be better, yes.
Okay. Ethan got worked on by some medical personnel and moved around a little bit by his friends. So we're not 100% sure, I'm not 100% sure.
I'd object to the form of the question, Judge.
Can you tell if he hit like a post or a pole or like a light pole? Can you tell if he hit like a baseball light pole or an edge or something like this? Or whether he hit flat on the concrete?
I can't say for certain. I did not see a pattern in the abrasions or the cut on the back of his head, the laceration. I did not see a pattern that tells me he hit something other than a flat surface. It would be consistent with a flat surface. It's possible he could have hit the edge of something hard as well.
And as we talk about Ethan's head, and we rule out the damage caused by, the concrete in the back of the head, we've got 2 significant injuries that both could have been caused by a fight, correct? These are like punch injuries, possibly?
Are you referring to the punch or the injuries around the eye and around the mouth?
Yeah. And obviously you weren't there, I wasn't there, but piecing it together, looks like you got in a fight, got punched in the eye and the mouth.
Yes, it does appear like that, yes.
But not hard enough to cause fractures, but hard enough to freeze him up and put him backwards.
Yes, that would make sense, yes.
And none of those other injuries on his head, the scrapes and the bruises, the scrapes and the cuts, those didn't play a part in his death.
They did not play any physiologic role in his death, no.
But I still think the jury's kind of want to piece together
I
what
would
happened
object to the
here.
form of the question, Judge.
Sustained.
Torso, he's got a chest wall contusions and abrasions on lower back, okay? Abrasions on lower back, those are just scrapes again, right?
Yes,
And that could be consistent with a lot of things, one of which is maybe getting dragged.
it's possible, yes.
Someone tries to help you and drags you across the concrete. What is a chest wall contusion? What does contusion mean?
It's bruising.
Okay. And he's got one of those.
He's got an area of mottled contusion. They're not all connected, so it's either multiple strikes or something, could it be knuckles or something? It could be one strike with an unusually shaped object or an irregular shaped object causing multiple, bruises that aren't quite connected to each other.
Okay. So he's got a bruise on the side, and it could be from a punch, it could be from a kick, it could be from anything like that, but it's
I would object to the form of the question, Judge.
he's got a chest wall contusion. Can you point to what a chest wall is?
The chest wall is anywhere covered by the ribs, so in this case, it's below the armpit on the right side.
Okay. Did that chest wall contusion play any part in his death?
No, it did not directly physiologically contribute, no.
Okay. Is that me? I'm sorry if it is.
That is also my ringtone, so I had to look. Wasn't me.
The deputy's going to confiscate that.
I wish you would. Give me a break. Now, you probably get used to graphic pictures, but I don't know if the rest of us do. Abrasions with bruising, swelling around the left eye. Is that the punch we're talking about, the whole thing? This whole area here, is that from one blunt force trauma?
They could all be caused by one blunt force injury. The scrape on the side of the temple, the abrasion over here on the temple, that's on a little bit of a different plane. So you have everything here is kind of like in this plane, but then you have the temple is a little different side. So it'd be kind of hard to punch somebody and have the impact wrap around to the temple.
So let's do separate things. Theoretically, would a punch in the eye and then maybe scraping your head on the ground, getting dragged across the ground, would that be consistent with those two injuries?
It's possible. I'm not sure what caused the injury on the temple, but all the injuries around the eye itself and on the eyebrow are consistent with a single punch to the face.
But nothing's broken in there, no broken bones, no fractures, nothing like that.
Correct.
So other than the fact that that could have been the knockout punch that caused him to freeze up, that injury in itself is not a life-threatening injury.
Correct.
So what's he trying to say? It wasn't the punch, it was the fall. What caused the fall? The punch. We know which came first. It's not like the chicken and the egg. But he's doing, I mean, he's got to do what he's got to do.
That's also not the faint possible contusion underlying scalp. Are we in the front? I guess I can't really tell where we're at now. Are we back in the back where the okay.
This is the left forehead above that left eye laceration.
So that's not a life-threatening injury.
Correct.
Now this looks like he got punched in the, well, what does this look like to you?
I mean, it's a blunt force injury of the mouth region, the nose, possibly more than one, possibly just one, causing the bruising and the cuts on the lips and bleeding within the nose there in the right nostril.
So this, I noticed Ethan's lips that it has some discoloration on the lips. Are those abrasions or scrapes caused by the lip hitting the teeth? Are those not abrasions or scrape at all? Are those discolorations? Are those, what are we looking at there?
A sequence of questions.
I apologize.
The purple discolorations on the lips are bruising, so that's bleeding within the tissue caused by it being, again, a blunt force injury, crushing the tissue up against, the bone of the jaws and the teeth themselves, leading to some bleeding within the tissue. We also have cuts or lacerations on the lips themselves, again, from an outside blunt force hitting the lips up against the sharp teeth. And then the splitting of the lip on the left photograph here on the left lower lip, that's more likely not directly against the teeth, but that's caused by the tissue itself kind of tearing sideways when it's struck.
And that's consistent with getting punched in the mouth.
Yes.
Is there anything about that just screams multiple punches to the mouth, or are those injuries consistent with one punch to the mouth?
This could all be from one punch.
His nose is bleeding. Is that a separate injury or is that be a related injury?
It could be related to the punch, depending on, how the impact hit. It could be from one impact to the mouth and nose, or it could be a second impact.
Would you agree with me that the nose has some fine, delicate bones in it?
Yes.
And a lot of times people get punched and break their nose?
Yes, it happens, yes.
There's no indication that any of Ethan's nasal bones were damaged or broken in this case.
Correct.
So this punch in the mouth injury also is not a cause of death.
Correct.
This is the cause of death, right?
This is the injury that most likely explains why Mr. Limey is dead.
Textbook, fall back, hit his head. How quickly after an injury like this would the brain, what do we call it, hemorrhages?
The subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Is that an instant thing?
They're going to develop over time. You have, on that impact, the brain does get jarred around, and some of the vessels that connect the brain to the blood supply do tear, leading to that bleeding around the brain. So it's going to start basically immediately on impact, but it's going to take a few seconds or minutes to reach its peak.
So the cut and the bruise in itself isn't what stopped Ethan's life. It's that brain hemorrhage, right?
It's not even the hemorrhage. This is just a marker of the significance of the head impact that jarred the brain. It's actually internal. It's not even the bleeding in the brain that killed him. It's the jarring of the brain itself and the neurons and the cells within the brain.
That's a pretty significant injury.
Which one?
Yeah, this one right here, the hit in the back of the head, that's significant. Is it recoverable?
By itself, yes.
Okay. But that in itself is recoverable, but when it gets in there and it causes this bleed, that's not recoverable.
In this case, it was not.
Is there any reason to believe that this bleed occurred at a later time, or that there could have been an intervention that could have caught it or anything like that?
No, I don't believe so.
Ethan was gone the minute there was no hope after his head hit that thing. Is that safe to say?
No, I would say it does not appear this was recoverable based on the circumstances as reported.
Okay. And nothing that happened afterwards contributed to what already happened, which is his brain's dying.
Not sure what events you're talking about
Like if he
after.
got kicked in the side after this by somebody, did that have anything to do with his death?
No.
Okay. If he got punched after this, he's already gone.
Most likely, yes.
Oh, now, these injuries to Ethan's knuckles, why do you document those?
Any case we have that looks suspicious, death during an altercation with somebody else, we take photographs of the hands to document injuries that may explain whether somebody was actively involved in the altercation, whether they're trying to defend themselves, just to collect any evidence that may be there to see if it makes sense given the circumstances as they reported. So we took photographs of the hands regardless, including the right hand that was uninjured. But in this case, I specifically wanted to document the bruises on the two knuckles and the scrapes on the other three.
Okay, so these injuries are consistent with Ethan striking something with his hand.
Yes, it would be consistent with that.
Okay. And you document them. You're not trying to say that somebody stepped on his hand or somebody attacked his hand. You document this because it shows that Ethan was punching something.
I would object to that, Your Honor.
Overruled, if that.
I don't know how these are blunt force injuries on the knuckles, could certainly be caused by somebody punching somebody else. Could it be caused by the hand backhanding something else or striking another object? It's possible as well. I don't know for sure whether this was during the act of punching or some other injury of the hand.
But you choose to include that because it has potential evidentiary value for the police and for the people who report down the road, because it may be consistent with mutual combat.
Yes.
So thank you for your time today.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Donald Gallick, I represent Tyler Stafford. I just have a few questions.
One thing you were asked about during your direct examination is how this was ruled, and you said it was a homicide. You classified it as a homicide.
Yes.
Now I want to make a distinction. You don't make a legal opinion that it's homicide.
Correct.
You're making a medical decision that it's homicide.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that you said that you have performed, what, 3,600 autopsies, somewhere around like that?
Yes. Forensic autopsies. Yes.
This is not the first autopsy where you concluded it was a homicide.
Correct.
Okay, I mean, hundreds, thousands,
About 400 at least.
400 homicides. So there have been, I'm guessing, many cases that you've ruled as a homicide, and then down the road legally, it's not a homicide.
I do not tend to follow what the court's adjudication or whatever. I don't follow the results of the trials typically now.
Okay, but if you found out that you ruled something a homicide,
I would
and then-
object, Your Honor.
Finish the question.
is it, if you found something to be a homicide, and then legally you found out, oh no, there was no criminal occurrence, that wouldn't surprise you.
No, that would not.
I mean, I'm guessing you're highly educated, right?
Spent a lot of time at school. Yes.
But not in law school.
Mr. Gallick, I think the operable thing here is his definition of homicide. I don't know that he has defined homicide from his standpoint.
Tell us what you think homicide is.
In the medical legal world, in the coroner system world or medical examiner system, homicide is death that results from the willful act by somebody else with the knowledge that they could be causing injury to the other person or possibly death. It's not a statement at all on whether it was self-defense, justifiable, non-justifiable. It is not anything about those circumstances, just somebody else caused an injury to someone else that ultimately resulted in their death.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Now, when you, and I'm bouncing around a bit.
I think he was trying to get him to say that homicide doesn't always equal unaliving. I think that's what he was trying to get him, where he was trying to get him to go. It was just a horrible way he was taking and a horrible question that he asked.
During the beginning of your PowerPoint, you talked about receiving the body and what you go through when you have a body to review, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you given any information along with that body? And what I mean is, do they bring someone in and say, hey, this is John Smith, figure out what happened? Or do they say, this is John Smith, he's got 2 wounds, he got stabbed with a butcher knife, do your autopsy?
We do collect information. Our investigators will go to the scene. They will talk to the medics, police, or if it goes to the ER, they'll talk to those doctors. So they will collect some of that, the circumstances, the information about the circumstances that will get reported to me, but it does not ultimately affect. It helps maybe, I will take more pictures of the hands if this sounds like a death during a homicide or during a fight, but it doesn't change my actual interpretation of my findings.
Now, if you recall, when you received this autopsy, you were told this person was killed in a fight, or they were killed in a fall, or they're killed, or what were you told, if you remember?
It was told that he was found deceased after an altercation in the parking lot. I don't remember the specifics of what else was reported though.
And the facts of, well, the altercation started this way or this person started it, that's outside your purview.
Yeah, I don't take that into account when documenting my findings.
Okay. Now you were asked questions by 2 other lawyers about, a prosecutor and Mr. Sin, about these wounds on the decedent's left hand. And you said it could be consistent with him punching someone.
Yes.
I mean, you can't say 100%.
Right,
Okay. Now, you didn't see similar wounds on the right hand.
correct.
Okay. But you don't know if the right hand was used to punch someone or not.
That is correct.
But it means that if he had been punching someone with his right hand, it had not done the damage that his left hand had done.
Correct. There's no evidence of injury of the right hand, but that doesn't mean nothing happened with that hand.
It's possible he hit someone with his right hand and it didn't cause a lot of impact.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. You also said that there were some wounds on the top of one of his feet.
Yes,
I mean, is that possible? Is that he was kicking someone?
it's possible, yes.
Okay. I think Mr. Sin asked you about the wound on the back of his head, the impact of him hitting the back of his head. That's really what we're talking about here as far as causation.
Yes,
Okay. I think you were asked if is that injury recoverable? And you said it could have been.
by itself, yes, an abrasion and a cut on the back of the head could be recoverable, yes.
And to try and just translate this into common language, that means it's possible someone to have an injury from that kind of fall and recover their health.
Yes,
Okay. But now you also said, I think it was during your direct, that this injury could have caused death in seconds or minutes, right?
yes,
Okay. So if this fall hits the back of his head, starting this chain of events, right? And that chain of events is leading to death. We don't know if that chain of events was seconds or minutes, correct?
correct.
Okay. So let's just say it was seconds. I mean, you're saying it could have been recoverable had there been like EMS right there on the scene the moment he fell.
I don't know. In this case, I doubt it. I think the injuries were so significant internally that for Ethan Liming, this was not a recoverable injury. For somebody else that falls and hits their head, they may be able to recover. And it's not a very scientific thing. You don't, it's not something you can study with, a whole number of people with impacts on their head and see who lives, who doesn't. I don't know the circumstances why it had the downstream effects here that it did.
Okay. In this particular case, you don't think it would have mattered if emergency personnel had shown up 10 seconds later?
I don't think so.
Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, thank you for your patience, Doctor. Following up on Attorney Gallup's questioning about the seconds versus the minutes, if someone were to live and survive that fall for minutes, would they be moving or doing anything to demonstrate that they are alive?
They certainly could still be breathing. You have reflexive breathing. You don't do that consciously. You also have reflexes that could still, cause the arms to move a little or the chest to rise and fall, called agonal breathing. You have some just reflexive movements that are not conscious. So it's possible certainly that there was a couple minutes of movement or shifting around of Ethan as his brain is going through its injuries.
And you mentioned that certain information is provided to you in that investigation report. Did you get information from eyewitnesses that Ethan never moved or made an audible sound after falling?
I don't recall if I got that information or not. It did not affect my findings as to the cause of death.
Okay. If you received information that he never moved after falling, would that lead you to believe that death was instantaneous or if it dragged out for a couple of minutes?
It's hard to say. I mean, if there's purposeful movement, then he's clearly alive. If it's just that reflexive stuff, he may be essentially brain dead with a heart that's not beating right, but the brain may still be causing the muscles to move, or the reflex is just the nerves themselves. Time of death is kind of a sticky definition in itself.
Thank you. You talked quite a bit about the injuries on the left hand. Are you able to know if those injuries were from this incident or if they were possibly from something that had happened earlier that day, completely unrelated?
No, I can't tell the timing on these injuries. I can't say within minutes or hours. I don't know when these occurred.
Okay, and related to that, the timeline of the injuries, Do you know if some of these injuries could have possibly occurred or been caused on Ethan after his actual death?
Generally unlikely. After you die and your heart stops beating, we talked about the blood settling due to gravity. What that also means is you don't have blood pressure pushing blood into injured skin or tissue. So if you have somebody who's dead and you scratch their skin, they're not going to bleed into it. They're not going to get a red mark or anything like that. It's just going to look like a scratch on basically like a car seat or something. It's not going to change color very much because you don't have blood pressure bleeding into areas that are basically where the body's already dead.
Okay, and you were asked about the bloody nose that we saw in the photograph there of Ethan. Can you tell the jury what causes a bloody nose?
Bloody noses are usually caused by some sort of trauma, breaking the blood vessels right under the skin on the inside of the nose. Could be external trauma, could be internal trauma. Sometimes people just get bloody noses because the blood vessels are pretty big and right under the skin, a very thin layer up in the nose. So it's fairly easy to rupture them and cause bleeding in the nose.
Okay, and so when someone gets a bloody nose, is there actually a tear in the skin within the nostril?
Yes.
Were you able to determine where that tear was within Ethan's nostril?
No.
And you indicated, I think in response to Attorney Sin's question, that it's possible that the mouth injuries and the bloody nose could have been from one strike to the face.
Yes.
It's possible that it could be multiple strikes, right?
Correct.
And he asked you some questions about the eye injury and whether that could be one strike. If I understood correctly, you seem to believe that it was at least multiple strikes.
I think the ones around the eye could have been one, or it could have been more. The one on the temple indicates a separate injury, but it's a scrape. It's not necessarily a direct impact to the temple. It could be a scraping against it as well.
Okay, and the two lacerations on Ethan's eyelid, eyebrow area there, is that a common thing to see the two lacerations like that?
We do see multiple lacerations over the eyelids in other cases with blunt force facial injuries, things like car accidents where somebody's not wearing their seatbelt. Sometimes you can't see multiple lacerations near each other. It could be one incident, it could be multiple impacts.
Okay, and then there's some questions about the causation, and Attorney Sin asked you if the punches caused the death, and I think you said not directly and not active and not physiologically. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But that's not a complete answer. It means it did play a role in it. Is that right?
I think given the entirety of the scenario, it makes sense that one of the punches, or possibly both of the punches to the head, led to the upright unconsciousness, which led to the unprotected fall, which led to the head strike and the brain injury.
Do you know, is there a way to sort of quantify for the jury the amount of force that would be necessary to cause this sort of an injury?
I don't know. I think it's going to depend a lot on the circumstances and the individual. I don't think it's going to be the same from person to person, the same amount of force or acceleration that leads to unconsciousness from a head strike. I don't know that.
Did anything in your autopsy lead you to believe that Ethan was perhaps not in good health?
No, I did not see any other evidence of medical disease. Nothing wrong with the heart, the lungs. No, there's no indication that he was not healthy.
And you said he was 17 years old?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Doctor, the prosecutor was talking about, and I was talking about the bloody nose and that type of stuff. And the picture we saw of Ethan's bloody nose, that was after he was cleaned up, correct?
The one close-up showing the lip injuries, yes, that was after the body had been washed, yes.
In evidence, there's a picture from the scene, and it's an awful picture because it's basically Ethan with blood looks like it's coming out of both his eyes and his nose, it looks like he's throwing up blood. Are those injuries, where's all that blood coming from? Is there something significant
I
about
would object to the form of this series of questions, Judge.
Does blood tend to leak out of different orifices upon death or upon a traumatic brain injury like this?
Blood leaks from injured tissue. So yeah, if you have cuts and lacerations, blood will flow through that as long as there's blood pressure or gravity helping it move that direction. But it doesn't just come out of the eyes or the mouth, typically right after death.
Okay. So what we see on the insured is that vomit or blood. Someone said you vomited, someone said you threw up blood. Would that be consistent with the internal findings?
He did not have blood in the stomach, so I don't think that is consistent. I think any blood on the shirt would have had to have come from the facial injuries themselves, the cuts over the left eyebrow, and then the lips and the nose.
Okay. And those areas can bleed significantly and still not be life-threatening.
Correct.
And in this case, he either didn't die from blood loss or from trauma to the front of his face. He died from.
I would object. I think this has already been asked and answered about 5 times, Judge.
Okay, don't withdraw that. The prosecutor talked about, and co-counsel talked about whether Ethan died instantaneously, or he died minutes, or he died seconds later. He was dying no matter what we do for the minute his head hit the
I would
ground.
object again. This has been asked and answered.
And I'm going somewhere with it. Can we at least say that Ethan would have been unconscious from that point on, whether he's involuntarily, unconsciously breathing or respirating or anything that you do upon death? Can we say that we know that he would at least been, he wouldn't have been there for any of this, he'd been unconscious and then his head hit the ground?
Yes, that is my impression, yes, or my opinion, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallup?
He gets so annoyed every time that dated chat.
No, thank you, Judge.
Doctor, thank you very much. You may step down.
Well, that was not as it was interesting, but it wasn't as definitive necessarily as I thought it was going to be, because they never ever mentioned that there was a footprint on his chest like they said there was. And now I'm not convinced that he had any injuries after he fell, especially looking at the distance from the car to where he was, like where they were dragging him from. That's a lot of space to cover when you're all punching and kicking and doing whatever you're doing in a fight. And then I don't know that he had, I don't know that I'm convinced now that they went back and did anything else to him, especially because none of his teeth were knocked out. His nose wasn't broken. He didn't have any broken ribs. They're stomping and kicking him afterwards. I would have at least thought a cracked rib, teeth knocked out, something that indicated he was not fighting back in any way, shape, or form. I just don't know. For me, they didn't convince me of that. So, yeah. Gabby, are you asking why they didn't say there wasn't they didn't ask about a footprint? Because I'd say there wasn't one. They said it. Do you remember? That's not evidence, but they put it out there and they put it in the jury's head in their opening statement, but there wasn't one. He couldn't say. And I agree, Stormy. I didn't. That left me with, it is an unlucky punch. It was an unlucky punch. And I'm still I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not saying anything because I wasn't there. I'm not convinced they went back and hit him more, because there's the injuries to me. If he's laying there on the ground, unconscious, well, if he's laying there on the ground because he's not alive, He is not fighting back, moving, or doing anything. If you're stomping on somebody, I would think that there would be more significant injuries, and he didn't have any. That's what was shocking to me is he didn't have those. He didn't have if you're getting kicked in the ribs or stomped on your chest, I would think there would be some sort of fracture there. I'm not a doctor, not a lawyer, none of the above. Just going by it just going by other stuff you see. Yes, exactly. It can just be an unlucky hit. I, you know, I just have been I can see where people would think they deserve some sort of something because he's not alive anymore. But I don't know because they all made bad decisions. They all made so he paid a bad price. He paid the ultimate price. So I guess maybe they should have some price. Is I don't know. I would agree, Gabby, that there would be something there if he got stomped on his ribs, on his chest. And they put it out there that there was, and then they did not. He could not say, yeah, that's a shoe print. He couldn't say any of that. He couldn't even say these injuries happened after he was deceased, which I've heard in other testimony in other cases. I've heard that this injury or this cut or this after they were already deceased. He couldn't even say that. I They should have had some consequence. What that was, I don't know. But you're right, Stormy, because we've seen other people that have been and Ty Tucker. They want to say, well, he was there. He didn't cause any of the injuries that unalived Matthew Bonnet, but he was there. So he was there committing a crime. He's responsible for it all. So he would have the same fate as he should have the same fate as Rory Wilson. I know we were not on that page anymore, but yeah, these guys were there. They made a bad decision. It wasn't a crime to use the splatter ball thing. That wasn't the crime, but they did start it. They their actions caused an altercation with people that were minding their own business. Well, that's true. They were on school property. I don't know. And I've like I said, I zero law anything, just anything that I have heard and going back through my mind of other trials. I don't know what you could charge them with for leaving because I don't know that they had any sort of other than just being a moral responsibility to stay with him. Now, they say they ran off because that guy was chasing him, and Donovan was clearly chasing two of them. And we're going to hear from Makai here as soon as they get back from break. Uh, so they may have been running because they were scared, and I'll give them that. And at least they went home and told somebody. But they have all still, in my opinion, downplayed their part in all of this on Friday. All the kids did, and the parent. The parent that testified Friday, he certainly downplayed, and don't blame him, his kid's part in all of this. All right, we are going to, this should be Mackay Shade, I think is his name. He's the third friend that was there. And we'll see what he has to say and how much he downplays everything. Yeah, they don't know who's responsible. And if the brothers do know who's responsible, do you blame them for not telling? I mean, would you rat on your sibling? But yeah, I don't know how you say, DeShawn, you did it, or Tyler, you did it, because nobody knows who did it. I mean, you got the first guy we didn't see on the stand because he didn't show his face. The one whose dad testified, he just stayed by the car. He didn't want anything to do with any physical altercation. And the other two, I think, were more active and stuff. And we do see at the end, the guy, I thought that was them stomping Ethan, but it was him kicking the car. Still not right. But you're blaming LeBron. I'll blame him too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say because they can't prove it. They don't know. Nobody knows. And my stomach's growling. Sorry. I did eat. That's why it's being loud. And that's why I've been muted. All right. So let's get back. And this is Mackay coming in here. I doubt it. I doubt it, Gabby. Unless there was something that said that should be locked up at night. Like our track, well, I don't know if they still are, but like our local schools, their tracks and stuff used to be open. People would go walk them at night after school was out and nothing was going on, especially in the fall and summer when school wasn't in. So, and school was not in session. I doubt they would have kept them locked up the whole summer. And I seriously doubt anybody would have taken the time to go there day in and day out to lock them and unlock them. So I'd say they're just open.
Involuntary manslaughter and assault. Let's go back live into the courtroom.
Mr. Kuhn, I assume that Ms. Shuki is getting your next witness?
I believe so, Your Honor. There's a course of permission we'd like to call our next witness, Mr. Shades.
Did the closed captionings really just think that guy's last name was a bad word because it left it out like it does every other 4-letter word? These closed captionings are something else.
Shuki, come over here. Over here. And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And take the witness stand.
At least he's showing his face.
Good morning. Can you give us your name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Mackay Shady, MyChaiShadie.
All right. And Mackay, how old are you?
18.
Okay. Did you graduate high school this year?
Not yet.
Okay. Where are you going to school?
Akron Alternative.
Okay. Before going to that school, did you go to Firestone?
Yes.
And what years would that have been? Or ages?
2021 and 2022. Oh, freshman through junior year.
Freshman through junior. Okay. You live in the Akron area?
Yes.
And right now, besides going to school, are you working?
Yes.
Where are you working?
I do landscaping.
You work with your friend Lamarian?
Yes.
So we heard from Lamarian yesterday. How long have you known him?
Since sixth grade.
Been friends that whole time?
No.
No. Tell us about that.
Well, I've known him since sixth grade, but we didn't become friends till like our freshman year.
Okay, in high school. All right. And how do you know Ethan Liming?
I met Ethan in fourth grade.
Fourth grade?
Yes.
How would you describe your acquaintanceship or friendship with Ethan?
Good associates.
Sorry, say it again?
Good associates.
Okay. Describe that. Did you guys hang out or you just knew each other?
We knew each other and we talked when we seen each other, but we didn't really hang out outside of school.
Okay. How about inside school?
Not really. We just talked when we seen each other.
All right. Ever play any sports or anything with Ethan?
Pick up basketball.
And where would you guys play that?
I Promise in the school around the corner from Firestone.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about what happened, of course, on June 2nd of 2022, okay? At that time, on that day, it's our understanding that was the first day of summer break, is that right?
Yes.
And what were your plans that day?
We were gonna get some weed or some marijuana and hang out.
Okay, and who's we?
Me and Lamarion.
And have you speak up a little bit?
Me and Lamarion.
Okay, and I don't know if you could scoot that forward, the microphone a little bit, just so we want to hear you well. Okay. So you and Lamarion were going to hang out, and you said smoke some weed?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where was that going to happen?
At his house, at Lamarion's house.
All right. Did you go to his house?
Yes.
And what time of day is this?
I went to his house in the like 5-ish, like around 5 o'clock.
PM?
Yes.
All right. At some point, Ethan Liming and Ephraim Stefanko come over to Lamarion's house, right?
Yes.
About what time of day was that?
Around like maybe, I don't remember.
Was it still daylight out or night out?
No, it was nighttime.
Nighttime.
Yes.
And did you expect them to come over? Were you expecting them?
Yes.
When they got there, what was the plan, I guess? Why were they coming over?
We were getting marijuana off Ethan.
Okay. Had you smoked some marijuana earlier in the day too, or is this the first time?
This will be the first time.
Okay. All right. So they come over and tell us what happens when Ethan and Ephraim get there.
Me and Lamarion walk outside and they shoot us with the splat guns. And then we get in a car and we park somewhere, start rolling up the weed.
Okay. Let me stop you there real quick. So they get out of the car and Ephraim and Ethan both have the splat guns.
Yes.
And had you seen those before?
Yes.
Did you ever have one?
No.
Was this something that like kids do to each other at that time in your high school? Shoot each other with these splat guns?
Yes.
So that wasn't the first time you had been shot by them?
No.
And what did it feel like?
Getting popped by a rubber band.
Right. So you drive a little bit away from the Marion's house and you said you parked the car?
Yes.
Okay. About how far from his house?
Like up the street and around the corner.
Okay, so close to his house.
Yes.
All right. What happens after that? You guys are in the car, you said you're rolling up the marijuana.
We smoke one blunt and we start the second one. And then Ethan gets a text from somebody else that he was going to go serve to.
Right.
And we said
Serve
we were going to
to?
go with him. And then he was driving down the street. We seen the people at I Promise playing basketball. And he asked if we wanted to go shoot him. And we said yes.
Okay. And when you say you saw people at the I Promise school, where at the I Promise school?
On the basketball court.
Okay. Is that something anybody in your group there had ever done before, like shot at people at the basketball court?
No.
Had you ever been shot at the basketball court?
No.
Okay. All right. So tell us what happens then. You say, yeah, we're going to go do that. And what happens?
I get the gun from, no, at this point, I have already had the splat gun in the back seat from Ethan. And then he drives up, he parks it. and we hop out and we start shooting. And then
Okay, who's we?
me and Ephraim.
Okay, so you're the ones who get out and run with the two splat guns and shoot into the basketball court.
Yes.
Okay. I guess what was the intention there? Why do that?
Something to do as a kid, a teenager. I don't know.
Just
Okay,
saying, when
agree,
you
not
were
a smart
young,
idea.
Yes.
So you shoot into the basketball court,
Yes.
and then what happens?
The people we shooting at, they react. They start running. Then one guy realizes it's not a real gun. He's just standing there. And then me and Ephraim run back to the car.
Okay, you get back to the car, what do you do?
I get in the car and I hand Ethan the splat gun. Ephraim gets in the car. And then Ethan gets out the car because somebody had walked up to the car.
Somebody had what?
Somebody had came up to the car.
Okay, somebody from the basketball court?
Yes.
And what, if you remember, what side of the car did that person walk up to?
The driver's side.
And Ethan is out of the car?
Yes, he had got out the car.
So you can't really say why he got out of the car, right? But what was
No.
his demeanor when he was getting out of the car? How was he acting?
He had a smile on his face.
Okay,
He was laughing.
laughing?
Yes.
When the person came up to the car to where Ethan was,
Yes.
did you see that person?
Yes.
Were you able to, at the time, describe his appearance?
He didn't have a shirt on. He was like big and had short hair.
Okay. And what occurs next?
He has him and Ethan are talking. I can't hear what they're saying because my door is shut. They're talking, and then he throws a basketball at Ethan, and then Ethan starts shooting him somewhere in the upper torso face area, and then he punches Ethan, and then they start fighting.
And you are where in the car again? You're behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
So they're on your side, like right next to the car?
Yes.
I was thinking that too, Chrissy, the basketball.
They start fighting. What happens to the splat gun?
He took it.
Who's he? Took it from Ethan?
Yes.
Okay, and does what with it?
I don't know.
Okay. And so what do you see happening? They start fighting one-on-one?
Yes.
And when you say fighting, what do you mean?
Throwing punches at each other.
Okay. Anybody, being more of the, I guess, winner in that at that point, or is it just one-on-one?
It was one-on-one, and then two other people, the two other guys on the court ran up and they started jumping Ethan.
You said they start what?
Jumping Ethan.
Okay, so you use the word jumping. What do you mean by that?
It's 3-on-1.
Okay. So you said the first guy's throwing punches and Ethan's throwing them back, and then two other ones come over. And are they also throwing punches? Or
Yes.
what are physically throwing
Yes.
punches? Okay. So you said it's 3-on-1 at that point?
Yes.
And are they still next to the vehicle, or do they move in
They
anywhere else?
move more like in front of the car, like they start moving down the parking lot.
Okay. Is anybody, when you say moving, is anybody backing away or backing up as they're moving, or is it just everybody's moving together?
It's like a crowd just moving that way.
Okay. And so it's Ethan and the three people that were over in the basketball court.
Yes.
Was there a fourth person at all?
Yeah.
And did that person come over? Who was that?
She stayed on the basketball court.
Okay, you didn't see her being involved in the fight.
No.
So the fight's kind of moving, or the four of them are now moving away from the car.
Yes.
What do you see then?
Lamarion gets out the car, and then we hear Ethan get knocked out, and then he's like right next to Ethan. And
Lamarion is?
yes. And then I get in the driver's seat of the car, Ethan's car, and pull it up next to Ethan.
And where are the guys who were in the fight with Ethan? Where are they now?
They had walked away.
Okay. And you said you heard Ethan go down, or did you
Yes.
see it? You didn't see
I heard it and seen it. Like you heard the punch that knocked him out.
You actually heard the punch?
Yes.
And you're still at the vehicle, and they're how many feet away from you now when that punch is thrown?
Maybe like 15 feet.
And you actually hear that?
Yes.
And you see Ethan go down?
Yes.
After he goes down, what do the three people there in the fight with him do?
One of them kicks him. I seen one of them kicks him, and then they just walk away.
Okay. So those three together start walking back over to the basketball court?
Yes.
And you said that Lamarian's already over there, and why do you do what you do in getting in the car? Or I'm sorry, getting in the driver's seat?
Because we were gonna get Ethan in the car and drive him to the hospital.
Okay. So you pull the car up to where Lamarian and Ethan are?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
I get out the car and I grab Ethan's legs, and Lamarian has his arm, but we trying to lift him up, but we can't lift him up. And then one guy comes back after we can't get him in. He comes back to us and like he's talking to us like he said he wants to fight us, and like we don't want to fight you. Yeah.
And what's Efren doing?
Ephraim's in the passenger seat calling the police at this point.
Okay. So someone is saying, is it you or Lamarian?
I told him to call the police.
Okay. So you can't get Ethan in the car. Are you able to do you move his body at all?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And how does he appear to you at that point how does Ethan appear to you when you're trying to move him?
Right before we moved him, right before we picked him up, he had just coughed up blood. And then after we picked him up, he was just unconscious. He wasn't moving.
Did you see, could you tell when you're trying to move him? You said he coughed up blood. Could you tell if he was breathing at all?
It looked like it.
So one of the guys comes back and wants to fight you guys one-on-one.
Yes.
At this point, what's happening with Ethan? You couldn't move him, and now you're dealing with this other guy?
Yes.
Tell us what happens after that.
I'm in the car. I'm back in the car. I tried to shut the door. He wouldn't let me shut the door. Me and him are tussling over the door. And then he opens the door, and he starts kicking inside the door at me and Ephraim. And then the other two people, they run to Ephraim's side, and they start trying to get into the door.
Stop you there really quick. So the other two that start going back to the court come back to where you guys are?
Yes.
Did you see how they got back to where you were?
No.
All right. So you're in the driver's side?
Yes.
And Ephraim's in the passenger front seat?
Yes.
And you have one of the guys opening the door and hitting you guys while you're seated there?
Yeah.
Is that during the time period that Ephraim's calling 911?
Yes.
So the 911, sorry, rephrase that. Ephraim's, you can see him actually on the phone. You can hear him talking to 911.
Yes.
And what happens as he's doing that?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you just kind of focused or dealing with the guy trying to hit you?
Yes.
Does he hit you?
Yes.
And you said the other two come back from the court and they're on the passenger side door?
Yes.
Ephraim's side?
Yes.
And what are those two doing?
They trying to get into the car. They telling Ephraim open the door, hitting the window, and kicking the door in the window, trying to get inside.
Are they saying anything at that point?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. So basically your car's kind of, surrounded on both sides of the doors.
Yes.
What happens after that?
The guy that was on my side, the driver's side, he moves to maybe the back of the car or the other side. So I get out the car and I tell Lamarian, we gotta run. So I start running and Lamarian follows me. And then we run down the street to our friend's house.
To a friend's house?
Yes.
And that's close to the I Promise school?
Yes.
What do you do at the friend's house?
We bang on the door.
And what is your purpose?
Trying to get inside so we can get some help.
Okay. What happened to you had a phone with you that day?
Yes.
That night? What happened to your phone?
I left it in the car.
Why did you feel you had to run?
They were talking about getting real guns and I wasn't standing to get shot, so I ran.
Did you see where Ephraim went or what happened with him?
No, I didn't.
You go to the friend's home, you're trying to get help what, you're knocking on the door, what happens?
Nobody answered, so we ran to Lamarion's house.
And what do you do when you get there?
We tell his mom what happened, and we use her phone to call a friend.
To call
A friend.
and why were you calling a friend?
To come help us, like come to the house, and so we could go back to the scene.
You wanted to go back to the scene?
Yeah,
Why were you gonna do that?
we wanted to make sure Ethan was okay.
So did you go back to the scene?
No, his mom told us to stay at his house.
Lamarion's mom said to stay at the house?
Yes,
Okay, and what, did she go somewhere then?
yes.
Okay. So Lamarion's mom, do you know where she went?
She went to the I Promise school.
What's sort of the next thing that happens with you and Lamarion at his house?
The police come and they pick us up and we go down to the station and tell them what happened.
Did you give descriptions of the 3 individuals involved to the police during your interview with them?
Yes,
Did you ever see the 3 individuals before?
yes.
Tell me about that.
I've seen them at I Promise before playing basketball.
All 3 of them?
Yes.
Did you know their names or anything?
No,
Did you ever play basketball with them?
no,
All right, you just saw them there before.
yes.
Was there any way for you to distinguish the 3 men on the basketball court that night, like in terms of their height, their build, what they were wearing, what their hair was, anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay. At the time that you were interviewed by police, would you have been able to give them a description then?
Of one of them, yes.
Okay. When was it that you learned that Ethan had died?
Before the police came and got us, Lamarion's mom came back and a friend we called that she was with, he came in our house and told us that he died.
Were you injured at all in the fight that was going on?
No major injuries.
Sorry?
No major injuries.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I wasn't bleeding anywhere. I had got kicked in a private area.
The video in this case of the I Promise school, have you seen that video since this occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen it a number of times, but I just want to at least play a little bit of it so you can identify the people you're talking about.
Okay.
This is it 33?
Notice he had some coaching about, well, how'd that feel? Like a rubber band. That's what he said at first when they got hit with the SplatRBall things.
Okay, I'm starting at about 149 on the counter. This is you guys pulling up in Ethan's car.
So Chrissy, Ephraim did. He states that they played his 911 call, I think, that he was on the phone, and this guy said it too, that Ephraim was on the phone with 911, and then they knocked the phone out of his hand or something happened because that call, they were talking to him, and then that somebody knocked their phone out of his hand. But he said he was in the back seat calling, or he was wherever Ephraim was sitting. He was in the car trying to call 911. And I thought they said Friday that Donovan reached in the car and took his phone. Yeah, but I don't think they had a chance to call 911 before Ethan went down. Because just from this guy's testimony, they come around the car. Ethan's out. Ethan's smiling. They're mad. They throw the basketball at Ethan. Ethan starts firing that toy back at whoever that was, which I'm assuming was DeShawn, right? And that then he gets punched, and now the fight is going on, and it's going across the parking lot, and then it's over. It's over in a minute and 10 seconds, right? Is that what they said Friday? It was very, very short. I don't think they had time. Ephraim maybe could have, because he did not leave the car, and Lemarian or whatever did, which I didn't remember him. Yeah, I kind of think I do remember him going with the fight, but he wasn't able to do anything. And then um, he's done. Yeah, minute 14, he's done. So I don't think they had time to before, and I don't think anybody thought. I think they really just thought, like they said, pick your boy up. They thought they just knocked him out. Nobody expected that to happen. But all right, let's hear what he saw or didn't see, because they've all kind of been a little different. And Chrissy might need a cold drink of water. not in your usual way, but yeah, no, I understand, Chrissy. I understand being heated because it sucks.
Car?
Yes.
And which one of these two are you?
The one that just stopped running.
The one
Just
who's
went
going
back to the car.
now?
Yep.
So Ephraim's the one who goes further than you?
Yes.
So as you're coming back, you said you get into the car, and does Ethan immediately get out when you come
No.
back?
No.
So you get in the car and you have the splat gun,
Yes.
and what do you do with it?
I handed it to Ethan.
Okay. It appears, let me back it up a little bit, that, and then one person runs over right away from the court, back it up to about 2:08. So I'm sorry, this is you guys shooting again, and you go back. So now you two are back, and there's somebody running over. Does it appear that they were carrying anything?
Yes. Yes.
Is that the basketball you were talking about?
Yes.
Now we see the second person come over. And now a third person, correct?
Yes.
And are you still inside the car at this point?
Yes.
I'm gonna stop it at 2:53. So it looks like Ephraim's out, but you're still in the car?
Yes.
And is Lamarian still in the car?
No.
He actually gets out then pretty quickly after Ethan, after
Yes.
the fight starts?
Yes.
We saw a second person run over. Does that person just immediately jump into the fight with Ethan?
Yes.
So they're fighting one-on-one, and the second person comes over and jumps in right away.
Yes.
And how about when the third person comes over?
Right away.
Sorry?
Right away.
Like the third person jumps in right away.
Yes.
So it's pretty much in this couple seconds we've been watching an immediate 3-on-1 fight.
Yes.
So playing it again, I'm sorry, at about 2:58. It appeared that
Okay, Chrissy. There, Ephraim could have started the 911 call. But I guarantee right there, he just thought it was still a fight. When he's walking back from around the car, then he's watching. He could have been on the phone, but I don't think he was worried at that time. Even though it was 3-on-1, I don't think he was worried. But you can kinda see when Donovan goes back around the car, I think you can kinda see Ethan jerk back when he threw the basketball at him, and then the other guy came up from the other way. So, yeah, why he got the brunt of everything, I'm not sure. No, I get it. It is yes, we're watching it from a calm, from a moment, doesn't affect us. We're not getting ready to get hit by anything. So it does look like more time and we can digest it and break it apart more. But in the moment, yeah, it's just going on. I'm with you, Gabby. It's all just bad. It's all it was mutual. It was kind of mutual combat, right? A little. He's fighting back until he can't. Yeah, he reacted by then, firing that at them at close range even. So I'm sure it probably hurt a little more than a rubber band. Either that or he was scared. And if he was scared, they should have never went and did it. They should have never went and did it to begin with. But if he thought he was about ready to get a beat down, maybe that was defense. I don't know. Maybe he got out thinking he was going to calm things down to begin with, and then he threw the basketball and hit him in the head, and that ticked him off. I don't know. We will never know because he's not here to tell us. Just a waste. Such a waste.
You getting out of the car there?
Yes, I just got into the driver's seat.
Okay. And we see the three walking back to the court. Is that fair?
Yes,
And this is where you said, Ethan's down and you're going to drive over to him.
yes.
Stormy might. She said she'd been watching him.
And you said Lamarion's already over there with Ethan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now we see a figure kind of around your car. Is that the one that starts kind of going at you guys in the car? I think he just walked away though, sorry. Okay, we see, is that like a door opening? Are you guys actively trying to get Ethan in the car?
Yes.
What are you guys doing here? Let me stop it there for a second. There was some movement kind of outside the car door there. What were you guys doing?
I think we just put Ethan down.
Okay, so you took like hands or feet and
Yes.
Lauren did the same and you were trying to carry him?
Yes.
All right, and we just saw like one of the other people from the basketball court walking back to the car. Are you guys still outside the car when that person comes over?
Yes.
And play it again.
I just got back in the car.
Okay.
And you need to put more timestamps on.
Yes.
No one knows where
So,
you're.
so at about 4:30, let me back it up a tiny bit. 4:29, play it from there. You said you were right about now getting back in the car.
I just,
What's happening now at about 4:43?
he's trying to get the door open from me.
Who
I'm
is?
sorry, what did you say?
The guy's trying to open the door for me. That's when me and him are fighting for the door.
So all three of you are back in the car, or is Lamarian still out
Lamarion is still up.
with Ethan?
Yes.
I don't see anybody kicking Ethan yet. I see him kind of trying to get in the
So
car.
what is that person outside the car doing? Still trying to get in?
All right,
Not
maybe it's
at this
here.
point, I
Okay,
don't know.
what's happening now? We stop it at about 5:22. What was happening? You tried to get Ethan in, you couldn't get him in. That guy comes over from the basketball court, he's trying to get in your door. What happens?
I don't remember.
Okay, it's all right, I'm gonna play it from here. This is 5:22. Do you see another like a silver or white car coming over?
Right here, yeah.
Do you see that?
I didn't see it when this was happening though.
Okay. So what do you recall about what's happening now?
They just got my door open. He got my door open.
And what's going on?
He's kicking.
This is the same first guy that was there first?
Yes.
And now I'm gonna stop it at 5:50. You see a figure on the now passenger side of the car?
Yes.
And what's happening with that person?
He's trying to get Ephraim to open the door.
So you guys got in and locked the doors?
My door wasn't locked. No, I don't know if Ephraim's door was locked.
Okay. What do we see there? It looks like maybe a door open or,
Yes. I think that's the back passenger door that got open.
okay. And the two people at the side there, what are they doing to the passenger side?
They're trying to kick the window out. And Ephraim's door.
So I'm gonna go back just a little bit there. I'm gonna go to 6:20 on the counter. Tell us when you see or if you see yourself leaving, running away.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that at all?
Yes.
And who's now do we see running by the McDonald's here at
Do you
6:30?
guys
Me and Lamarion.
see them kick Ethan?
And you didn't see that before, but was that Ephraim?
Yes.
After you and Lamarian run, I'm gonna stop it at 6:50. After you and Lamarian are running away,
Yeah, I didn't
you
either.
never, strike that, you never saw, like we did in the video, the vehicle, the silver or white vehicle come and park near where you guys were?
No.
You did not see that
I
happening?
didn't see it if he did, but it's really blurry. The only thing I saw them kicking was the car. I was really trying to watch in between the lights and the shadows, but I did not see them kick him on the ground or stomp. I didn't see a stomping motion to where they brought him and dropped him. Yeah, and she didn't ask. She did literally just walk us through. And she didn't say, "What is happening here? Is that where they're stomping Ethan? Is that where they're kicking Ethan?" She didn't say it. Just like didn't ask for the shoe print on his chest with the ME. So if I was a jury, if you're paying attention, that's two things you got to mark off your list. I know opening statements aren't evidence, but that's what they said they were going to show. So you didn't show that, and now you're not showing this. You're not even asking.
So you described Ethan's demeanor when he got out of the car as what?
He was laughing.
When you say laughing, what type of laughing? Like tell us. Can you describe that?
A joking, like chuckle, like he was laughing.
All right. So think of this flat gun thing as a funny thing.
Yes.
When the first individual approaches Ethan, what was his demeanor?
He had a like grin on his face too.
Okay. how did it get from a grin on both their faces to this fight?
I don't know.
And I think you stated this, I just want to be clear. After Ethan is knocked out, you hear the punch is knocked to the ground. Is it one, two, or all three of them who are still attacking him?
All three.
All three?
Yes.
And how is that happening? With kicks, punches, what?
Punches. And then one guy kicks him after he's knocked out.
Where? Yeah. I agree, Chrissy. And I don't think the chuckle was like, we gotcha. I think it was just like, okay, let's go. Yeah, you'd be
I
mad.
want to clarify. So did you, Lamarian or Ephraim, ever get involved in this fight that Ethan was in, the 3-on-1 fight?
No.
That was just Ethan and the 3 guys from the court.
Yes.
And from where you could see the fight, I know it moved away from you some. How many times did you see Ethan go to the ground
Once.
from that punch that you heard?
Yes.
And when you guys were shooting into the court, when you and Ephraim were running over there and shooting into the court, where were the people on the basketball court?
In the middle of the court.
Okay, so there's one sort of door to get in, right?
Yes.
And they were in the middle of between like both sides, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you were shooting at them whether your splat gel things were hitting them?
I don't know. Maybe.
All right.
Does it matter? Not with that sound. Not when they didn't know what was going on.
All right. Thank you, Mikhail. These gentlemen are going to have some questions for you.
All right, let's go, Mr. Sin.
Good morning, young man. How are you today?
Good.
Your name's Mackay?
Yes.
Okay, Mackay. My name is John Sin, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? If I ask anything that isn't clear, you can just ask me to try and make myself clear. Fair?
Yes.
You've seen these boys before, the boys in the basketball court.
Yes.
And over the course of the year that this has been going on, have you come to learn who's who?
No.
Do you know who the Stafford brothers are?
The 2 right here.
Right. And you know there's another dude,
Yes.
Donovon Jones?
Yes.
Right. Was it Donovon Jones that we just saw in the video chasing you guys?
Yes.
Right. Who walked up to the vehicle right after you guys did the stunt of the basketball court? Who walked up with the vehicle with the basketball in his hand?
Pretty sure it was Donovan.
Okay. So if Ephraim testified that it was Donovan that walked up, he'd be telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But if Marian testified that it was DeShawn that walked up, he'd be wrong?
I would believe so.
In all fairness, you guys have been smoking a little bit.
Yes.
And you smoked a blunt and a half.
Yes.
And I take it the purpose of smoking weed, and I don't take it, I know it. The purpose of smoking weed is to get high.
Yes.
Is a blunt enough for 4 people to get high?
Yes.
Okay. So Donovan walks up and Ethan gets out and he is shooting Donovan with his black gun.
Yes.
And you testified at the grand jury, and the grand jury prosecutor asked you where he was shooting them, and you said in the face. You stand by that?
The upper torso face area.
All right. And I get upper torso face area. You said face, so face is included?
Yes.
And then those two are fighting, Donovan and Ethan are fighting, and then other dudes jump in, right?
Yes.
And you, I think, said that they were just throwing punches at each other.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't see the punch that knocks Ethan down. Is that accurate?
I seen it and heard it.
Okay. So who threw the punch that knocked Ethan down?
I don't know.
Okay. Is there a reason? You could say distance, you could say my vision was blurred, you could say people are blocking me.
It was a lot of punches being thrown.
Okay, there's a lot being thrown.
Yeah.
So you couldn't tell which one knocked him out.
Yes.
Was Ethan backing up or going forward?
He was backing up.
Was he in the area where all those potholes are? I don't know if you saw in the videos. You never went that promise, huh?
I've been there.
Okay. But you probably don't know what the condition of the parking lot was back then as opposed to today.
No.
Okay, I understand. So Ethan's backing up. You don't see him go down. You don't see exactly who knocked him down, but he goes down. Do you think you hear the punch, or do you think you hear the hit on the ground?
The punch.
Okay. And Ethan just kind of freezes up?
Yes.
And Ethan goes down, and everybody assumes he's knocked out, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you've now got eyes on this thing,
Yes.
and you now know who the three boys are. I mean, you got eyes on the three boys.
Yes.
And one of them goes up after Ethan's down and kicks him in the side.
Yes.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it one kick that you saw?
I seen one kick, yes.
Okay. You didn't see any stomping or pounding, ground pounding?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
That wasn't good for the state.
Good morning. I call you
Yes.
Donald Cal, I represent Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions here. I mean, I want to go back to the beginning on this. We've heard that there was talk of just when the night started of sort of like simulating a drive-by shooting.
Yes.
Just as a joke, right? And in your mind, was that driving by somewhere and maybe like rolling down the windows and shooting out somebody out the windows of the car?
Yes.
But that's not how the plan went, right? And at some point, Ethan gives you his splatter gun.
Yes.
And he tells you and your friend to get out and start shooting these guys.
Yes.
I mean, you could have told him no, right?
Yeah.
But you said, okay, well, and you go out and we saw you in the video running with the other young man doing those shootings. And so you come back, and as you heard, there's only one way in and out of this basketball court, right? There's fence all around it.
Yes.
And one gate that's open. So really, the basketball players are, except for that one entrance, they're trapped in there,
Yes.
right? I mean, they're like in a cage and you're shooting at them. So they run out, and I think you said you think the first guy to run out was Donovon Jones.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a question, I think on direct examination. The question was, well, first you said that Ethan had a smile on his face, and Donovon Jones looked like he had a smile on his face.
Yes.
Right? And then the question you were asked was, well, how did it get from, both of them having smiles on their faces to it turning into a fight? And you said, I don't know.
Yes.
Right? I mean, is it possible that what turned from two guys smiling at each other to a fight is when Ethan pulled the gun out and shot the guy in the face?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there was no apology like, oh, sorry, we scared you. You didn't hear anything like that. And you're saying Donovon Jones, you think it was Donovon Jones coming out there like basically saying, hey, what's going on? Could you hear what he was saying?
No.
Okay. But apparently it wasn't very long. They were standing face to face before someone gets shot in the face with one of these guns. Now you're saying tough upper torso or face.
Yes.
Okay. And now it's a fight.
Yes.
It's a fist fight, mutual fist fight.
Yes.
And then and I know you said you're not 100% sure on identities, but you think that's when the Stafford brothers run up and join in?
Yes.
You'll never
Now,
know.
you said you saw someone kick Ethan when he was laying down. You said you saw one kick of that.
I seen one kick,
You
yes.
saw it. Did you see anybody else kicking anyone before that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you know if Ethan kicked anybody during this fight?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. I heard you say that you heard someone when they were running towards the car, someone said, hey, it's not a real gun, or hey, I don't think it's a real gun. Did you say something like that?
No.
You didn't say that today? Okay. And when this fight was going on, you said it was about 15 feet away?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked a little bit about this, but you couldn't see the pavement. You don't know if the pavement had potholes or near a sewer grating. Did you know one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Okay. And if we said this whole fight, this whole fist fight, the whole thing lasted about a minute and 15 seconds. Is that possible? Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And when Ethan was down, you said you tried to pick him up and move him, like get him into the car maybe.
Yes.
And is it possible Donovon Jones came in and interfered on that?
Yes.
Okay. Was someone on a phone call with 911?
Yes.
Who was that?
Akron.
Akron. Did you see who you think is Donovon Jones attack him? He was on the phone?
No, he was on my side.
He was on your side?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did Donovon Jones stop you guys from getting Ethan into the car?
He was telling us we wanted to fight him, and we're like, we don't want to fight you right now. We're trying to get our friend some help.
So you're trying to help somebody, a friend that you believe is seriously injured,
Yes.
and Donovon Jones is saying, hey, let's have some more.
Yes.
Let's have some more fist fights.
Yes.
And you weren't interested in any of that? Okay. All right. And then basically at that point, are you taking off running and then Donovon Jones is chasing you?
Not yet, no.
What's that?
Not yet. I had got back in the car first.
Oh, okay. And then was it later
Yes.
that you ran out?
Yes.
Okay. And then is Donovon Jones the guy he's not wearing a shirt?
Yes.
And he's chasing you, we saw you in that video?
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much for your help.
Hi, after you saw Ethan go down, was it clear to you that he was not getting back up, that he was knocked out?
Yes.
And the defendants are still around him when he's knocked out,
Yes.
right? Okay. And I just want to clarify, because it was a little confusing. So you definitely saw one of the three of the defendants kick him when he's unconscious,
Yes.
and it's clear to you that he's unconscious.
Yes.
And you said in your initial testimony that punches were continued to be thrown on, punching Ethan when he was down as well. Is that what you said?
I believe so.
Okay. So just describe that for us. So he's on the ground, passed out, and how is someone punching him? Are they getting on the ground with him? How is that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you do remember he was also getting punched as well as kicked.
I just remember seeing somebody kicking.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify, because I think you said punches earlier and then kicks. Did you see anybody punching him when he was on the ground from where you were?
No.
Okay. All right. And when you were trying to help Ethan, get him into the car, did you see the injuries to his face at that time?
No.
Okay. Were you by his feet then?
I was by his feet. Yes.
And the Marion was by his face?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said on cross-examination, as the fight is moving away, it's 3-on-1 at that point, right?
Yes.
And I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Ethan was the one sort of backing away from where you guys were.
Yes.
The three around were coming at him, and he's backing away.
Yes.
Matt, do you think?
That doesn't mean he was backing away from the fight. He may just been backing away to get space because he was
So just to
throwing
clarify
punches
too,
too.
you didn't know the names of the three people there in the scene, Donovon Jones or DeShawn or Tyler Stafford at the time.
No.
And where did you're using the names now, where did you learn them or how?
After the incident.
Okay, so after the investigation or on the news or what?
Yes. On the news.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kai, you may step down.
I agree, Gabby. I agree. They're all at fault. I can't say it enough. And 1 minute and 14 seconds obviously was long enough for him to lose his life. But 1 minute and 14 seconds for the total time that started from beginning to end, they couldn't have, if they did do anything while he was on the ground, it couldn't have been much. You know what I mean? Like maybe they kind of like on TV, you see somebody get knocked out and they kind of like throw a couple more hits at him because they're just mad, but then they turn around and walk away. Didn't mean they didn't sound like they were standing there and just stomping him. Like they tried to say that happened. And again, they've not been able to put that happening now. All they've been saying, well, they kicked him and did they kick him or did they punch him? I just saw him kick him. I don't know. He didn't know. It was chaotic and it was dark. And I'm sure he was probably trying to watch his own back. Certainly wasn't going to go help his friend. All right, stop it. It is unfortunate that he lost his life. I think it's horrible. But if he was alive and would have walked away, or if they all would have been arrested that night, then they all would have deserved this. I would say if they all lived and they all got arrested that night, I would say that Ethan's group probably would have deserved a little bit harsher sentence or punishment because they started it. They engaged with those guys, not the other way around. And I keep repeating myself.
It's wonderful as always, Tara, and let's get back to our live coverage.
All right, I'm not sure who this witness is. I think it's law enforcement.
For those of you at home, this will be the jury coming into the room. We always focus on something other than the jury when we see this. I'm going to flick that out just because I think that was probably the back of a juror's head. And we get to be seated, and we are back underway.
Okay, Mr. Kuhn, on behalf of the state.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. With the court's permission, we would like to call our next witness, Akron PD Officer Patrick Mobley, to the scene.
Pretty much.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
That's good, thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court report?
Sure, Officer Patrick Mobley, M-O-B-L-E-Y,
And where do you work, sir?
Akron Police Department.
What do you do for the police department?
I'm a patrolman.
Okay, can you tell the jury what that means?
I answer calls for service, dispatch calls, and do routine patrol.
Okay, and how long have you been with APD?
24 and a half years.
Is that the extent of your law enforcement career?
It is.
Okay, and is there a particular shift that you work?
Right now I'm on day shift. It's 6:30 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, and how long have you been on that shift?
Ooh. Approximately 9 years.
Okay, so you would have been working that shift last summer?
Correct.
Okay, last June in particular?
I would.
Okay, and when you work, do you normally have a partner with you?
I do not. I work alone.
Okay, and you said you go out on patrol.
I do.
How do you get around when you're doing that?
I have a cruiser, car 2 and car 5. I work a jump car, so I cover people's days off if you want to look at it that way. So either car 2 or car 5.
Okay, and that's a marked police cruiser?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you know if you happen to be working on June 11th of last year?
I was.
Okay, and were you wearing a uniform like you have on today?
Yes, sir.
And were you in that marked cruiser?
I was.
Okay, and did you get directed to go out to 515 North Howard here in Akron?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what the purpose of going out there was?
I was dispatched to retrieve a gun, a plastic gun as evidence.
Okay, and did you know whose house you were going to?
No.
Okay, and did you get some sort of a description of this toy gun?
It was a dispatch call. So I said pick up it's been a while, so I think it said splatter gun or orange gun or something along those lines.
Okay, and do you recall who directed you to go out there?
It was a dispatch call, but the person that put the call in was Detective Williams.
Detective Williams
Mhm.
instructed you to go out there? Okay, and when you got to that address, can you describe if that was a house or an apartment or what?
It looks like one big house, but once you get inside the front door, I would say it's more like rooms, if you will. Maybe, I don't want to say rooming house, but there's rooms. And I knocked on it, I went upstairs and knocked on the apartment door on top of the steps.
Okay, and do you remember who answered the door?
It was a lady.
Okay, and did you go inside?
Yeah, she let me in and I went inside.
Okay, did you see any other people in there?
I think there were like 4 other people in there
Okay, do you remember what they were doing?
crying.
And did someone assist you in your collection of evidence that day?
I was by myself.
Okay, when you got to that address, did somebody at the house help you out?
Yeah, Tabitha opened the door and I think her name was Tabitha and directed me to a back room where the gun was.
Okay, and in anticipation of your testimony today, did you have the opportunity to review a still shot from your body cam of that day?
Yeah, I watched the video and did see a still shot.
Okay, would you recognize it if you were to see it today?
I would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 41 and have you identified. If you are able to do so, Your Honor, this has been made available to the defense. They've expressed no objection to it. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yeah, I can see it right here.
Okay, and it's a little bit grainy, but do you recognize what it is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
That's the room that I go through that door to retrieve the splatter gun, and I was first drawn to the CO2 or paint gun that was sitting on top of the I think it was a grill or a table there.
Okay, before we get to that, sir, are you certain that that's from your body cam?
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, and does it appear to have a date and time stamp on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you tell the jury sort of where it's located in the image there?
It's on the top right-hand corner, top line.
Okay, and what is that date and time, if you can see it?
Sure, June 11th, 2022, 11 a.m.
Okay, and so that is the date and time you were out there?
Yes.
Sir, next I'm going to show you what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 42. This image has also been made available to the defense, Your Honor, and they've expressed no objection to it. Sir, if you could take a look there. You could take a look at that image, and do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what that is?
I think it's either a CO2 or a paint gun. I did not know exactly which one it was, but that's where my eye first went when I entered the room.
Okay, and in this image here, do we see the SplatRBall gun that you were there to collect?
It's in the plastic Acme bag there, beside
Okay.
the Clorox bleach.
So sort of in the background there?
Yes,
Okay. And is that the item that you did in fact collect?
that's the item I collected.
Do both of these images reflect a true and accurate image of what you saw there at the scene?
Yes, sir.
When you were out there at 515 North Howard, did you encounter either of the Stafford brothers?
No,
And throughout your investigation, did you have any communication with them?
no, sir.
Additionally, throughout your investigation, did you collect any other evidence for this case?
I did not.
Were you provided, I'm sorry, let me back up. Did you ask if the paintball gun there was related to this incident?
I believe I asked if I was to get that too. I did not know, and the splatter gun is what I ended up taking with me.
Okay. Were you advised that that gun was not part of this incident?
Yeah, I believe she said it was her brother's or friends or was someone else's, not related to the case.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions.
Good afternoon, officer.
Hello.
So there's a whole bunch of cops investigating this, and your involvement happens to be limited to going out and getting a piece of evidence and bringing it back to the detectives.
Yes, sir.
You're on shift and they need someone to run out there and you run out.
Correct.
Did this seem like you were surprising the people that were in the home that you were collecting the evidence from?
Was they surprised by me?
Like, it wasn't a search warrant, was it? Kicking the door, where's the?
No search warrant, no kicking any doors. I knocked on the door and she answered it, and I said I was there to get the splatter gun. She was very, very nice and directed me to the back room.
And when we're talking about the young lady, is it your understanding that it's DeShawn's fiance and Shulman's mother? You were at Sean Stafford's house? If you don't know, you don't know.
I didn't know whose house I was at, no.
But it seemed to you like some other police officer before you in the chain had made an appointment for you to go pick something up, and those people were waiting to give you something.
No appointment. I didn't talk to any officer before being dispatched. It was a dispatch call for me. I was dispatched, went out there and got it. Didn't speak to anyone.
But you knocked on the door, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said to someone, I'm here for the splatter gun.
Correct.
So that information that there was a splatter gun there and that you were going to be picking it up.
It was in the call notes.
Okay. And do you know how that came down? I mean, this wasn't a search for a splatter gun in a home.
Do I know? Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Someone told you, hey, go to this house, they're going to give you something, bring it back to the detective bureau.
And those are the call, like, I don't know if you understand, but we're really extremely busy. We're shorthanded. So I go call to call to call to call for 10 hours straight. So yes, I read the call notes, said pick up a splatter gun, went to the house, knocked on the door. Nice lady answered, young girl answered the door. It was very nice. Directed me to the splatter gun. I get the splatter gun, probably there less than 2 minutes, I'm guessing. And take it outside. The person that made the call was Detective Williams. Took it down there, handed Detective Williams the gun, and that's my extent in the whole thing.
So one of the detectives involved asked you to go out there and get this.
He did not ask me to go out there and get it. He put a call in the dispatch, I'm assuming, and I was dispatched from a dispatcher to get the gun.
So, and I know this is commonplace to you, and I apologize if I don't quite understand.
It's fine.
But had you thought you were gonna have any trouble out there, you wouldn't have went by yourself, right?
No, I wouldn't go. No, I'm safe. Mhm.
This is a situation where someone says, go to this address, some nice person's gonna answer the door, they're gonna show you what there is, and take it and bring it back.
That's what I was dispatched, went out and got it, and yep, took it to.
And when you get there, somebody who, maybe we can assume and talk to one of the detectives involved, had organized a bunch of stuff for you and showed you to this corner and said, those are them.
I can't speak on any of that. I wasn't part of the investigation. I was just sent out there to get a gun. It's that simple. And I picked the gun up and.
Right, but, you know, no one was trying to hide a gun from you. The nice young lady walked.
No,
showed you where stuff was.
She directed me right to it, yes.
And you didn't know very much about the situation involving Ethan Liming, exactly what happened and what was important and wasn't, right?
Correct.
And you don't know whether those people did. They just lined some things up for you to look at and you took the ones that you were told to take.
I just went to the place, got the gun and left. Mhm.
As far as you know, this paintball gun that's there, it looks kind of scary, but you don't know that it has anything whatsoever to do with this, except for somebody put it there for you to look at while you were looking at the stuff.
I went back there and I asked the young lady and she said, no, it was her brothers or whoever's.
Okay. Everybody was open with you and just showing you everything, and
I didn't talk to anyone but the young lady. Mhm.
thank you. Thanks, sir. My co-counsel, just, sorry, to be clear though,
Yes,
this is a picture the prosecutor showed you. You didn't even bother taking, I mean, that gun laying there on that grill, that's not one you took, right?
the gun on the grill.
Yeah, the thing next to the tank there, the thing next to the bottom of the thing, that's just a picture. You didn't collect that piece of evidence, it wasn't.
Only thing I took out of the house was the gun in the Acme bag.
You took a bag, you took whatever's in that plastic bag next to that red box, right?
Between the bleach and the box, yes.
And I hate to say it, but, well, I hate to say it, but it looks gray and orange, and kind of looks like this thing right here, that's probably what you collected, right? Can you tell?
I couldn't hear your question.
I'm sorry, I'm talking. Do you remember what you grabbed?
I grabbed the Acme bag with the orange gun in it, yes.
And again, I know this is in your case.
Yeah.
One of these type of things, maybe?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Were you all by yourself? Because we weren't sure. Oh, no. It's Tabitha the cat.
Yes, sir.
Donald Gallagher, I represent Stafford here. I know you didn't have a major involvement in this case. This will be fairly quick, I believe.
All right.
This photo we're looking at, what does it say here? What is it, 40? 42? Okay. So you were in this room?
I was.
Okay. And Detective, you said Detective Williams directed you there?
I was dispatched. He put the call in for service, yes.
And just so we leave no stone unturned, what is Detective Williams' first name?
Mike.
Mike Williams. So Detective Mike Williams says, go out there and collect a splatter gun or something like that.
That's what the call note said, yes, sir.
Okay. And the splatter gun is this thing I'm pointing at right here in this plastic bag.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take this photograph?
Did I take a photograph?
Yeah.
It's my body cam, but I didn't.
Oh,
take
you
a
said
photo.
that. I apologize.
Mhm.
So, and I'm guessing that the still from the body cam, I mean, the camera is taking pictures all the time, right?
It's recording, yes.
And I mean, there's some rate of frames per
Yes.
second.
Mhm.
All right. So I'm guessing you're walking all through this room.
No, it's really not that.
Well, let's try this. It looks like if this is from your body camera, you're standing, I don't know,
The doorway?
3 inches from that table.
Very smaller room. I'm standing right in the doorway, basically.
Okay. So did you not move? And did you just like reach over the table with like your arms and get that bag and retrieve it?
I stood, like I say, this is not a proper representation, I guess, of the room. It's a small room. I stood there for a second. My eye was drawn to the gun first.
Sure.
I asked the young lady if it was involved, and she said it was her brothers, her friends, and she said, no, you want to get that? And I picked up the gun in the Acme bag.
You picked up the gun and you, what, walked around this table to get to
I
it?
think I might just reached over. That's a small, I mean, it's not like that's a huge grill, outdoor grill or anything. It's just,
I guess my question is this. I'm looking at this still frame that was chosen,
okay,
right? And
okay.
not chosen by you,
No.
was it?
Hmm.
But all that data was downloaded by someone and this photo was produced from that body camera.
Yes, sir.
It probably, I don't know, takes 20 shots a second or 10s, whatever it takes.
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
The center of this photo, we can agree, is this paintball gun. Like that tells me that's the subject of the photo, what it looks like to me.
I was standing like probably right in front of that, so yeah, it would have caught the whole room for sure, because it's a wide lens on the body camera, so it got the whole room, I'm assuming. And
But it appears, and we know that this gun has nothing to do with this case. This paintball gun has nothing to do with this case.
she told me that, yes.
Okay, and as far as you know today, this paintball gun has nothing to do with this case.
As far as I know, no.
But you're saying it's just a coincidence that it's in the center of this table, in the center of this photograph.
Well, I don't live there. I don't know why it's there, sir. I just got sent to pick up a gun.
And like I said, you didn't choose this photograph. You didn't have any.
Did not.
That's
Nope.
already been asked and answered.
Yeah, well, I'm not accusing him.
No, I didn't take a picture.
But my point is, it seems like if we wanted to get a photo of this, that you would at some point would have walked, or maybe there's a photo somewhere of you standing.
I know he's being annoying, but what he's doing is he's calling out the state's framing of this picture to show the paintball thing and not what they were there for. So that's what they're doing. He's really in a roundabout way saying that wasn't the focus. That wasn't what you were there for. That wasn't involved. And this picture would have been better served if it was back there showing what you were actually picking up. And it's not. And it's just a trick. It's just a move by the state. It's really all he's trying to get at. He just takes the long way around. At least I believe that's what he's trying to get at. Oh.
Standing right in front of this bag, where this bag is the center of the photograph. You see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but like you say, this thing is recording and taking X amount of pictures every second. So the room is very small, so there'd be no way for this gun not to be in my body camera.
You just made my point.
Yeah.
Your camera's taking all these pictures all the time.
Yes, sir.
And yet this one is chosen. And let me guess, with your body camera, it's where somewhere on your torso?
It's right here in the center.
So if you lean back, it aims up,
Yes.
right? If you lean forward, it goes down. If you lean left, the photo is centered more towards the left or the right.
Sure.
But we just happen to pick the one frame where there's a completely irrelevant piece of information in the center of the photo.
Sustained, that was a statement,
Okay.
and I'm not sure what your point is, but go
Okay.
ahead.
The point is we should ignore everything in this photo except this bag up here in the corner, right?
You're asking me?
As far as you know, this is the only relevant thing in the photo connected to this case.
Again, when I went into the room, my eye was drawn to the gun first, so maybe that's why the picture is the way it is. But I asked the young lady in there, very nice young lady in there, what, if it was related. She told me no. I grabbed the gun and I leave.
Did anyone consult with you and say, which photos do you think we should take for your body camera?
No, sir.
It was all done without your knowledge or consent.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
So he kind of got there, and that officer's not going to give him anything, but point maybe made of they tried to kind of throw something else in there to like, oh, look what they had. That's scary. That shoots paint. And those probably hurt worse than a rubber band. Yeah, how many times did he have to say, I don't know, I don't know. Like, I just went there to get that. I just went there to get that. I don't know. Yeah. Ugh. But I did see his point. I understand what he was trying to do. I also understand what the state was trying to do.
Sir, if you were to see the lady you dealt with that day in the courtroom, would you recognize her?
It's been a long time, but yes.
Do you know if it was her?
Was it this one woman right here that we're gonna point at that was it her? Was it her? Like, why just do that, sir. Why don't you point out like 3 people and tell them to pick one? Instead of everybody point, was it her that's sitting on the side of the defense? Good grief. No hints needed.
Stipulated is.
No, I don't know. It was I thought she had like a red hair or,
Okay. And then, so you were asked about this particular SplatRBall gun. Did you happen to ever see the gun outside of that plastic bag?
no, it was evidence. I actually put latex gloves on, left it in the bag, and handed it over to Detective Williams.
Okay, so you never laid eyes on the gun without a bag?
No, no,
So
sir.
you wouldn't know if this is it or not?
No, sir.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Wow. Somebody's just gonna be listening to that on replay and wondering why I'm meowing.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News. It was fairly bizarre testimony.
Yes,
It was just an officer who was sent to pick up the gun. Remember, DeShawn and Tyler, according to their defense attorney in his opening, said that they took the splatter gun from the scene because, according to their defense attorney, they wanted it as evidence when they were approached for the incident at the I Promise school.
Oh, he's official looking.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you give us your name, please?
Michael Williams.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of Akron,
How long have you been a police officer with Akron?
24 and a half years.
And in what capacity are you now with Akron?
I'm currently assigned as a detective in the Midnight Major Crimes Unit, and Felony Crimes Against Persons.
How long have you been in that unit?
About 2.5 years.
And prior to being in that unit there at the Detective Bureau, what other positions have you held with APD?
I worked in patrol for approximately 14 of those years, and I was a school resource officer for about 9. I was on the SWAT team for 12 years and also honor guard.
All right. Want to ask you some questions about why we're here, what happened on June 2nd of 2022. You were working that day?
I was.
And you were in the DB, the Detective Bureau at that time?
Yes, I was assigned there.
All right. How did you first get involved in this case?
I was doing some other, working on some other cases, and I was out by the Detective Bureau desk, and I heard a radio broadcast from a patrol officer indicating that there was a death.
And where was that death?
At the I Promise School on West Market Street.
And you're pretty familiar with that school, right?
I am familiar with it.
How's that?
During my time as a school resource officer, I was assigned at East and Miller South, but occasionally after school would let out, when there was a special event then it wasn't the I Promise School, it was actually a school that rotated schools as they were being rebuilt. I would go there and work after school events.
All right. And just so our record is clear, the I Promise School is located in Akron, Summit County, Ohio.
Yes, it is.
All right. So you get a call regarding a death at the I Promise School. What do you do?
At that point, I confer with the other detectives on duty that night, and I respond to the scene.
What other detectives, were there a number of detectives responding?
Yes,
All from your unit there, the night shift?
correct.
All right. Tell us what happens when you get on scene.
When we arrive on scene, speak briefly with the original responding officers. They briefed us on what they had. At that point, I didn't even know what the original call was. I found out later that it was a fight call, and kind of walked around the scene with some of the other detectives.
All right. And what is the scene like when you get there?
It's fairly dark. It's an empty parking lot. There's a car that's left unattended up towards the mouth of the parking lot going towards Market Street. Mr. Liming was in a laid out by a light pole towards the middle to eastern part of the lot.
And I guess in relationship to where Ethan Liming was found, what else are you seeing? What are the other signs of what happened there?
There was several broken cell phones. There was a broken, what appeared to be toy gun laying in the parking lot. There was a T-shirt that was neon yellow in color on the basketball court. And there was a wallet. I may be missing some of the things that were there, but that's.
All right. And would you agree with me they're kind of spread out around the where Ethan was found?
Yes, the crime scene was fairly large.
All right. So what is your next, I guess, step, or what else do you, what do you do when you get there?
At some point in time, I become aware through one of the other detectives that a lady had showed up and stated that her son was there when this occurred. And there had been a plan made between one of the detectives and patrol to go pick up other witnesses that were at the scene when it occurred.
All right. And later, did you determine who those witnesses were?
Yes.
Who were they?
They were Ephraim Stefanko, Micaiah Shady, and Lamarion Dancy.
All right. So after you learn that there were some witnesses then that are being picked up by patrol, and where were they going to be taken?
They were going to be taken to the detective bureau at the station.
All right. What do you do with that information?
Meet with the other detectives on scene and decided that myself and Detective Aber would go back to the station to interview the witnesses so that we could get some information, possibly to put some information out about suspects. And Detective Hornacek and Detective Keith Williams would remain at the scene.
All right. So you go back to the DB.
Correct.
Are you involved in interviewing all three of the boys?
Yes.
Through those interviews, were you able to get any names of the suspects?
No.
How about descriptions?
Yes.
All right, could you go through, I guess, the descriptions that they were given?
The descriptions from all three boys were fairly consistent. They described a black male, 5'9", skinnier but cut, braids with colors on the tips. The second description given was.
Well, let me stop you there. So that first description, you were obviously actively involved in this investigation.
Yes.
You watched the I Promise video and other videos, right?
Correct.
And then later you were involved in interviewing the two defendants, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
2 of the 3.
So that first description that was given to you, who did that? Did you determine who that was?
We later determined that to be DeShawn Stafford.
Okay, so go ahead then.
The second description was physically similar with braids. I believe Mr. Dancy actually stated that they looked very much alike and thought that they may be brothers. We later determined that to be Tyler Stafford.
Okay.
The third description was of a larger male, 6 foot, that had I believe they called it a close cut, but he was definitely bigger and had his shirt off. And all three also stated that there was a female on scene, but couldn't give no further description than she had something over her hair.
Okay, so that third male with the short haircut and no shirt, who did you determine that to be?
Donovon Jones.
All right. And the female who was on scene, that was described to be on scene, did you ever get a name for that person?
We did figure out who it was, yes.
All right. And who did you determine she was?
Driana Blair, I believe was her name.
And what was her relation to anybody on scene?
She was Tyler Stafford's girlfriend.
All right. Was the, I'm gonna get back to a couple questions in regard to her, but so you're interviewing the 3 boys, and at the same time, are other detectives, crime scene unit officers, detectives, are they collecting all the evidence on scene and any video evidence?
Yes, while we were interviewing the witnesses, they were processing the scene.
Okay. And along with the descriptions of the suspects involved, were the 3 boys able to give you a description of the vehicle that they arrived or left in?
Correct. They did give a description of the vehicle.
What was the vehicle, or how was it described?
The vehicle was described as a SUV, not a car, excuse me, not a minivan, but a smaller SUV. I believe the term crossover was actually used at one point. One of the boys actually said that he remembered seeing what he described it, what I determined to be a Chevrolet emblem. And I actually pulled up a picture on my cell phone of a Chevrolet emblem and showed it to him. And he said, yes, that was the emblem that was on the car.
All right. And photographs, or sorry, video, did you obtain videos of that car? Because you're trying to determine who's driving that car, right?
We were trying to determine all the occupants. Yes.
Okay. So did video surveillance assist in determining what type of car and later whose was it?
When we got the video, it definitely was a smaller SUV as they had described. And it was one that I didn't know off the top of my head. Through the video, we had several pictures of it coming and going, and it was silver in color.
All right, thank you. Tell us, I guess, in the investigation, how you determine who the three men are who were at the basketball court and were involved in this.
We received numerous Crime Stopper tips in the days following that gave names. Some gave even a car and a license plate through the Summit County Crime Stoppers.
All right. So with that information, what do you do?
With that information we were given, we were able to obtain the names of DeShawn Stafford, Tyler Stafford, and Donovan Jones. We're actually in several of the tips. We began to research them to see if we could tie them to the car or where they lived and stuff like that so that we could continue to investigate.
All right. And were you able to tie them to the vehicle?
We were, yes. One of them actually gave a license plate, and I believe that the car, when we ran it, actually returned to DeShawn Stafford.
Okay. And how do you go about locating that vehicle?
We checked prior reports for Mr. Stafford. We checked registrations. We checked a website that we use called Clear, and we came up with an address of, I believe it was 515 North Howard.
Okay, and did you go to that address?
We did. Actually, Detective Hornacek, the first night that we got it, we went and drove by that address and did not see the car there.
Okay, and what about you?
In the course of a personal errand, I had to go through that area, and so I purposefully drove by the house when I was off duty, running my errand, and observed the vehicle that I saw in the video sitting on the north side of 515 North Howard Street, and at the time, it did not have a license plate on the back of it.
All right. What do you do with that information?
Well, when I'm driving to my errand, I see a male coming down the steps at 515 North Howard. The male matched the physical description. He had a hoodie up, and he had dreads sticking out of the front of the hoodie that were tipped in a different color.
So that person coming out of the house matched the description of which of the three suspects that were given?
DeShawn Stafford.
All right. Do you have any interaction with him at that point?
No.
Okay. After locating the car and someone who appeared to look like DeShawn Stafford, what do you do with that information?
Well, after I completed my errand, I came back by the house and was able to get a picture of the vehicle sitting on the north side of 515 North Howard. That night when I came into work, I looked at the video again that we had from all the different sources. And in the picture, there was visible damage to the front passenger side of the car that was parked by 515 North Howard. We compared that to the video, and we in the video could see that same damage, or what appeared to be that same damage on the car in the video from the crime scene.
Okay, so now you've identified the car from the crime scene as going back to DeShawn Stafford at that 515 North Howard Street address. What's the next step in the investigation?
At that point, we gathered as much as we could, and we presented it to prosecutors to see if we were able to sign after we did some photo arrays.
You did photo arrays with the three boys?
Correct.
And how did they do with the photo arrays?
I don't really know that because we're not permitted to be in the room because we personally know who the suspect is. So we have no part in the photo array itself.
Let me rephrase that then. Do you know if any of the three boys picked out DeShawn Stafford?
Yes.
Okay. Let me back up a minute. You have information about the vehicle now. I guess it turned out to be a silver Captiva. Is that what it is?
Correct, a Captiva.
Okay. And you have some identifying information now for the people who were involved in the incident. When is it that, or did you at any time issue arrest warrants?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
I don't recall exactly when we issued the arrest warrant. I know it was a Friday. I can tell you that.
Okay. And at that point, what were you basing your arrest warrant on?
The Crime Stoppers tip, the video, the vehicle itself.
All right. So were you contacted when an arrest was made of the Stafford brothers?
Yes, I was.
After their arrest, are you involved in interviewing them?
Yes, I was.
And were you in? Okay. When you interview someone, where do you do it? After their arrest?
The Detective Bureau.
Over here at APD?
In APD, and it's in interview rooms, we call
them. Okay. And you said you were involved in both Tyler and DeShawn's interviews?
Correct.
During those interviews, did either one of them admit to being present at the scene of the basketball court there?
They both did.
Okay. So now they're putting themselves there as two of the three people there.
Correct.
And then later, I believe Donovon Jones was also arrested?
Yes, it was a short time after it was at a different location.
You were you were not in the room. We just had a witness testify to locating and taking into custody basically one of the Orbeez guns, and that person testified it was located at DeShawn Stafford's home. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
During my interview with DeShawn, he stated that he had one of the Orbeez guns that he had removed from Mr. Liming's car and that it was at his house.
And then so you were involved in asking Officer Mobley to go pick that up?
Correct. I called our dispatch, created a call for service with the information that I just needed them to go to that residence and pick up the Orbeez gun from the occupant that was left inside the house.
Okay. What number are we on? Is it 44? 43. Okay. The interview that you conducted with DeShawn Stafford, after you conduct such an interview, do you go back in your investigation and review it?
Yes.
And obviously you've done that in this particular case.
I have.
I'm gonna then play for you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 43, that interview with Mr. DeShawn Stafford.
Well, now I know why his testimony is so long, because we're going to see these. Or the outside of the courthouse. Wait, excuse me. It doesn't sound like they tried to hide. Who knows if that license plate was on that car to begin with. Obviously didn't change their appearance. And they admitted they were there. I wonder what would happen if they would have stayed there and called the police themselves. Said, hey, these guys ran up on us. We didn't know. Probably still be in trouble.
This is exhibit 43. Is this Mr. Stafford after arrest?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's like, get him out of
And, you know, part of this interview is an actual interview, but part of it is just a lot of dead time while he's waiting to be interviewed and after he's interviewed and things like that.
Correct. The majority of it is.
All right, I have a notation of where your interview started, and I believe that begins at 1:27:44. If I could have just one moment, Judge.
no, I gotta say it. Just one time say no. And lawyers and tech. If this goes off without a hitch, it'll be a first. It'd be interesting to see if they thought he was still alive. I'm sure they did. Maybe.
To 1:27, approximately 1:27 or so of the video. Starts at 1:27:13.
I mean, yeah, they just thought he was knocked out.
I can ask you a question while we're waiting for that to begin, but he is in custody, it appears here with no shirt on and maybe no shoes on. Do you know why that is?
I believe that he was still in bed when the U.S. Marshals served the warrant.
Why is his hand in his
So they just
pants?
arrested him based on that?
I believe so. Yeah, I was not on scene when the
And I
arrest
think,
actually was made.
sorry, and later you actually get people to go get him some clothing?
Correct.
It looks like he was arrested about 9 days. They both were arrested 9 days after the assault.
That's correct.
I'm Detective Haber. With Akron Department, this is Detective Williams. All right. Real quick, just
So do you have the ability to turn it up at all on your end? I'm as high as I am on my end. I know it's going to be a little low.
Try that. I don't.
information from me. How you feel, DeShawn? Sean? Okay. I'm Detective Haber. With Akron Department, this is Detective Williams. All right. Real quick, we're just gonna get some information from you. How you feel, DeShawn?
D-E-S-H-A-W.
And your last name?
Stafford, S-T-A-F-F-O-R-D.
And the date of birth?
10-301.
And do you know your social?
28906.
And where do you live at?
What does everybody else?
We live there with
My mom.
your mom. And good phone number for you?
230
8971
9.
8979? Okay. All right, so we have to read this to everybody, okay? Just it's part of our policy, okay? You have the right to remain silent, do you understand that? Just say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer, have him or her present while you're being questioned, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Remember, when you hear you have the right to remain silent, do that. Get an attorney. Just don't talk because they are going to use, look, they're going to use it against you. They're using it against him. He was said, I want an attorney. Interview over. And there wouldn't be any.
Do you understand that? All right. Having these rights in mind, that I explained to you, do you want to talk to us and explain what happened that night in your side of the story?
Am I going to jail? If you're under arrest right now, so I'm going to jail. More than likely. But now is your time to tell your side of the story. Because we only have one side of the story. And there's always two sides to every story. If you want to tell us your side of the story, we're more than happy to sit here and hear what you have to say to us. It is kind of crazy, and that's kind of why we want to. I ain't even want to say y'all seen for yourself. Well, the video isn't that good, so we can't see everything, and we don't know what you were thinking at that time. You know what I mean? It's all about shit. It's not this. I literally got shot at my leg. Got shot, came out this way.
Okay, so just tell us what happened, man.
Just stop there for a second. You should be seeing the video, and it's unfortunately kind of hard to hear Mr. Stafford, but he's rolling up his pant leg and he's showing you something. What was that?
It was a gunshot wound.
Not involved in this, nothing involved.
It had happened prior.
They was chasing us on
He's literally has an actual wound, and you wonder why he reacted the way that he did. Oh my gosh. Cut him some slack. They picked the wrong thing. Oh my gosh. This was like the perfect storm coming together.
the court, which is those are the police playing basketball. They did not come here to play basketball. They did not come do none of that, bro. They literally pulled up fast as fuck. I thought those people getting out the car to shoot at us like real guns. I was going to do it. I didn't look at the car. I didn't do nothing. I ran away. But I ran away.
Okay, again, it's pretty hard to understand. What is being communicated there?
He states that he was playing basketball and a car pulled up very fast and people jumped out and he thought that they were going to shoot at him.
My brother was on the court, and they was running after us. And whatever it did, my brother yelled out the gun was fake and whatever. And I went over there to confront him. He's still shooting, literally my body. And then when as I'm getting closer, he shot me all over my face and shit.
Can you pull your hair up?
All right, again, what is he saying there?
He's saying that he took off running. His brother stayed on the court and yelled to him at some point that it was a fake gun.
It appears that he's talking about then getting shot again.
Well, yeah, he's after viewing the video, fast forwards a little bit to getting shot in the face as he's approaching Ethan at his car.
And I think you just asked him, or about to ask him to show you where he was hit.
Yeah, he said he was shot all in his face, so I asked him if he could lift up his hairline so I could see if there were any injury present.
Thought he said all over his
He does
body.
that for you?
Yes, he does.
You see any injury on his head?
There was an injury in his hairline that he later clarified was from hitting his head on the pavement, but I didn't see anything that looked like a circular gel bead mark.
All right, continue playing at 131:09.
Where did you get checked? Right here. All right. Okay. When you say you guys were on the court, who was on the court?
Just me and my brother,
Some other dude, do you know who that other dude is? You ever seen him before, nothing like that? Okay. So you were just,
Stopping it again there, 131:27. You're asking him, there was he, his brother, and some other dude on the court, and who does he say the other dude is?
Well, I asked him who was on the court. He said him and his brother, and then some other dude that he did not know.
And did that turn out to be a correct statement?
Donovan Jones is his cousin.
So he's telling you he doesn't know who Donovan Jones is?
Correct.
He doesn't know who that third person is?
Correct.
Starting again at 131:27.
he there when you got there? The other dude? Okay. And who was the girl? You don't know her either? Was she there when you got there? You don't know? Okay. All right, go ahead. So, continue.
whatever, he shot me in my face, whatever. So I hit, and then his friend got out the car to try to help him, whatever. So, and as that was happening, my brother came and tried to help me and shit. And he got him off, and guess what? I got all this right here.
What's that from?
That's from the road. When he hit down, I hit my head like literally he slammed me.
So you and the guy,
This is Ethan. Ethan had the gun. Ethan
Okay.
shot me in the face.
okay, so and then you go up and you punch Ethan?
Yeah, after he shot me in my face.
Okay, and then what happened? You guys grabbed each other? Was there a tussle?
He grabbed me, he literally grabbed me, and then I slammed him.
So you slammed him onto the ground,
Yeah.
and then what happened when you fell off?
He literally, we let him back up. My brother was helping me where the fuck. Yeah, I hit him a couple times. We let him back up. And then he started following my brother, whatever, because he was about.
Let me stop there. It's, again, hard to hear. Can you kind of go through what, I know you've reviewed this many, many times, so could you kind of go through what he's saying there?
So Mr. Stafford stated that as he approached, he was getting hit in the face with the Orbeez. He punched Ethan and took the gun off of him, and they began to tussle.
There's something about him being on the ground and letting him up.
Correct. He had I would call it an abrasion, a road rash type injury on his arm. And he stated that he got that from the road when he slammed Ethan.
Okay. And he slammed Ethan, and then what happened?
He said that his brother came up to help. After it's unclear the time, that they let Ethan up.
From there, 132:37.
Okay, so you guys are walking away from the
Yeah,
situation,
she literally walked away, bro.
and he came back toward you.
He was following my brother. And
Your brother Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him and I hit him and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground. So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around when your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for sure.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's spraying up my brother.
Okay.
So when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so when he fell, what happened after that?
I hit him.
Stop there, 133:25. He says he hits Ethan, and what did he say, something about sleep or something? What was that comment?
I didn't hear that. I'm
Let me
sorry.
Back it up for you. Something like he hit him, and then something with sleep.
He went right to sleep. That's what he said.
Let me back it up to 131:36.
Was she there when you got there? You don't know? Okay. All right, go ahead. So, continue.
Whatever, he shot me in my face, whatever the fuck. So I hit him, and then his friend got out the car to try to help him, whatever the fuck. And as that was happening, my brother came and tried to help me and shit. And he got him off, and guess what? I got all this right here.
What's that from?
That's from the road. When he hit down, I hit my head like literally he slammed me.
So you and the guy.
This is Ethan. Ethan had the gun. Ethan
Okay.
shot me in the face.
Okay, so and then you go up and you punch Ethan?
Yeah, after he shot me in my face.
Okay, and then what happened? You guys grabbed each other? Was there a tussle?
He grabbed me, he literally grabbed me, and then I slammed him.
So you slammed him onto the ground?
Yeah.
And then what happened when he fell?
He literally, we let him back up, and my brother was helping me where the fuck. Yeah, I hit him a couple times, we let him back up, and then he started following my brother because we was about to leave.
Okay, so you guys are walking away from the
Yeah,
situation.
she literally walked away, bro.
And he came back toward you?
He was following my brother. And
Your brother Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him and I hit him and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground. So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around when your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's spraying up my brother.
Okay.
And so when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so when he fell.
Right there, I literally hit him and he went right to sleep.
Correct. He said, I hit him and he went right to sleep.
What happened after that?
I hit him 2 times.
When he was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
None after that, they,
I'm gonna pause there real quick and take you back just a couple seconds. One,
I won't even put it on the screen, Chrissy.
32, 39.
Walking away from the
yeah,
situation.
she literally walked away, bro.
And he came back toward you?
He was following my brother. And
Your brother Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him and I hit him and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground. So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around when your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's spraying up my brother.
Okay.
And so when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so when he fell, what happened after that?
I hit him 2 times.
When he was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
None after that, the motherfucking friends, they tried to come jump in and steal and shit, but the other nigga, the one with the dreads, he ran away. And then the light skin nigga followed him and shit.
Okay. And what?
Stop it at 133:43. Again, unfortunately harder to hear in the courtroom. But after Ethan, when he says he punched Ethan and Ethan went right to sleep, went to the ground, what did he say after that? What did he do to Ethan?
I simply asked him what happened after that, and he said he hit him 2 more times. And I clarified while he was on the ground. He stated he did.
And is it hit or punched or just
Hit, the word I used.
hit?
He
He says
used.
2 more times while he's on the ground.
Correct.
And it appeared as if, or correct me if I'm wrong, that he said when he was walking away and his brother called to him and then he walked back over, did he indicate that they were actually, Ethan and Tyler were actually fighting at that point?
Yeah,
They
the
said
words,
squaring up or something like
see,
that?
the words he used was squaring. They were squaring up, and Tyler called his name.
So not actively fighting, but squaring up.
Squaring up, yes, was the word he used.
Continuing at 133:43.
About the white kid, the other white kid.
I think he was in Carlos, no, we ain't even touch him. Literally after we knocked out, we didn't even touch nobody else.
Did, was Ethan one of the ones that came over to the court and shot at you?
Yes,
He was.
He had the gun and literally ran towards, like he ran it down with that gun, like literally.
Over at the courts?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically assault with a motherfucking toy gun.
So, did you know it was a toy gun to begin with?
No, I just told them they pulled up and I started running. They pulled up like they was gonna, like, if you know people in the hood, bro, you know how they pull up real fast and they just get to jumping out shooting, bro.
Okay.
That's how it was. Like,
When did you realize that it wasn't real, I guess?
I told you, my brother yelled out the gun.
Just a fake gun. So were you still on the court at that time?
I was like literally all the way in the back, off the court, going to the back.
So you came out and you ran away?
Yes.
Okay, so who ran towards them?
Who ran towards who?
Who ran towards the blue car originally?
I walked, like, like you talked about after they chose this.
When you're on the court and they're shooting at you and you realize it's a toy gun, you're running the other way. Who towards the blue car? Because the video showed somebody running towards the blue car, not running away.
I'm trying to, they ran.
Pausing it there for a second, it'll buffer and not be skipping, but, is it, from his statement to you, is Mr. DeShawn Stafford saying that Ethan was one of the ones that got out of the car originally and ran to the court shooting?
Correct. He stated that Ethan was one of the ones that was shooting at him on the court and chased him.
And obviously he must have been mistaken or something, right? Because we know that.
He probably said that because Ethan had it in his hands and hit him again with it. So that's probably why he thought he was one of the ones that came up running. Grief. Make something out of everything.
That's not true.
I know that not to be true.
I don't think he was lying on purpose right there.
Back just a couple seconds.
Not like about his cousin and his girlfriend. Yeah, yes, exactly. Because that's who he saw have it in his hand. That's who got him again with it.
Was Ethan one of the ones that came over to the court and shot at you?
Yes,
He was.
He had the gun and literally ran towards, like he ran it down with that gun, like literally.
Over at the courts?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically assault with my fucking toy gun.
So, did you know it was a toy gun to begin with?
No, I just told they pulled up and I started running. They pulled up like they was gonna, like, if you know people in the hood, right, you know how they pull up real fast and they just get to jumping out shooting.
Okay.
That's how it was. Like,
when did you realize that it wasn't real, I guess?
I told you, my brother yelled out the gun was fake.
This is a fake gun. So were you still on the court at that time?
I was like literally all the way back off the court, going to the back.
So you're saying you came out and you ran away?
Yes.
Okay, so who ran towards them?
Who ran towards who?
Who ran towards the blue car originally?
I would walk, like you talked about after they
So
chose this.
when you're on the court
Yeah.
and they're shooting at you and you realize it's a toy gun, you're running the other way. Who ran towards the blue car? Because the video showed somebody running towards the blue car, not running away.
I'm trying to, they ran back to the car. That's
correct.
Nobody ran directly towards the car.
Somebody followed them.
Yeah,
we can see that.
I followed them back to the car.
Okay.
That was what I just told you. I went to there to confront him about shooting us.
Okay, so that was you that came.
Literally, and when I'm walking up to him, he literally shoot me all in my shit, literally.
Okay.
So that's when you hit him, and then you had, and you slammed
That's what
him.
I'm saying.
And then
I tried to talk to him literally, but he literally just kept shooting me. He shot me in my face, so I hit him.
Okay.
So when he was knocked down, you said you hit him a couple times.
Yes, I did.
Who kicked him?
I don't know.
You don't know? Was it you?
No.
No. Was it the other guy that you don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. He probably, for real, to be honest with you, he probably got kicked when we was testing, like, when I sprayed my arm and shit, he probably got kicked back there, because we was both on.
Is that the marks on your hands from hitting him, or from?
This from scraping on the concrete.
When you slammed him?
Yeah, this is from scraping on the concrete and shit. I think this is from hitting when I,
knocked him out?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my knuckle.
Is it broken or anything?
It's probably broken.
Did you go to the hospital?
So the whole thing, you guys are, he gets knocked down, a little bit happened afterwards, correct? And then they moved the car to go get him. What happened after that? And then you said you started confronting other guys in the car.
We confronted the dudes in the car. They moved the car, like, we got in the car and literally drove off and left.
Who, did you move their car, that blue car off the car? Who moved that? You don't know?
I ain't saying nobody shit.
Did Tyler move the car?
No.
Did you see their car?
Happened at 1:36:56, is what's being asked now about Ethan's car.
Correct.
That somebody moved it, we know that from the video, right?
Correct.
And are you asking him who moved it?
Yes.
And what is his answer?
He doesn't know.
Meeting at the same time, 1:36:56.
Right.
But I threw up. I don't know what happened. Y'all seen the throw up in the sand. I was throwing up. I literally hit my head on the concrete right here, bro. literally, I'm in my hair, bro. I couldn't do it. I was literally disoriented. Almost passed up.
How did you drive your car home?
Yes.
How did you hit your head?
Slamming, he literally grabbed my head, bro. He literally grabbed my head. And then when I picked him up, literally went down, both went down. I cracked my head over. My head was literally bleeding.
Okay.
Stopping at 137:29. He said something there about throwing up. Is that what he said?
Correct.
What did he say?
We were inquiring about the car and he said he didn't know that he literally threw up from hitting his head.
And later, when you're reviewing the I Promise School video, can you see that?
Yes, you can see Mr. Stafford vomit in the video.
Okay. And after he throws up and watching that video, where does he go?
Back and stands by his gray Captiva.
And in that video, can you see Donovon Jones at that time? Or is he run off chasing the boys?
At that time, he had already chased Ephraim towards Market Street.
So through your investigation, who would have been of the three men there, the one to get in Ethan's car and drive it to the side of the parking lot?
Tyler Stafford moved the car.
Okay. Starting it at 1:30.
So it could be, Chrissy, concussion, or it could be, I know some people, like, after they have a big adrenaline rush like that, afterwards, they'll get sick. So, like, I don't know if it's an adrenaline dump, but I know they'll get sick like that. So it could be either. Maybe he thought he had a concussion, but it was that, because his adrenaline had to be sky high. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I heard him say that. I just was wondering if that's what he attributed it to. I'd be curious to know if he had any other symptoms afterwards. But yeah, he is lucky. They're all, yeah, I won't repeat myself again. I won't. This is just so bad. And he's not being truthful about everything. He did know who Donovan was. Like I said, he did know who the girl was. But I don't know that he knew who moved the car. If he's over doing what they said, they can see him on video. Thank you for not showing us that part. Appreciate it. Then maybe he didn't see who moved the car. So I know they're going to be like, well, you lied here and you lied here and you lied here. He should have never told. He should just zipped it up. Got an attorney. Called Mr. Sin.
37:29.
Did you grab any of the phones? When someone called 911, you were there?
I don't know. I didn't touch nobody's shit.
You didn't touch anybody's phone?
Okay, so you were never inside the car, or reached inside the blue car?
Yeah, I reached inside the car. That gun that they had is in my house.
Okay. Okay. Did you take the gun?
Yeah, I took the gun. I was about to use it for evidence for the fuck. I didn't know the little nigga died till the next morning, bro, because I was going to report they asked for shooting at us at the basketball. And then all I see is the next morning, dude was dead, bro.
Let me ask you this, why didn't you just call us that night?
Because I didn't know he was fucking dead.
Well, I mean, you said you were gonna call a reporter for shooting at you,
but it would
be irrelevant.
I didn't feel like it was that serious. I'm like, fuck this, I'm not a snitch. I'm not about to just, I'm like, oh yeah, they caught up here, whatever, so they shot at me. This, and I'm not about to do that. I literally went home.
So, I got a question for you. Since you reached in the car to get the gun,
yes.
All right, there's a third person there that nobody seems to know.
Who?
Well, you said there's three dudes. There's you and your brother, and you didn't know the other guy, correct?
No.
Okay, so somebody moved the car. So if you reached into the car, do you have a problem if we collect your DNA? Because we're swabbing the car for DNA, and if you were in the car, we need to be able to match your DNA up to that so that we can figure out whose DNA is the one we don't know. Do you have any problem with that?
Definitely got a problem with my DNA, but I got a bird for all that shit.
Okay, well, we're gonna get a search warrant for your DNA right now, and we're gonna come back and you have to give it to us. So, we'll get the judge to sign a court order, and You need any water or anything? There's a guy going right now to pick some up for you. Yeah, we'll get you a restroom in just a minute.
Stopping it at 1:39:30. So right there at the end, you asked me if you wanted less water. Is that when you're saying, you said something about they're picking them up right now? What are you referring to?
The jail clothes.
The clothes for him to put on?
Yeah.
Okay. And then backing up a little further from that, you asked him why he kind of states he took the gun as evidence, he was going to report it. But then what does he say? He did report it?
I asked him when he said he took the gun out of the car, he said he took it as evidence because he was going to report them for shooting the toy gun at them. I said, okay, why did you not call that night? And he said, I didn't know that he had died. And I said that the fact that he died is irrelevant. You said you were going to call because they were shooting at you with the toy gun. Why didn't you call? And he said, I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
All right, so at this point, there's really no other, is there any other discussion of the events after this?
Not to my recollection.
So I'm gonna end it at 1:39:30. Did you determine through your investigation and interviewing all 6 individuals involved, right? After interviewing everybody and watching the different videos, the I Promise video, were you able to identify who was the one who was kicking at the windows on Efren's side of the car there?
I believe there was a statement made that it was one of the Staffords.
The statement we just played, which I think I marked as State's Exhibit 43, DeShawn Stafford's statement, is that a fair and accurate copy of that statement?
It is, yes.
The vehicle, the Kia, Ethan's vehicle, are you aware if the keys were in the vehicle when that it had been moved by Tyler and set there? Are you aware if the keys were there or somewhere else?
Keys were never found.
The keys to the vehicle were never found?
No.
All right, did you attend the autopsy, Ethan Liming's autopsy?
I did not.
Okay. Did you review the autopsy photographs and learn about what the injuries were?
I did.
Okay. Are you aware of injuries to Ethan's hand? I think it was the left hand?
Yes.
So is your understanding there were abrasions on his left hand, the knuckle sort of area?
Correct.
Okay. Through your investigation, did you ever determine whether Ethan Liming is right-handed or left-handed?
He's right-handed.
And how did you know that?
Through pictures of him playing baseball, he throws right-handed.
Was there any injury to his right hand that you were aware of?
No.
What if
The 2 Orbeez guns we're talking about, we have them both in evidence. Right. Is your understanding one's recovered from DeShawn Stafford's home, right?
Correct.
And the other is the one that's on scene, kind of broken at the scene of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And we had previously seen a bottle, like a water bottle with the little Orbeez gel balls in that bottle. You've seen that bottle as well?
Yes.
And where was that recovered again?
Mr. Liming's car.
Okay. Was that the only bottle that was recovered with that many pellets, or not pellets, gel balls in it?
To my knowledge, yes.
In any of the interviews involved in this case, the interviews of the 3 kids in the car and the interviews of the 3 men on the court, Did any of them say that anybody was recording any of this incident?
No,
Earlier you said you did identify the girl that's in the video as, is Driana Blair? Is that
Correct.
correct? What relation was she to anybody involved here?
Tyler Stafford's girlfriend.
And was there an attempt to, well, first of all, when did you even learn that was her name and who she was?
I don't recall the exact course of how we learned her name.
Were you trying to find her to interview her?
Correct, yes.
And at one point, did you attempt to interview her?
I did not.
Yeah, who did?
Detective Hornacek did.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that?
She said she didn't have anything to say to us.
There was some questioning early on in this case about the scene and about some markings on the ground. I'm going to show you what I've marked previously as State Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what's pictured there?
Yes, it's a crime scene, the I Promise parking lot.
Okay. And in the picture, I'm not going to put it up on the overhead now, but they've seen it before. There's some like darker sort of black marks there. Do you see that?
I do.
And there was a question whether those were potholes in the parking lot. Are you aware of what they are?
They appear to be potholes that have been filled with coal patch.
And from the crime scene video that we saw earlier, but you reviewed the crime scene video?
Correct.
I mean, were there indeed these big potholes in the road at that time, or in the parking lot at that time?
No, the coal patch made the almost level with the regular surface of the parking lot.
Okay, so the picture's kind of deceiving. Is that a fair?
It is.
And when you look at the crime scene video, can you see the parking lot surface better there?
Yes.
And I think I'm on 45. Video is 44? 43, sorry. Okay. And just because it's been brought up several times, I just want to make sure we all are on the same page. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit. Like, did you guys show that?
Why do they keep even going up there when if they think they're going to put him on the screen?
So this is State's Exhibit 44. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and again, the picture is not all that great, but do you see what we were just talking about there? What you were just talking about an area that's filled in kind of with blacktop?
Yes, that's what used to be a pothole near the drain that's been filled by coal patch is what I call it, what they patch potholes with.
Okay, and this appears to be, says R. Miller 1229. Who's that?
That's Sergeant Robert Miller, who is the sergeant for the Midnight Crime Scene Unit.
Okay, and so this would be taken from his image from his body camera or still?
I believe it was probably a still photo.
Okay, because we do have the active crime scene going on here at that time.
Yes.
All right, and then just to clarify again, State's Exhibit 45, another area where you say these are not open holes but have been filled in?
Correct, they're filled in with coal patch.
Okay. If I could have 1 minute.
No, when closed captioning put that up there, I just read it as "danana," and it just stuck in my head. And then it got funny. And then I couldn't help it. And then I just kept repeating it in my head as Danana. Thanks, Chrissy. I really try not to even read these closed captionings because they're so bad and they're so funny sometimes. I hope they don't flash any pictures up there, cameraman. Grief.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Judge.
All right, Mr. Sin.
Hey, Detective, how you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Detective Williams. Good for 2:30 in the afternoon. So you got 24 and a half years with APD,
Yes, sir.
and you and I have been running into each other for 24 and a half years, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were a rookie when I was a young prosecutor. Do you remember those days when?
Vaguely.
And you learn a lot in 24 and a half years, but apparently you learned about cold patch. What is cold patch?
It is the word that I use to call what the highway crews fill potholes with.
And I appreciate that. What you're telling this jury is that the holes you saw seem to be repaired.
Yes.
But this isn't something where you go out and you confirm with LeBron and his people that the holes are filled in with a certain product. It's just, you're telling us that it looked to you that night that the holes weren't open potholes, but looked like there was repairs.
Yes.
Well, we can agree that you kind of don't need to start patching up perfectly good parking lots. Somebody was trying to Band-Aid a problem, could we say?
Yes.
Winters are hard in Ohio and things happen. Okay. I mean, certainly the parking lot was functional. People still park their cars there.
I would assume. I work at night, so there's usually not cars there.
We went out there the other night and it looks all brand new. So obviously it had exhausted its lifespan. Okay. You didn't arrest my client, DeShawn, did you?
Physically, no.
Who decided to drag him in there without any clothes on? Whose choice was that?
The U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force were the people that made that arrest.
This is 9 days later. Is that accurate? I'm not sure on that.
I believe it was 9, yes.
All right, so 9 days later, this thing's been all over the news, and you guys have the U.S. Marshals, which are really a task force of local agencies assigned to the marshals.
Yes.
They go out and they collect people on warrants.
Yes.
And somehow they go out there and do you know am I correct they dragged him out of his bed?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that he was in the house. I believe one of the detectives said he was sleeping.
Okay. And some of the news channels and stuff, they have pictures of him up as if he walks around like this, shirtless, with hair all crazy all the time. They didn't really get a chance to clean themselves up. The U.S. Marshal doesn't give you a chance to clean yourself up before you go into custody, do they?
I would know that. I've never been on that task force.
I mean, we watch that video and he's sitting there and, I mean, he's chained and they've got a chain to a table and he's got no shoes on. He's got no shirt on. At some point you can see him wrap. I'll rephrase it. Did you see the part where it looks like he had to take his pants and pull his feet into his pants?
Yes.
Is it cold in that little room?
I can't answer a question for him. You said, is it cold in that little room? I don't recall it being cold that day, but.
You kept your clothes on.
Sure.
Okay. And then you got to put his hand in his pants, which sounds egregious, like his taser's pants, but really, it looks like he's keeping warm.
Could be, yes.
And you guys, did you get a call that he was picked up and you had to come in from somewhere else to meet him or something?
Correct. I had worked a night shift the night before, went home, got in bed, got a phone call about, I don't know, an hour and a half later, wake me out of my sleep, and I had to drive in from my house.
So not counting the time that it took for the U.S. Marshals to get him and go into the house, we don't really know how that happened, but we can assume. But from that video, he's 90 minutes alone in that room, chained to a table, shirtless and shoeless before you guys ever walk in.
Yeah, I don't know the exact time frame, but it's a while.
And at some point, you don't like that, and you go get him clothes again, right? You want to.
We check to see if, as a matter of course, we sometimes keep jail outfits in our detective bureau vault. That particular day, we didn't have any left, and we had to send somebody to the county jail to pick them up and transport them back.
You see how it looks bad. That's okay.
Sustained.
You're just trying to get to the bottom of this thing. What was your involvement in this case? I know that you are one of the detectives, one of the three guys on it, but you're not the guy sitting at the table today. So were you head guy or second to head guy?
I was one of the assisting detectives. Myself and Detective Weber assisted Detective Hornacek.
Okay. And you were involved in a lot of this case. You were involved in going to the scene, and you were involved in the interview of my client. Were you involved in the interview of the boys in Ethan's car?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So these scenes are kind of confusing. Is there a lot going on at these crime scenes when and you have to kind of ferret out the information as an investigator?
Yes.
And sometimes people aren't 100% with you, are they?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
They're not 100% truthful with you, are they?
Not always.
I mean, DeShawn didn't want to tell you about his cousin. He kept his cousin out of it. It seems that way, right?
It does seem that way.
It seems like he kept his brother's girlfriend out of it, right?
Correct.
And he just wasn't snitching, which I think something he's happened.
He made some reference to snitches.
And at this point, it's 9 days later, and this thing is a really big deal, right? I mean, how many guys did you have working on this case?
I believe just myself, Weber, and Hornacek.
Okay. I know the chief of police got on and made some statements in the news. Is there pressure coming down from the chief on this one?
Sustained that's not a question.
Were you guys getting the chief had some interest in this one, did he not?
I believe there was some type of news conference. Again, it was during the day. And
they call it news conference and the whole deal. So you can assume the community is seeing that, and I guess it's not surprising that not surprising that the information may not be as forthcoming as you would like it to be from the people involved.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
You talked to the three boys in Ethan's car, right?
Yes, sir.
And it may surprise you that their stories kind of changed a little bit from what they told you to what they're saying now. Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody of those three boys say that Donovan was the boy that walked up to Ethan and Donovan was the boy that got shot in the head?
No, when I interviewed them, they didn't use any names. We didn't know names.
Okay. So no one ever told you initially who threw the punch or who walked up to the car, that stuff that just wasn't told to you in the initial statements?
By description.
Okay.
Prior to us knowing the names.
But you guys are under the theory that DeShawn walked up to the car before anybody else did, right?
Correct.
And would it surprise me to know that the two star witnesses out of three said it was Donovan that did it?
Yes, it would, but they don't know their names.
Okay. Yeah, but if I told you that they knew they identified it by height and weight, and these are the brothers, they know their names now, believe it or not.
You're testifying, Mr. Sin.
It's hard getting accurate information on these things, is it not?
Yes, could be.
So what you do have is you've got DeShawn, and he's in there and he's hooked up, and and he's gonna tell you some things, and the first thing he does is,
Objection.
okay, I'll rephrase it. I see him show you his leg or something. First thing out of rip, he shows you his leg. What's that about?
He stated that he'd been shot in the past.
Okay, did you look into that at all?
No,
Did you inquire as to whether, I already tell you that drive,
Sustained.
you don't know that it was anything. Did you know what that's about? Do you know if it was a drive-by when he was younger, or you know if it was something he was involved in?
I know nothing about that incident.
Okay. He wanted you to know that though, right?
Apparently, he told me about it.
Did it seem to be him saying, you know, look, this has happened to me before, because what was his purpose in telling you that, if you know?
I can't know his motivation.
Okay. So then, you guys start talking to him, and he indicates that he is on the court, and Ethan gets out of the car, and Ethan shoots at him, right?
Yes, he does state that.
Well, we have video. We know that Ethan didn't get out of the car, correct?
Not at the point that he's referring to.
So, did it seem like he was trying to lie to you, or did it seem like maybe he's as confused as everybody else?
Objection.
Do you have any reason to think he was lying to you?
I have no way of knowing either way.
Okay. But he told you, he was telling you everything else about his involvement, was he not?
No.
What do you lie to you about?
He stated he didn't know who the girl was, he didn't know who Donovan was, and we know for a fact that he did know.
We covered for the people that were about to get in trouble, but as far as,
Sustained.
so,
Yeah, Mr. Sims.
Dan DeRose with 19 News. They've called for a sidebar. The defense attorney is trying to take.
That prosecutor's had enough of that. It's like, I don't like this. This hurts my case. I don't know that whatever, news guy. Oh, sorry. That was a short sidebar.
Detective to say a lot of things that just aren't the way you go about it.
first, after the car pulled in, what did he tell you happened?
That people jumped out and he ran,
What did he tell you he thought was going on?
that he was going to get shot at.
Thought it was a drive-by, right?
He might have used those words, I don't recall exactly.
Then what did he say about no longer believing them? Did he tell you why he no longer believed that?
That he was going to get shot at?
Yeah.
Because his brother Tyler yelled that it was a fake gun.
And then did he tell you why he walked, did he tell you if he walked up to the car to confront the folks in the car?
Yes, he did.
And did he say why he was walking up there?
Because they shot the Orbeez gun at him.
Did he tell you he was walking up there with ill will in his heart to start some drama?
He said to confront them.
Okay. He wanted to know why he was being shot at.
Objection.
He said to confront them.
You saw he had a basketball in his hand the whole time, did you not?
As he walked up, yes.
Okay. And then what does he say Ethan does?
Shoots at him with the Orbeez gun.
And he tries to show you something on his head. Trying to show you something on his head?
I asked him if we could look at his face because he said he was shot in his face.
Okay. So he told you he was being shot in the face.
Correct.
And he showed you a mark on his head, and you saw a mark on his head. What did he tell you that was from?
Hitting his head on the ground?
Okay. Is that the first time you heard that he hit his head on the ground?
Yes.
And he indicates that he walked up, Ethan is shooting him, he punches Ethan, and then those two get into a conflict. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
And he uses the word that he's going to slam Ethan. Is that what he said?
He said he slammed Ethan.
Okay. But then he says that they both kind of landed on the ground and he hit his head.
Correct.
So did he say he slammed Ethan or that he was going for a slam?
He said he slammed Ethan, and when he slammed him to the ground, DeShawn's head hit also. He actually kind of describes it as Ethan had his head, and he lifted him up and slammed him, and when he slammed him, he DeShawn hit his head.
So let's go to that again. How do you describe it? What was Ethan doing at the time? What was Ethan doing? At the time of the slam, what was Ethan's body according to DeShawn?
DeShawn had lifted him up.
How? Pick him up under his armpits?
I wasn't there. I can only go by what he says.
Sounds like they were wrestling, like struggling, right?
No, Jack.
Well, I think you said that it looked like he grabbed him to slam him. Did he demonstrated for you?
He remarked something about by the head and that he lifted him up, and Ethan's arm may have been around his head.
Okay. So Ethan's got him in a headlock and he tries to do a slam.
He didn't use the term headlock.
Well, ask a question.
Did he say that Ethan's arm was around his head?
Yes.
That seemed to be like maybe in a locking manner or something?
That was not, I can't know
Okay,
that.
so
He didn't say that.
whatever. They both hit the ground, and he tells you he hits the ground so hard that he starts puking.
That was quite a distance of time later that he.
Okay. So he tells you he hits his head. Later on, he throws up. Does he tell you why he threw up?
He said because he hit his head.
Right. So those two aren't so distant. He may not have puked immediately,
Correct. And he didn't throw up immediately.
but he's telling you that I hit so hard and you see him. You see him start throwing up.
Yes, sir. You can see it.
When does that happen?
It happens just before Ethan's vehicle is moved. So before they get in the car to leave.
And then at some point, he's been slammed on the ground or slammed somebody on the ground, but he's hit his head. And he says, now Ethan's going after his brother, is what he says.
Objection.
Is that what he says? Tell me what he said.
He said his brother was following, or I'm sorry, Ethan was following his brother and they were squaring up again.
And his brother's doing what? His younger brother is saying what?
He calls his name.
Yeah, help!
Objection. Calls his name does not help.
Is it?
Name.
I'm sorry?
Okay, so his younger brother calls his name, and as a result, Sean goes over and punches Ethan.
Yes, that's what he said.
And Ethan goes down. So
Objection if there's a question.
who is Ethan engaged with at the time DeShawn hits him?
Tyler.
And this is right after DeShawn just got slammed, or just hit his head.
He hit his head again at the beginning of when the tussling started.
Do we have any reason to believe that Tyler yelled out his brother's name for any other reason than come help me?
Objection. Sustained.
Was there any comments about come help me kill this kid or come help me fight?
Objection.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
So you talked then about some other things that were done, and there were phones on the ground and that kind of stuff. And you asked some of the folks whether anybody was recording, right?
Yes, in the interview.
You asked him if anybody was recording?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you've got these phones and evidence, right?
Correct.
And you got the big crime scene unit, right?
Correct.
So the kids told you that nobody was recording. What did the phones tell you when you analyzed them?
We didn't analyze the phones.
You didn't analyze the phones?
No, sir.
Why wouldn't you analyze the phones in a case like this?
I don't commonly analyze phones of witnesses. The three young men all reiterated that there was nobody taping, and we had no reason to believe that anybody was taping.
Excuse me, detective. They weren't witnesses. They started the whole thing. Oh my gosh. They did this. If it wasn't for their actions, none of this would have ever happened. So they were not witnesses. Wow, that's convenient.
You just took these kids at their word?
Yes.
In a case of this magnitude, you've got their phones in evidence. You've got the ability to look in them to see whether or not they're filming this, what they're saying to each other, what was said before all this, and no one thinks to turn them on and look at them.
Objection to the form of question.
You guys didn't, you still have the phones, and to this date, you guys haven't turned them on and brought that evidence in.
Correct, I had no reason to.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Yeah, Inspector Williams.
How are you, sir?
Donald Gallick, I represent Tyler Stafford here. Some questions.
First.
One 100%, Gabby.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Detective Williams, I want to show you State's Exhibit 3, 44, and 45. You've already seen these, but I just want to have them right in front of you while I'm talking about it. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this was the thing that I think you were discussing, the
What did you say, hole?
Coal patch.
Hole patch. So there were holes there and they were filled in with this material.
Yes.
And in your mind, is it similar to like, I'm driving down the highway and I'm seeing the construction guys filling stuff on I-77?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you saying that that makes that parking lot completely level, or did you say almost level?
It wouldn't make it completely level, but it wouldn't be a 6-inch hole in the lot.
Okay. It might come up an inch, or it might come in half an inch, or
Yes, sir.
it's closer to level.
Yes.
All right. And these photos, State's Exhibit 3, 44, and 45, this is very close to where the body was found. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Right near this light pole, light post.
Yes.
Okay. And also in these 3 photographs, there's also like a sewer drain there.
Yes, there is a sewer drain there.
Is it visible in all 3 of those photos? I can't remember.
Not in all 3, in 2 of them.
Okay. And a parking lot or whatever, where a sewer, a drain, is not going to be level for a really good reason, isn't it?
It would need to have some type of angle to drain.
Yeah, so we want the land to be a little bit curved or slanted so gravity will pull water down into that drain.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, we heard some testimony that before Ethan fell and hit his head during the fight,
That he might have been backing up. Did you hear any statements like that?
I don't recall those
He might
things, no.
have been backing away, maybe on this ground while he was in this fight?
I don't recall any statements like that.
okay,
I'll take it back to you just so I can confirm it. I appreciate it.
Yep.
So,
I think that you said you were one of 3 detectives on this case?
Yes.
okay. And obviously you interviewed DeShawn Stafford. You saw some of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You never interviewed Tyler Stafford?
I did, sir.
You did interview him.
So you interviewed DeShawn Stafford, Tyler Stafford, and the 3 individuals who were in the car with Ethan?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, of the 3
Individuals who were with Ethan that night, you didn't hear any statements from them saying that Tyler Stafford knocked Ethan over, did anything to cause his death, did you?
They didn't use any names that night.
Okay, I mean, none of those 3 witnesses told you anything like, we saw Tyler Stafford hit Ethan and Ethan went down, or we saw Tyler Stafford, hit his head on the ground, nothing like that.
Again, they didn't use names. They said that they all jumped in.
Right. Let's go to the description.
We agree that of the 3, we'll call them, suspects, so Tyler Stafford, Sean Stafford, and Donovan Jones.
Donovan Jones is the tallest of the 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've heard that he's 5'11" or 6 foot or something. Like
Somewhere
that.
around 6 foot.
Somewhere around. Okay. And we heard testimony that it was the taller one who went and assaulted Ethan and knocked him down. We don't know if that's correct. That's what we heard.
I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. Now you were shown a video not too long ago here. I think it was State's Exhibit 43. And I think you admitted that in this video, we can't see everything. That's what I wrote down. Did you say something like that?
Yes, sir.
Or you can see some, but you can't. There's a lot of things we'd like to see in this game.
Correct.
Okay. And so we've heard multiple witnesses testify there was mutual fighting, there people were swinging on each other. One person said it was like a hall of people fighting. Did you hear anything like that during your interviews?
I heard that everybody, the 4 or 3, were fighting Ethan at the same time, and Mr. Dancy went over to try to stop it, but couldn't.
Okay. Okay. Did you hear Mr. Dancy say that he was present during a 911 call?
Yes, I believe he said he told Ephraim to call 911.
Yeah. And did you hear that Ephraim was trying to, he's on the phone with 911, and he says Donovon Jones came over and assaulted him and interrupted the phone?
Again, when we got that information, we had nobody's names. He did say that somebody took the phone from him and broke it.
Okay. But as we sit here today, or you said I stand, do we think that person is Donovon Jones, or we just don't know who interrupted that 911 call?
I don't recall if we ever actually determined who it was.
Okay. So we don't know. Or you don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, we heard, I heard this exchange during your interview with DeShawn, Stafford, that he said that there was some point where he was slammed Ethan to the ground and he hit his head too, and they both hit their heads on the pavement. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your investigation, do you think that happened?
Yes.
Okay. So, but haven't you also heard a statement that someone came up and punched Ethan and knocked him over and he hit his head on the pavement?
That was Mr. Stafford's statement.
Okay. Is that anyone else's statement? Did anyone else say, hey, this guy came over and hit Ethan in the head or in the face and he went over and hit his head on the pavement?
I believe Tyler did too.
Okay. Is that the only statement that you know of?
I don't understand what your question is.
Well, I guess here's what I'm trying to figure out. We heard your interview, and I'm just going to boil it down to this real narrow spot where it sounds like DeShawn Stafford he's just openly telling you, yeah, I was grabbing Ethan and we were fighting, and I slammed him down on the ground, and I hit my head too, and I slammed him down on the ground. I mean, you heard that statement as well as I did, right?
Yes.
Okay. But then we've heard a lot of testimony about something else, where someone, either DeShawn or Donovon Jones or someone, comes up to Ethan and punches him. And then when he punches Ethan, Ethan falls backwards and hits his head on the pavement.
Objection. Is that a question? Good question.
I want to know if you heard this statement. I mean,
It's not important.
well, so you have not, in your investigation, no one came up and hit Ethan in the face and knocked him on his head.
That was Mr. Stafford's statement.
Okay. You didn't hear that statement. You didn't hear that statement from any of the 3 members of Ethan's car.
No.
Okay. So it's your belief that, based on your investigation, the only time Ethan Lang's head hit the pavement was when DeShawn was slamming into the ground.
Yes, that's what the investigation revealed.
Okay. So anything about him getting head knocked over, we don't think that's correct. You don't think that's correct.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you say, DeShawn said that he regurgitated at some point?
Yes, sir.
Did you say you saw in the video, it looks like that's corroborated?
You can see it on the video.
Okay. Okay. And based on your investigation, the only reason you've been given is because DeShawn's head hit the pavement?
That's the reason he gave me yes.
Okay. You don't know of any other reason that it could be?
I do not.
Okay. So based on your investigation, DeShawn's head really did hit the pavement, and at some point later, maybe that caused his vomiting, or as far as
Possibly.
As far as we know. Okay. Okay. Now, it sounded like
you weren't in the room with DeShawn very long, a minute or two, and he starts telling you about engaging with Ethan and fighting with Ethan, and him and his brother were there. Right? You didn't have to ask him a lot of time about that. He just kind of was quick to open up about that.
That's fair to say.
Right. But then you said, what about the third guy? Who's that third guy? And he goes, I can't tell you who that third guy is.
So you didn't know who he was.
I don't know who that is. And you said you're telling us now, you don't think that's true because that guy he doesn't know is his cousin.
Correct.
So it sounds like you do this 24 and a half years. You've probably done more interviews. You put a number on how many interviews you've done.
Couldn't even begin to, yeah.
Now, maybe sometimes these witnesses lie. You do an interview and they're not telling you. Does that happen many times?
Witnesses, suspects, yeah.
Okay. And sometimes, based on your experience, you tell me, people will know more than they're letting on because they want to protect someone.
That can be a cause, yes.
And in fact, maybe you've even seen something where they say, yeah, I attacked the neighbor, I killed the neighbor, and I didn't. I'm actually protecting my son, or protecting my wife, or protecting my grandma, or something like that. You ever seen that in 24 years?
Not that I recall.
You never heard of anybody admitting to something they didn't confess to?
I've heard of it. You asked me if I saw it in my experience.
I mean, is it possible that DeShawn Stafford is admitting to something that Donovon Jones did?
That's not what the investigation revealed.
Okay. Well, he didn't ever try to say he didn't know who Tyler was, or that Tyler wasn't there. He told you, in fact, Tyler and Ethan.
Did the investigation reveal who hit him? Because the only person, as of now, that has said he hit him and he fell is DeShawn. So, is DeShawn covering for Tyler? Is DeShawn covering for Donovan? You can't say that's not what the investigation revealed if you're talking about that point, because nobody knows who did it. Not even the three that were there. The witnesses.
And I saw them trying to square up. And I had to go over there.
I'm sorry, one other question.
Well, did you hear someone say that Tyler was squaring up?
Yes.
Squaring up with Ethan?
Yes.
Okay. And then DeShawn made it sound like that's why he went over there to get into the fight.
Yes.
Okay. So, just like I said. So he never tried to evade any questions about Tyler in your interview, did he?
No.
He could say, Tyler wasn't even there. He was very candid, like, yeah, Tyler and me were fighting with Ethan.
Yes.
Okay. The only person that he said that he didn't know who the girl was.
Correct.
Okay. But based on your investigation, the girl didn't have any contact in this fight.
That's not true.
That's not true? Do you think she was involved in the fight? Okay. So she might have been, you think she may have assaulted Ethan as well?
I don't know.
You think the girl might have assaulted somebody?
I honestly don't know.
Well, I asked you, would she have anything to do with the fight? And you said, oh, no.
Well, like you said, the cameras, you can't see everything.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can't see everything, but we don't want to disprove the negative. I mean, we can't. There could have been 20 other people there that didn't show up on camera. I mean, all we know is what the evidence has, right? Well,
Sustained.
you think that a girl might have been involved in violence on this one? Yes.
I don't know for sure.
So that sounds like a no.
Okay.
Right? Do you know? And the answer is no. You have no evidence that a girl was involved in this violence.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. But you do have evidence that maybe Donovon Jones was engaged in some violence.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the only person that DeShawn lied to you about regarding the fight.
Correct. He didn't know he'd been arrested.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just one more question. No questions, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Detective Williams, you may step down.
I really don't think she wanted Miss Quinn to ask any more questions. Because if she doesn't redirect it, he can't recross.
Want to approach?
We're going to get another approach here.
No, we're going to go to break. No, good grief. Dogs are going to be barking.
We do have our next witness taking a stand. Looks like another detective. Let's take you back live to Akron.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon. Good.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Edward Michael Hornacek. Last name is spelled Hornacek.
Where do you work, sir?
City of Akron Police Department.
And what do you do for the police department?
I am in a unit called the Midnight Major Crimes Unit.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that entails?
It's a detective bureau that is a person's crime unit. We deal with and handle cases that are felony crimes against persons, such as murders, robberies, rapes, and just crimes against persons, not property.
Let's see. And did you use the word midnight?
That's correct.
Does that mean that's the shift you work?
Yes.
And what are the hours for that shift?
It's 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And how long have you been on that shift?
7 years.
Okay. And is that like a Monday through Friday type of a job, or does it vary?
It's 4 days on, 4 days off, four 10-hour shifts.
And you indicated that you've been on that shift for some period of time. Would that include last summer, summer of 2022?
Last summer of 22, the hours were a little different compared to 2023. They were 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at that period of time.
And I'm sorry, did you say that you've been a detective your entire time at APD?
No, I've been with APD since 2002 for 21 years, but I've only been in the Detective Bureau for the last 7 years.
Okay, what else have you done at APD?
I worked patrol as a patrol officer.
Okay, and is your time with APD the extent of your law enforcement career?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the date, June 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously you had the opportunity to sit through this trial with us, right?
That's correct.
I do want to direct your attention, obviously, to this incident. Do you recall how you became aware that there was an incident at the I Promise school?
Yes, whenever a felony crime against a person happens and patrol responds to it, they call into the Detective Bureau, and we have someone that works the desk there that will relay that information to detectives to determine whether we need to go out on scene or to follow up at a later date.
Okay. And did your department get that notification that day?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
During that time, had 3 detectives go out to the crime scene once we received the information to investigate, speak with witnesses, coordinate evidence collection with our crime scene unit as well.
Okay, and so you mentioned that there were some other detectives involved?
Yes, that would be Detective Aber, that'd be Detective Mike Williams, and Detective Keith Williams, and myself, Detective Hornacek.
Okay, and I think there was some testimony about you being at some point designated the lead detective on this matter?
Yes, I was coordinating with the other detectives, being that they were all newer and they were new to investigating homicides.
And so you were designated the lead detective?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that affect what you do next?
As a lead detective, yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what, how that plays out?
As a lead detective, you're going to try to coordinate your next steps through your previous experience and training. So with that, our goal was to look for cameras that might have captured any evidence that was on scene. Look for any witnesses, to speak with witnesses to see if we can find anything on scene. And also to look at the crime scene and get our crime scene unit involved in that to collect whatever evidence, whatever physical evidence might be on scene as well.
Okay, and so you did go to the I Promise school that night?
Yes, 400 West Market.
Obviously, Summit County, Ohio, Akron.
Yes.
And we've seen now some crime scene videos and photographs. Was that the scene that you encountered that night?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you leave the scene, leave the I Promise parking lot there that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have, did you do more related to this investigation that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury what else you did?
So first off, while I was on scene, I was taking a look at what physical evidence was left there, doing a canvass, looking for video cameras that might have captured anything. And then once the scene was clear, I had heard it, towards the end of being at that crime scene, I had heard from a patrolman that 2 parents had come up to the scene and said that they had children that were not far from the crime scene that had witnessed. So I had coordinated with Detective Aber and with Detective Mike Williams to go to the Akron Police Department Detective Bureau to interview those 3 individuals. And before that, I had patrol officers go to the homes of those 3 individuals and transport them to the police station.
And so after that's coordinated, did you participate in the interview of those juveniles that were brought down to give statements?
No, those 3 juveniles were interviewed by both Detective Aber and Detective Mike Williams.
Okay. What was your next involvement in the investigation?
After clearing the crime scene, and after Detective Mike Williams and Detective Aber was finished with those 3 interviews, I had sat down and watched on, it's the equivalent of a body worn camera, but it's in our interview rooms. It's a recording of the audio and the video of the interviews, so I could watch them for myself. And I also had those 2 detectives brief me on what was relayed during those 2 interviews. And while I was watching those videos and getting refreshed on that, Detective Aber and Detective Williams went to go make death notifications.
And at that point, did you have any suspects?
No suspects, just descriptions, no names, no positive identification.
At some point, were you able to develop a suspect or suspects in this matter?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury how you did that?
So through the course of our investigation and reviewing specific videos from McDonald's, Vanderveer, and the I Promise school, our focal point was going to be on the suspect vehicle that entered the scene and left the scene. It had significant damage to the front end and the front passenger side. So that was something that we were asking patrol to be on the lookout for. That night, we came up short. We couldn't find anything. We wasn't able to gather that video until the next day. So once we looked at that video, we were able to coordinate a couple things after we had started receiving tips on the Summit County Crime Stoppers tip line. And we had several people call in and leave information with names, addresses, vehicle descriptions, and one person even left the license plate of the vehicle.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the vehicle was sort of crucial to determining the identity of the suspects?
Yes.
And at some point, was that suspect vehicle collected and processed?
Yes,
If you were to see it, would you recognize it?
yes.
I could just have that. Jim, what number are we in?
46.
I'm sorry?
46.
46. Detective, I'm going to show you what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 46, and it has been made available to the defense as well. Detective, I'll have you identify this if you are able to do so. Do you know what this is?
Yes, that is the vehicle that we observed in the crime scene videos from McDonald's, Vanderveer, and the I Promise School, in the vehicle that was towed from 515 North Howard Street, where the Stafford brothers were arrested.
And next, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 47, and have you identify it if you are able to do so.
That's a close-up of the front passenger side damage that was noted while we were watching the video.
Okay, do you know why this photograph was taken?
This photograph was taken to compare it to the view that we had from McDonald's because that view was of the front passenger side of the vehicle that we were able to zoom in on the damage.
Okay. And next, I'll show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 47, and have you identify that if you are able to do so.
That is at our processing garage at 800 Dan Street, where Detective Aber met with the crime scene unit for day shift to process that vehicle that was previously pictured. And it's just a photograph of none of this was of any significant evidence. It was just a basketball, a rag, appears to be a paintball gun, a bag, and some sort of detergent or something.
Okay, and did I understand correctly that you determined that to be DeShawn Stafford's vehicle?
Yes, it was registered in his name.
You know what? It's kind of just too bad they just didn't grab the paintball gun and retaliate that way. Then all those little boys could have went home and cried to their mommies and daddies.
And you indicated that these photographs were taken at the processing garage?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please explain how it is that it got to be at the processing garage?
The same day
One that was on the grill.
that the Stafford brothers were arrested, they had the vehicle on the side of the house parked, and we had asked the arresting officers to tow that vehicle, and we got a search warrant to process the vehicle for evidence.
Okay. And did I understand correctly that there wasn't really anything of evidentiary value within the car there?
That's correct.
All I'm saying, they would have cried if they would have grabbed a paintball gun and came back at him. Paintball, whatever, came back at him. If they hit him.
Detective, there were some questions with prior witnesses about the state of the different phones that were found at the scene. Can you describe for the jury if you did find any iPhones or cellular telephones at the I Promise School parking lot there?
Yes, of the 4 individuals that were in Ethan Liming's vehicle, we were able to recover 3 of those phones. Ethan Liming's phone was not recovered, and the other 3 phones were found in the parking lot, and they all were smashed. They appeared to be smashed.
Okay. Were you able to determine any sort of explanation for where Ethan's phone might have gone, or if Ethan just didn't have a phone?
We did not find his cell phone either inside of his vehicle when we processed it or on the crime scene.
You're making fun of us Midwestern folk.
Okay, at some point, you indicated that DeShawn Stafford was interviewed at the police department, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we watched that interview with Detective Aber Williams.
Yes.
Okay. You've had an opportunity before today to review that interview.
Yes.
And in there, the audio isn't perfect, but can you indicate what evidentiary value you believe that statement had in terms of building your case or establishing the charges against DeShawn and his brother Tyler Stafford?
Yes, so throughout all 6 of the interviews that we conducted, the 3 individuals that were in Ethan Liming's car and then the Stafford brothers and Donovon Jones as well, we believe that all 6 of those stories come together the best that they could with, some people had different thoughts of how they described people or whatever, but we believe that they all fit this whole pattern together to give our sequence of events. So we weren't there, so now we have a better understanding of what could have happened. During this specific interview with DeShawn Stafford, he explained to us the sequence of events coming from his perspective. So he said that him, his brother, and his cousin were playing basketball on a basketball court at the I Promise school. Stated the blue car pulled up and some individuals came out shooting Orbeez guns at him. First, he was believed he was being shot at. He ran away from the vehicle and he ran towards the back of the basketball court. He made a statement that his brother Tyler had yelled out that the guns were fake. Then they exited the back of the basketball court, which is fenced in, and went towards the vehicle. Said he had an altercation with what he described as Ethan Liming. And he said that he was being shot at with the Orbeez gun. And he said he had gotten into a fight and taken the gun away from Ethan Liming. And then he said that those 2 started to fight. And at that point, he stated that he had punched Ethan and Ethan was knocked out, fell to the ground. And he said he didn't say how, but he just said that he had hit him 2 more times while he was on the ground.
And at some point in that video, the quality's not great, but did DeShawn indicate how he felt he had been assaulted?
He had made a statement that he felt that he was assaulted, that the crime should be assault with a toy gun. With the Orbeez gel beads, whatever they're called.
People have been unalived over toy guns.
And
obviously,
at some point, did you have an opportunity to look at any injuries that Mr. Stafford had on his body?
Yes, so after reviewing the audio and video of that interview with Detective Aber and Detective Mike Williams, Mr. Stafford had shown them the injuries that he had got. He had scrapes on his knuckles. He had some scrapes on his knees. He also had some scrapes on his arm. And then he also showed the top of his hairline on his forehead where he had a scrape on his head as well.
Okay. And did Mr. Stafford attribute any of those injuries to being shot with the SplatRBall gun?
Not with the SplatRBall gun, no.
Don't make me unmod the mod.
We heard that there's a female that was present at the time that this incident occurred. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And do you know her identity?
Yes, I do. I can't remember how to pronounce her name.
Okay.
It's something of the nature of Driana Blair.
Okay.
Nana.
And at some point, did you try to contact her?
We were unable to find any phone numbers or good addresses for her during like the course of our investigation, but once the trial started, it was noted that she was here. I let her know if she would like to talk to me, that I think she was a possible witness, that she could talk to me if she wants to. If she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to, and she chose not to.
And did you at some point have some indication that she might reside in the Cleveland area?
Yes.
Did you try to follow up on that as best you could?
Yeah, I spoke with some of the individuals from the task force who normally work in Cuyahoga County, and her name wasn't on any radar or anything like that. They didn't know of her.
Okay, do you know why that would have been?
That I don't know.
Okay, is that her right there?
Yes. It's like a tan sweater.
Didn't he just say he didn't know and then he knew?
Okay. Detective, did your investigation lead you to conclude that Donovan Jones was the first person to approach Ethan and his buddies at the bar?
No.
Stormy, you haven't missed like a ton. You just missed some little frustrating things about them calling the 3 kids that were in Ethan's car witnesses and not even looking at their phones. And I don't know. There's just been a lot of frustrating stuff with the last couple of police officers on here or detectives, whatever. That just like they didn't investigate this as the altercation that it was. They didn't investigate this as Ethan and his friends showed up and started this whole thing. And then I'm not saying that anybody should have lost their life because they shouldn't, but they didn't investigate it as that. They investigated it as though as Ethan and his friends were victims. That's all you missed. And me getting frustrated. And Chrissy too. Oh, and third knees and Danana Nanas. Closed captions. Oh no, she was here for third knee, wasn't she? Yeah. All right. I'm done.
Okay, and who did you conclude was the first person to approach the boys at the Kia?
Through interviewing through interviewing DeShawn Stafford, he stated that he was the first one to go up to the car.
And did that explanation match up with descriptions and video evidence that you had?
Yes, with the height of all 4 of the individuals that came out of the basketball court. Donovan Jones is noted as the tallest one of the 4 people, and he was not the first person out of the basketball court to approach the car.
Okay, do you know what number person he would have been to approach the car?
It's either second or third, I can't remember.
Okay, and obviously also you were able to hear, at least Ephraim refer to the first person as being Donovan Jones.
Yes, in trial here, yes.
Yes. Do you know why he might have been mistaken about that?
I have no idea.
Because you didn't prep him. Or he's like, I have no idea.
In your investigation, detective, were you able to determine if Donovan Jones had been injured at all?
Had not noted any injury to Donovan Jones, or he did not report any injury during his interview, I don't believe.
And did you ever determine that there were any injuries to Tyler Stafford?
He never noted any injuries during his interview as well.
One thing you indicated, Detective, was that in DeShawn's statement, he said him and his brother and his cousin were playing basketball. Is that what DeShawn actually told your colleagues there at APD?
No.
Okay, what's the difference?
He had just referred to Donovan throughout the interview as being just a random person at the basketball court, not as his cousin or by name.
Okay. Do you know how you were able to figure out that they are in fact cousins?
That was through interviews and through previous reports and speaking with our tipsters from the Summit County Crime Stoppers.
Okay. And we had Officer Mobley testify earlier who collected the SplatRBall gun from DeShawn's house. How did APD know to go get that SplatRBall gun?
While Detective Mike Williams and Detective Aber was interviewing DeShawn Stafford, he had made a statement that he had taken one of the splat blaster guns out of the vehicle to keep as evidence, and when he was asked where it was currently, he said that it was at his house at 515 North Howard Street. And we asked him if he would be willing to give that to us. He said yes. And we had Detective Mike Williams had called our dispatch and had a cruiser go there and retrieve it.
There's a complete splat blaster gun here in evidence, and then there's a broken one that was collected. Do you know which one belonged to Ethan and which one belonged to Ephraim?
That I do not know.
Did DeShawn Stafford relate to you that he had sought any medical treatment for his injuries?
He never said that, no.
Detective, at some point, did Tyler Stafford make a statement to APD?
Yes.
Okay, and was that also to Detective Williams' neighbor?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to review that information at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Did Tyler give an explanation for what happened out there at I Promise?
Yes.
Okay. And did he indicate that he was involved in the fight with Ethan?
Yes.
Okay. And was he able to provide the information regarding the identity of either the female or the other third dude at the I Promise basketball courts?
No.
Okay. Who did he say that person was?
If I remember, I believe it was along the same lines as DeShawn, saying that it was just some random person playing basketball. And as far as the female goes, there was no identity given of her either.
Okay.
Did he
And
ask you that?
did
No.
he indicate that he knew that it was an Orbeez gun or a Splat Blaster gun?
Yes, he said that once it started being shot, he had yelled to his brother that it was a fake gun.
Detective, if you know, when folks are arrested on a very serious warrant, are they permitted to go walk around their home and get additional clothing or personal items?
If asked, sometimes that happens, but usually no.
Do you know why that would be?
I believe this incident, the arrest portion happened early in the morning, as most of them do. And I believe that the task force had other dealings to deal with and more people to arrest. So they're just going through the line and hurrying the process. That's what I assume. I don't know if that's true or not.
Is there any sort of safety concern that the task force would be worried about?
Yeah, they don't know anybody's character. They don't know anybody's, what they're going to possibly look for, disturb, or tamper with.
Agree 100%, and they're giving it no validity at all. Like, well, did you check into it? No, why would we check into if he's been shot before?
Just before I wrap up here,
Too
I may
weird.
have mislabeled the final photograph there that you did identify. This is
My
now
comment was to
marked
Carmen
State's
not to be
Exhibit
crazy.
48. And you've already identified that as, I believe, the interior of DeShawn Stafford's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And the three photographs that I did show you, 46, 47, 48, showing the damage to the vehicle there. Those are true and accurate photographs as you found that vehicle during the course of your investigation.
Yes.
That's all.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
All right, before Mr. Sin lays into this guy, notice what picture they keep putting up on the screen. The one of the stupid paintball. Pew pew, so I don't get in trouble by my mod daughter. They just keep putting it up there because it does look real, just like Gabby said. Ugh, I hate when they pull that crap. All right, Sin, lay it on him.
I kind of work backwards here a little bit. That paintball gun we just saw in DeShawn's car, that's not a picture from the night this happened, right?
No, that was from the 11th, I believe.
Right, so this is a week or so later?
Correct.
All right. And as far as we know, that gun doesn't have any evidentiary value other than to say, look, he's got a paintball gun.
No evidentiary value.
Okay. Prosecutor touched briefly on Tyler's statement, but we didn't hear Tyler's statement. What did Tyler tell you was going on with Ethan? What was going on between Tyler and Ethan, according to Tyler, when Sean got involved? Tyler tell you he was being assaulted by Ethan?
I believe at that time, is this at the very beginning? Because I'm jumbled up and I
I guess I'm
apologize.
talking about whatever statements you took off Tyler. Did Tyler say anything other than my brother was defending me from Ethan?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Ethan was coming at me and my brother defended me.
Yes,
Do you know if that's true?
I do not know.
You've got other cases going on, right?
That's correct.
And you bet I do.
Yes.
The prosecutor does, and the judge doesn't. We don't really know any of these people, do we? We take them at their word.
That's correct.
In your investigation.
Yes.
So there's an investigation, and at some point, a week or two later, Sean gets picked up, and he gives you this statement that at the time seems to wrap it all up nicely. Correct? Because that was a big deal when he gave the statement.
That's correct.
But today and yesterday, 2 of the 3 state's witnesses give testimony inconsistent with Sean's statement. Two of the 3 say Donovan was the one that walked up to the car, and Donovan was the one that got shot in the face. Right?
That is what they said.
Now, Donovan didn't get charged with Ethan's death. He's out of this thing, right?
I don't know the legal term for charged, and I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about what I did in the course of my investigation as far as who I charged.
Donovan's no longer facing charges. It's over for him, right?
That's correct.
And he certainly never was held responsible for anything to do with Ethan's death.
Correct.
And those are based on statements that you were given that night and the investigation did at that time. It kind of makes sense, but would you agree with me that now it seems like Donovan's a whole lot more involved if we take the state's witnesses at their word?
As far as Ethan's death?
Yeah, and as far as Donovan's involvement, it seems to have changed from what we initially thought to what the witnesses are saying now.
I can agree that there is definitely some kind of identity communication problem here.
People seem to be switching DeShawn and Donovan to DeShawn, and they seem to have switched them up. And I'll withdraw that. Is there anybody other than DeShawn saying that DeShawn's the one that punched out Ethan?
Through the course of our investigation, we interviewed 6 people, and that's how we got all of our information. The description of DeShawn was his braids and the coloring of his braids, and that's how we came to our conclusion.
But that's coming from those kids who are now kind of changing what they originally told you.
It's coming from the 3 kids as well as DeShawn himself.
Okay, so the 3 kids originally told you one thing and now they've told you something different. But would you agree with me that none of those 3 kids can say that DeShawn threw the punch?
They did tell us that night.
Okay, but they didn't say it here in court.
In court, it appears they were confused about something, yes.
So knowing that things change and people change, there are things we could have done to try and see what, we have scientific things we could have done, right?
Yes.
Like you had the phones from all the boys in the car, and that could have told us what happened leading up to this incident, right?
It's possible.
But according to Detective Mike Williams, he didn't see a need for it, you didn't see a need for it, which would have been simple as turning them on and seeing if you could read the last day of text messages, right?
No, it would not be as simple to do that, no.
We all have cell phones. We've all lost data. You have a whole crime lab up there on the 2nd floor and they've got a machine that deals with phones, right?
That's correct.
In this case, no one even bothered to turn these things on to see if you could read them through the glass, the broken glass.
We did attempt to turn them on, but they were broken and they would not turn on.
And there's a next step you could have followed that we just chose not to.
different answer than your last detective just gave up there, sir, and you've been sitting in the freaking courtroom. He said they didn't look at him. Not that they wouldn't turn on or whatever. Ugh. This is so frustrating. Oh, they were confused. Were they? Or did they just get caught? That nobody knows who threw the punch, and the only DeShawn has at least either taken responsibility for it or confessed to it to protect somebody else. I don't know. He's the only one that has said it was DeShawn. So give me a freaking break that if you have them on video saying it was DeShawn, then show it. Because this is the first time we've heard that. This is crap. I hate when they do this. Sorry.
We didn't send it out to get looked at, we didn't send it to the crime lab, we just turned it back off?
We sent it to the crime lab for DNA processing.
Well, let's talk about DNA. Well, let's stick on phones for a minute. Ethan's phone's missing, right?
Yes.
That seems odd.
Yes.
It's an iPhone, right?
That I don't know.
Okay. Well, iPhone, Android, when you contact the phone company, talk to the parents and said, find my iPhone, find my Android. Where did it pop up at?
I did not do that. I believe Detective Mike Williams might have.
We didn't hear about that, right? I mean, that's a mystery where that phone went.
Yes.
We don't even know whether or not someone's still using that phone today. I mean, the phone company would have records, but somebody got to go get them. And no one did that, right?
No.
And likewise, maybe even more importantly, these boys on the basketball court had 9 days to talk back and forth to each other. We can assume. They're all relatives, right?
Yes.
They all are reading the paper and watching the press conferences, and you can assume, you can guess they're probably talking about getting their story straight.
It's possible. I don't know.
You took each one of their cell phones into custody when you arrested them, did you not?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
That would be pretty easy to do. You arrest them, you take them, you ask for their cell phone, and then you turn the cell phone on, you look back and you go, that's where you guys that's where you did that. But we didn't even turn on the suspects' phones to see what kind of things they were saying before the incident, after the incident. That'd be good to know, wouldn't it? Especially now with Donovan's different involvement.
Yeah, through the course of our investigation, through our 6 interviews, I did not see the need to have the phones due to the cooperation of everyone.
I guess what I'm saying is we don't know these people, these kids, these other people.
I would object, that's not a question.
We got to take this 19-year-old at his statement, and that's
Object.
Yeah. Sustained.
You know damn well that DeShawn was covering for Donovan that night when he said, a random person. Right?
I have no idea. I
He knows who
don't know
Donovan
his
is.
character.
He knows who Donovan is.
I would object.
Sustained.
You know he knows who Donovan is, right? They're cousins.
Correct.
So he kept Donovan out of it, he covered for him.
Correct.
How do we know he's still not covering for him?
I wouldn't know.
Based on what these boys said about Donovan's involvement, based on Donovan no longer being part of this, wouldn't it be good to at least have looked at the cell phones or asked somebody? We just took that interview, case closed, no further investigation. Is that what happened?
There was more than just that in our investigation. It was a lot of evidence and a lot of different other things as well. But the reason that I chose not to go into anyone's cell phone is because the 3 witnesses that we had interviewed and the 3 suspects that we had interviewed, none of them asked for a lawyer, and they all came and they gave a statement. And when we put it all together, it just all lined up. We didn't see any differences in all 6 of them.
As we sit here today, the state's 3 witnesses, 2 out of 3 have changed their story from what they initially told you.
They changed some descriptions of folks and used names. That's the difference.
Donovan was a lot more involved than anybody initially thought.
I would object.
Donovan's not sitting here today.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Donald Gallagher, I represent Tyler Stafford. Just in that last part, you said some of these things you could have done, like checking their phones, there was no need because you did 6 interviews and they all lined up.
That's correct.
All the stories lined up in the beginning.
That's correct.
Now maybe the stories don't all line up the same way that they did in the beginning. Is that fair?
It appears there's use of names now, and that's the difference.
Okay. We can agree that, I'm going to call them the basketball players, Tyler Stafford, DeShawn Stafford, and Donovon Jones. Fair enough?
Fair.
Of the 3 basketball players, Donovon Jones is the tallest.
That's correct.
He's like 5'11", according to the police records.
He's the tallest, yes.
Okay. And you've been here for this whole trial, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, you heard the coroner, we got into some confusion about how tall Ethan was. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. He's saying Ethan might be 5'8", maybe 5'9" at the most. Police records say he's 6'1", 6'1". Any explanation on that?
Yes, it's fairly simple. We gather our information for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and Driver's License. Just for an example, I'm listed as being 220 and I am 260, so I just hadn't changed that since I've gotten fatter. I don't know why it says 6'1". I know football stats are padded. That's been going on for years, so that's my only explanation.
So if police records say Ethan is 6'1", that's just what was in the Leeds database, the Leeds law enforcement database?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair enough. Now, in DeShawn's interview that we watched, he showed what, an injury to his arm, an abrasion on his arm?
Yes.
Okay. And he showed some sort of injury to his forehead, apparently?
Yes.
Okay. And then he showed a gunshot wound that had nothing to do with this incident?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the wound that DeShawn is saying is on his forehead, he says that's when he was grabbing Ethan and slamming him on the ground.
He said when he body slammed him or slammed him to the ground, he also hit his head.
Something like that.
Yes.
But now you heard testimony from witnesses that what they think happened, the people who were there, is that someone came and punched Ethan and knocked him backwards, and he fell backwards and hit the back of his head.
Yes, that would have been after this incident.
Well, if it was after this incident, then that would mean that Ethan actually hit the pavement on 2 different occasions.
Sounds fair.
Okay. But it does, except that we haven't had any witness testimony about that, have we? I mean, you saw the coroner's testimony this morning, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and he said, and the coroner, or the medical examiner, I'm sorry.
Yes.
The medical examiner, he wasn't there at the fight, right? I wasn't there, you weren't there.
Correct.
But the medical examiner believes that Ethan fell backwards, possibly from being hit, but it's just what he's heard, he doesn't know. And he hits the back of his head, and that was a very traumatic injury, and he said that he might have died seconds or minutes after that.
Correct.
Okay. So we didn't hear any testimony about Ethan, other than DeShawn's statement, let me clarify. Other than DeShawn's taped interview, we haven't heard anyone in this court say that Ethan was picked up or slammed or body slammed onto the pavement, and then Ethan got up, and then a second time someone hits him and knocks him on the pavement a second time. Yeah, I didn't miss anything. We didn't hear that in this trial yet.
No, that was DeShawn that said that.
Okay, so taking that recorded statement away, if I said, hey, did
do we think Ethan hit the pavement once or twice? From what we've heard from everyone in this courtroom, he hit the pavement once.
That would be correct without DeShawn's statement.
Right, right. Now, you're the lead detective on this case, right?
That's correct.
And you interviewed DeShawn Stafford 9 days after the fight?
Detective Mike Williams and Detective Aber did, yes.
I apologize. And you reviewed that interview?
Yes.
And so 9 days after the fight, neither you or the other two detectives know who Donovon Jones is. You don't have his name.
Did you say before those 9 days?
On the 9th, maybe I'm not being clear. DeShawn Stafford gives a statement 9 days after the fight.
That's correct.
And detectives are asking him, who's that third guy that you're with? Well, you know, it's you, and you said your brother was there, Tyler. Who's this other guy? And he goes, it's some other dude. I don't know, right?
That's correct.
Even though it's my cousin, I don't know. He didn't let on that was his cousin. So did the police know who Donovon Jones was 9 days after the fight?
Yes.
Okay. So did you interview Donovon Jones 9 days after the fight?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying 9 days after the fight, you didn't see any injuries on him?
None.
But now you've seen a lot of injured people over your careers, I'm guessing.
Yes.
You've seen a lot of people with bruises and cuts and everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible I said, hey, I got attacked 10 days ago and I have all these bruises. Oh, wait, they're gone. Has that ever happened? Like 9-10 days later? I'm telling you, I had a bruise on my hand and now it's gone.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, especially if you're younger, you might heal a little faster.
Yes.
Okay. You have all kinds of documents and written statements here in this court right now. Yes?
Yes.
You don't have any document or witness statement saying that Tyler Stafford hit Ethan and knocked him on the ground, do you?
No.
Do you not have any statements at all from any witnesses who were there that night said Tyler Stafford caused any kind of brain trauma to Ethan that night?
Through the statements, yes, but I'm not a medical examiner on what actually can cause that.
Okay, I'll guess a better question. There's no written statements here or any documents or reports from any witnesses you can show me that said Tyler slammed Ethan on the pavement?
No.
Or hit Ethan and knocked him on the pavement?
There are 3 witness statements that said all 3 of those individuals were jumping Ethan Liming.
And hit him, 3 people hit him simultaneously and knocked him on the pavement?
No one used the words simultaneously, and all 3 knocked them to the ground. They said that all 3 of them were jumping him.
Okay. But the only specific people we've heard who knocked Ethan and knocked him on the pavement was either Donovon Jones here in this court or DeShawn Stafford prior to this trial. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And we heard the medical examiner say what caused the death of Ethan, the injury, was his back of his head hitting the pavement.
Correct.
I really appreciate your time, Detective.
And no footprints.
Thank you, Judge.
And
Just very briefly,
no bad
Detective,
injury.
a moment ago, Attorney Finn sort of put his hand on his client's shoulder and mentioned something about a 19-year-old. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is his client 19 years old now?
I don't know his age currently, no.
Okay. If I showed you I'm sorry, what was that, Attorney saying?
He's currently 21. How old are you in this house? You're 19 right now.
Okay, thank you.
Who cares?
Now, there was some question there based on Attorney Sin's questioning, something about Tyler saying that his brother only defended him. You remember that question?
Yes.
And going back to Tyler's statement, did he explain who the third guy was at the basketball court?
No.
Okay. And I think you said he's a random or something?
That's correct.
Did he provide the identity of the girl that was there?
No.
And did Tyler indicate that he believed that the gun was real?
He believed that it wasn't real.
that it was not real?
That's correct.
Was he able to describe what sort of toy gun he thought it was?
Don't remember the words that he used, no.
Okay, would it help refresh your memory if I told you that he referred to it as an Orbeez gun?
That's possible, yes.
And do you recall who he said went over to confront the people who were shooting it down?
That would be DeShawn.
He said his brother went over to confront them?
Yes.
Okay, and did Tyler indicate how many times Ethan got knocked down?
I wish.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did Tyler indicate who moved Ethan's car in the parking lot?
He said that he did not know who moved his car.
Did DeShawn tell you who moved the car?
He said he didn't know
He
because
did
he was
not say who
growing
moved
up.
the car.
Okay, did they indicate that they knew who moved the car?
No, they did not.
What does this matter? The car got moved. It didn't knock Ethan down. It didn't have the information on who did knock
Okay.
Ethan down. Who
Did
cared?
either of the brothers indicate that they picked up Donovon Jones after this in their vehicle?
No.
Let's just point out some lies they told, not any facts. There you go. That's how you do it, state. You just keep doing it.
Detective, just to clarify, how is it that we know that it was not Donovan who first approached the vehicle there along the parking lot at I Promise?
We took into account that he was the tallest of the four individuals on the basketball court, and the tallest person was either the second or third to run over there, and then we also used DeShawn Stafford's statement.
Okay, and it sounds like also Tyler's statement, right?
Yes.
How about your witnesses' statements? They all said it was
And,
Donovan, except I think one.
A couple of Ethan's buddies had the name wrong.
Oh, that's
Their
what it was.
description of the events also supported that conclusion as well. Is that right?
Yes, it was mainly based on the hairstyle and the colored tips of the braids.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. Get him, Sen.
We all heard from the state's witnesses. We heard from them, and would you agree with me that they seem to know who they were talking about? The boys on the stand seemed pretty clear that Donovan's that walked up to the car. Were you here for that?
I was here for that, yes.
He was. Doesn't remember now.
What you're saying is true, that the video, based on you looking at it, shows DeShawn walk up to the car, then 2 out of the 3 state witnesses are either lying
I would object. This
or they
isn't a
can't
question.
remember.
It's just a narration.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that 2 out of the 3 state witnesses say Donovan was the one that walked up to the car?
I don't agree that was their intentions.
Yeah, but you heard of it. It was what are the names? It was Akron and Mackay. Both of those guys said it was Donovan. So if you take them at their word, they're either lying or they're mistaken. else?
I would object, Your Honor, that's not a question.
Sustained.
That was the first time you heard that come out of their mouths, wasn't it?
Yes.
And your entire investigation was based on taking information from people at the scene that night, and now 2 out of 3 of them have changed their story.
I would object, that's an inaccurate characterization.
The detective can answer.
I believe there is some confusion, yes, on identity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, detective, you may step down. Shooky.
They need it. They need all the help they can get.
The state has no further witnesses. We would rest at this time, subject to the admissibility of our evidence and any rebuttal evidence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the state has rested its case in chief. It is almost 4:20, so at this time, we will read.
Of course, it's almost 4:20 in that case. Why would it not be? Oh my gosh. Today has made me so irritated. I can't. When they do that crap, it's so wrong. It's like, well, we just want to win. We just want to win. I can't. This is why I always say, just do a clean case. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Don't make it up. Don't make it try to fit. Just don't have any words. He needs some. Oh my goodness. Carmen, you better be careful saying that. You know who else's birthday was that day. Yes, greatness was born. Okay, well. Chrissy. Good one. Of course it is. So, Stormy, if they would have just fudged birth certificate by like 2 minutes, Carmen would have been born on 420 at 420. But no, they just couldn't do it. Like, come on, that would have been funny. And I didn't even know what 420 was at the time. I know. I apparently lived in a cell growing up of some sort that I don't think I did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, 10 miserable days for that. Thanks. And the funny thing is, Chrissy, I am not. I just am not. I just didn't know about that. I didn't know about that. I think my kids had to tell me about that. That's how much I didn't know about that. Like, I was an adult when I found out about that. I had no idea. Alrighty. Well, I could tell you I have 2 really quick funny stories that happened to me over the weekend. One happened on Saturday, and one happened yesterday. So I will tell you really quick. Saturday, a FedEx truck comes down my driveway, and I'm not expecting anything. And people seem to like to deliver my neighbor's packages to my house, which is an inconvenience for me because then I have to go over to my neighbor's. And I don't want to. So, not that I have anything against my neighbors. I don't, it's an inconvenience. So I go out there and I'm like, hey, and he's, oh, I'm trying to find it. And I said, are you sure you have something for me? He said, yeah, 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 I know who you are. And I said, okay. He goes, it's like some kind of carpet. And I'm like, I don't have any kind of carpet coming here. Sorry, my dogs are going to start howling again. And so he's like, no, no, I know it's you. I know it's you. It's fine. So he pulls out and it's a mat that my husband uh he got with like free points of something. I don't know. Anyway, so it's fine. It was ours. So we're standing outside and he hands it to me and I tell him why that I questioned him. And he's like, no, no, I've been delivering out here for like 2.5 years. I know who you guys are. And I said, well, but it is mostly Amazon who just drops packages off wherever and not FedEx. And he said, do you mind if I ask you a question? And I thought, probably, but no, what? And he said, why do you guys have so many security cameras? And I thought, why are you asking me this question? I don't want to tell you the answer. And I explained to him about the guy showing up in the middle of the night. And he said, oh, I thought maybe it was because there's a very small country church in the very front of our property. And well, it's not our property, but it's in the front of my house. He said, I thought it was maybe because I know there's a church down there. And, I mean, I know they're supposed to be nice. And I said, well, they are nice. That one of the guys is the chief of police and the other two are retired state troopers. So I'm pretty sure they're okay. Like, oh my gosh. He was like, oh, I said, hey, my husband actually went to school with the sons. So it's okay. They're okay. We actually keep more eye on them than they do us. But I don't like for you to ask me about my security cameras. So I just slipped in like, hey, I have 3 Great Danes and a German Shepherd if anybody ever decides to come in through my door that are watching you right now, sir. Like, go away. That's weird. Don't ask people about their security systems like that when they don't even know you. Then I thought about it later. I was like, well, don't you know me? I'm a famous YouTuber. I was like, that's what I should have said, but I couldn't. I even if I would have thought about it in my mind at the time, that's where it would have stayed. So then yesterday, I go to my local Walmart and I am minding my own freaking business. I'm actually walking through the store. I have one earbud in and and I'm listening to Franklin Tucker's update from Friday as I'm shopping. And this guy, he's down the aisle, but I have to pass him to get to where I'm going. So he backs up so I can go through because these aisles in this store are tiny, let me tell you. And he stops me and asks me if I will smell the deodorant he's holding in his hands. So I'm like, sure. So I smell the deodorant. I didn't have any scent to it, which was weird because it's Old Spice and a lot of Old Spice is really heavy on the scent. And so I like took it and I smelled it again. And I thought, what if he's trying to like drug me? Because I watched too many crime shows. And I said, you know what? That's really good scent. It's not overpowering. And he said, okay, thank you so much. And then he starts to tell me about his relationship 10 years ago with a stripper and her boyfriend that he thought was her brother, who then he thought was trying to get with him because he would always pop his head up while they were in bed together, sleeping, sleeping. And I'm going, what are you talking about? So I turn down Ty because I can't hear this guy. I don't take my earbud out so I can't hear him very well at all. He proceeds to tell me all about this stripper and his relationship and how her family owned the bar or something. And he winds up getting held at gunpoint at a point at the end of a thing because he's got who he put the boyfriend who he thought was the brother, he has him in a headlock in the bar. And so they're holding him, and then because he's like, I'm gonna break his neck if you don't let go of him. And then they decide uh that he proved himself to them. And it was okay for him to date their sister, their daughter, whoever she was. Anyway, surprisingly, things don't work out. They don't work out. I can't tell you why, because I couldn't hear everything, and I was not about to close the gap in between me and him, even though there was other people in the aisle. I wanted my space, my getaway space, so I could leave if I needed to, and he couldn't grab me. Not that I think he was trying to. I don't know. Carmen, he is probably a little bit older than Brandon if I'm going by the timeline that he gave me. He was 23 at the time, and that's just 10 years ago. And so they go their separate ways. And then he tells me that he's been talking to God, and as he's dropping every word you could think of, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that if you're talking to God, he probably would prefer that you not refer to him that way. But smaller, little heavy set, reddish brown hair, beard, mustache with it was dirty. It was dirty. So then he proceeds to tell me that he really feels like God is bringing them back together. Like, oh. So he's like, I've been going back to the strip club. I'm like, man, she's still stripping. He goes, I heard she'd been paralyzed. Like, and she's still stripping? I'm just saying, I'm not asking any questions. I am just smiling. And when he laughs, I kind of laugh. And he says, so I told the other stripper to tell her that I said hello. And he goes, I just know she's just gonna love it. She's just gonna love it. And I'm just going, why do I look like I care at all? Because in my mind, I'm just planning my getaway from you. And then he asked me, so he's buying this deodorant because he's cleaning up, and he was not clean. I can tell you that much. I don't know if he'd been working. I don't know what he'd been doing. I couldn't tell if he was on drugs and not on drugs anymore. I don't know, but he wants her back. And he asked me what I thought his chances were of getting her back. I don't know. I've never seen her. I have no idea. Her and the boyfriend brother aren't together anymore. And I said, all I could say was, the worst thing she can tell you is no, but she'll probably appreciate the apology. And please stop talking to me. I didn't say that part. I just wanted to go home, but I still had one more stop to make. I was like, please don't let me run into him again at the second store, because I swear every time I go to Walmart and then I go to the grocery store, the same people are there. And my husband's like, did you stand and talk to him? I was like, till he finished his story. I cannot be rude. I can't be rude. I can be. It's really hard for me to be rude, though. So my weekend was weird. So I mowed the yard yesterday. I got sunburnt. I didn't realize how bad it got sunburnt. And listened to another crime story about a case where a woman hitchhiked and ended up kidnapped for 7 years. And I'm like, don't hitchhike. Everybody told you not to. And you went through a lot for 7 years that you didn't have to go through. I can't. I can't. Yes, Gabby, we know what you would have done. And doing that in my little town would have probably shut the store down because everybody would have just been staring at you. And then I can't, Stormy, I can't. Unless I really had to go, I would not have been, I couldn't look at my watch and be like, hey, I gotta go. Carmen, I figured if you were with me, the conversation would have never ever happened. Because he would not have wanted to talk to you because I guarantee you have seen him at one of the 2 jails you worked at. Just gonna say that. Gabby. Yeah, no, but generally, I know that I have an RBF, and that generally just keeps people away from me. And apparently, I did not yesterday. Or he just was taking his chances. When I left, when he was done telling the story, he goes, I don't know why I told you all that. Like, sometimes you just have to get it off your chest, man. Like, I don't know either. But can I go now? And don't follow me to my car. I'm usually listening to something. So sometimes it's funny. So I just walk around with kind of a grin on my face because it's funny and I don't want to laugh out loud. But yeah, I did not. I did not have the F off shield up. Dang it. Yeah, well, yeah. I, that's kind of creepy. But yep, okay. Well, that's I know. All of you would have handled this better than me. I know that. I may need to be meaner. I think my husband would disagree. But I think maybe I can't be mean. That probably would have gotten me followed out to my car because people would have been like, "Where's this lady from? She ain't from around these parts." We don't say things like that. Although somebody did get a sharp, pointy thing in their belly once at that place. I think they made it though. But that was a fight in the parking lot, I think over a cart during COVID stuff. That was dumb. But the person was arrested right away, so I don't know. All right. Well, that's all I have. I had to end it on a funny note because this day pissed me off. Yeah, I was. I think, well, COVID, so everything was crazy. It's like, put it back, don't put it back. It was dumb. I forgot about that part. I forgot about that part. Yes, and don't call somebody else's woman the B word. No, I don't think it had anything in it. I think they ran into each other in the store or something. I don't know. It was so dumb. All right, we are either going to finish this up on Wednesday, but we may not finish it up till Friday. It depends on how fast everything goes on Wednesday because there's issues when it goes to after it goes to the jury. Shocking. So I don't know that we'll be able to finish it up Wednesday. If we don't finish up Wednesday, we'll finish it up Friday. Sorry. What training was cut short because of that? The QR code or the sharp thingy? I don't know. All right, I gotta go. I really do. Gotta go start the grill. We're gonna grill out some steaks. So, all right, you guys have a good tomorrow. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Be safe out there and watch out for the weirdos. And I guess if you're able to walk away from them, think of me and the fact that am I am not. So, yep. All righty. See you guys later.